Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! In the middle of the night, at the threshold of a majestic temple on the top of a mountain, hidden from the view of people, stood a figure dressed in a black robe, so that a casual witness would not see, and if he did, it would be impossible to identify. The figure stood hesitantly near the temple gates, holding a basket in his hands, not daring to do what he had planned. "Forgive me, my dear, forgive me, I was just a terrible mother, I didn't deserve a son like you, you deserve much more, I can only believe and hope that you will be able to live a happy life." Judging by the voice, it was a woman, however, in the voice one could hear bitterness, powerlessness and self-hatred. A small wind blew that fluttered the woman's robe, and for a moment several strands of scarlet hair appeared from the edge of the hood. "I couldn't be with you before, and I don't deserve to be with you now." Tears flowed from her eyes in a stream. She sat down near the gates of the temple, putting a basket, taking out a child from it, hugging her, finally giving all the love that she would like to give him while living with him, watching him grow. The woman kissed her child's forehead, noticing how she began to disappear. Quickly placing the child in the basket, she knocked on the massive gate, making her presence known to the inhabitants of the temple. "I just want you to be fine." Shedding rivers of tears, the woman quickly began to leave, gradually dissolving into thin air. "I love you," were her last words before finally disappearing. The child began to cry, interrupting the silence of the night. For some time no one came. The child continued to cry, shedding tears, as if realizing that he would not see his mother again. Soon the gates slowly opened and a girl dressed in a white kimono appeared on the threshold. Her blonde, golden hair swayed slightly in the light wind, and her honey-colored eyes with a vertical pupil looked at the basket, from which she heard the cry of a baby. "Oh, Kami-sama," said the girl, suddenly appearing near the basket, picking it up and bringing it inside the temple, but before that she looked around the area, hoping to find the one who left the child. Having gone inside, the image of the girl began to ripple, showing what had previously been hidden from unnecessary glances: fox ears and 9 fluffy golden tails. Having placed the basket on the table, the girl began to quickly change into more comfortable clothes. Taking off the robe, one could see a beautiful model figure, which was slightly spoiled by a rounded belly, which meant that she was pregnant. "Well, baby, don't cry, I'm close." With a slight smile, the girl approached the basket, taking out the child, noticing the cute little stripes on the cheeks of the baby, wrapped in a sheet, showing only a cute, round face. The boy looked at her with tear-stained, blue eyes like a clear sky. "Oh, cutie." The girl smiled, blushing slightly when she saw how the baby stopped crying and began to look at her. She began to remove the sheet in order to examine the child, and a fluff of scarlet hair appeared on her head with protruding fox ears, and behind there were 9 small fox tails. The girl gasped at what she saw, but there was a reason for it. It was rare to see a kitsune with 9 tails, but she frowned, knowing that kitsunes never abandon their children, and there was only one possible case when this happened. Poor thing. She looked at the child with pity, realizing that perhaps his parents were dead, which means there was no one to take care of him. She looked at her belly, then at the baby, and looked at him with determination. "I'll take care of you." Holding the child close to her, the girl only promised herself that she would never leave him alone. Her gaze fell on the basket, from which the piece of paper was sticking out. Still holding the already sleeping child to her, she went to the basket and took the piece of paper. Unfolding it, there was only one word: Naruto. "So your name is Naruto?" She smiled, touching one ear with her free hand, stroking it, noticing how the sleeping baby purred in his sleep. This picture touched her. Turning off the light, she went to her room. Lying down on the bed, she put the baby next to her, looking at the boy's sweet face for some time, mentally noting that in the future she will give birth, which means that she will take care about 2 foxes, but she will be ready for it. Yasaka sat and sorted out documents that contained several agreements with one faction or another, and there were also many proposals from several yokai families, the purpose of which was to propose marriage. The Golden Kyubi immediately refused such proposals. In the past, she had already had enough of that freak who swore eternal devotion to her and to always be there, no matter what. As it happens, Yasaka felt like a fool. When she found out that she was pregnant, she immediately wanted to surprise her beloved. However, she was able to find him only a week later, surrounded by some Nikomata and Kitsune from 1 to 3 tales. I don't think it's worth explaining what they were doing there, so Yasaka didn't bother. In a fit of rage, she killed those whores, and then took on her beloved, who, because of this prank, began to throw mud at her. From that scandal, Yasaka learned that his character was a typical low-class yokai. He did not like the fact that she was the head of the entire yokai faction, which means she was much higher than him. He just wanted to appear like an alpha compared to those whores, to be the leader and command the spineless low-level yokai, thereby indulging his ego. Then Yasaka could not stand it, and incinerated the worthless bastard, completely erasing him from the face of the universe, and here she was, with a broken heart, expecting a child from the man she loved, but was betrayed in such a way, disgracing her as a leader and as a woman. She did not want to get rid of the child. He was not to blame for this. She will give birth to him and will love him, despite all the pain that she will remember when she looks at her child. Amaterasu, Shinigami and Inari, her mentors from the Shinto faction, supported her during this period of weakness, for which she was very grateful to them, otherwise she would have simply broken down. Life went on as usual. Her belly was getting bigger, just a couple more months and she would become a mother. This news made her very happy and warmed her heart. She lost interest in everyone in her faction. She is not a fool to be fooled by the promises and sweet speeches of the second again. No, she will continue to live for herself, for her child. One day, when she had trouble sleeping, and as luck would have it, someone knocked on the gate of her temple, completely taking away the opportunity to sleep. At first she did not want to go, but a strange feeling called her to check. Having opened the gate, she did not expect to find a baby there, and then it turned out that he was the same nine-tailed fox like her, which was simply unrealistic, because she was the only nine-tailed fox at the moment. But that was not what puzzled her. He was alone, dropped at her doorstep, which was simply not mental. Kitsunes never left their children like this. Even if the child was born with one host in a many-tailed family, he would be cared for with all the love, which means the baby's parents died. For a day Yasaka played with Naruto. At first she wanted to take care of him until her servants found his parents, but over time she herself became attached to the little fox. At the council, many families wanted to take the boy into their upbringing, but she refused everyone, declaring that now he was her son and in the future heir. Over time, she had her own child, a daughter. When she already wanted to give her a name, Naruto himself gave his word. Now the girl's name was Kuno. Who would have thought that a baby, who was not even 6 months old, himself gave a name to his younger sister. Since then, her life began to sparkle with new colors. She had already forgotten about that bastard, and she even managed to forget her name. Now all her thoughts were occupied by her little foxes. Both Naruto and Kuno, both grew up very quickly, but even so they were always close to each other, and even in childhood Naruto protected his sister. Not even paying attention to superior strength, he didn't even let Yasaka herself get close to her, but that was only a couple of times. Then Naruto took mercy on her and allowed her to touch his treasure. When the children turned 5 years old, she began training them in mastering chakra. Honestly, Naruto was a real genius in the field of chakra. Sometimes even Yasaka herself was amazed and discovered something new for herself. Walking through trees or water with the help of chakra is unheard of. Why haven't they thought of this yet? She has lived for many years, and only now she was learning something new. Naruto himself could not say where he knew this from, talking about his dreams, which sometimes show him strange images, from which he learns something new. Yasaka then suggested that Great Red could have had a hand here, but then the question arises, why, and what he wants from Naruto. A year later, Naruto taught her a new way of manipulating chakra. The Rasengan technique alone is worth it, which is capable of tearing even a tree trunk into pieces. Her son was a real genius, which sometimes played a cruel joke. Sometimes in a fit of inspiration he did unthinkable things, because of which he received a heavy hit, and because of his success there were many offers to marry him to the daughters of someone from the nobility. Why, Amaterasu herself came and with tears asked to give her the little boy, to which Yasaka refused with a sweet smile. At the age of 10, Yasaka began teaching children the art of senjutsu, and also to resist the rage that nature experienced. Oddly enough, Naruto succeeded in this area. The blonde had already ceased to be surprised, and perceived it as something incomprehensible, unacceptable, and how could such a thing even happen? From her happy memories, Yasaka was interrupted by a knock on the door, to which she, with the classic, "come in," allowed the guest to enter the office. The door opened, and a fox, a meter tall, with scarlet, silky fur with white on its chest, ran out of it, and 9 fluffy tails flickered behind it. With white tips, and on her back sat a girl of about 10 years old with golden hair, tied in a small ponytail at the back and 2 long strands framing her face, honey eyes, and a sweet face. On her head were 2 fox ears sticking out, and behind her back were 6 of the same golden tails. The girl herself was dressed in the standard uniform of a priestess Miko. The girl laughed, holding on to the fox's skin, and he circled and rolled it with great eagerness. "Hee, Naruto, Kuno, I see you're having fun." Yasaka giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, getting up from her seat and approaching her children. "Yes, Mom, brother Naruto learned to transform, and now he is my riding fox." The girl, who was a young copy of Yasaka herself, laughed when she felt the fox growl a little at her statement. Yasaka with a smile took her son's muzzle and kissed his black nose, causing him to sneeze slightly, to which the mother of the family smiled and patted the fox's fur. Kuno climbed off the fox's back, allowing him to take on his human form with a pop. Now, instead of a fox, there stood a 15-year-old boy, with blood-red hair tied in a ponytail, blue eyes that looked at the woman with joy, 3 stripes on his cheeks, dressed in a red kimono and black hakama with wooden sandals. "Soon I'll be bigger than you, Mom," the boy said, pointing his finger towards the woman, who looked away from him with malice and amusement. "Oh, of course it is, but you are still very far from me, my dear son." Yasaka smiled insidiously. Even if she said so, she sometimes liked to tease her son, but she really hoped that in the future he would become stronger than her. Given his genius, it was only a matter of time. Naruto himself only sulked at his mother's behavior, even though he looked 15 years old, which was sometimes a big mystery for Yasaka, but he, like Kuno, was 10 years old and he acted like that age. "Mom, teach me to transform too." Kuno ran up to her mother and, jumping on the spot, asked to teach her. She didn't want to give in to her brother, and sometimes wanted to surpass her. But she had long ago realized that her older brother was not of this world and she was very far from him, but she was not going to give up. "Sorry little one, but every kitsune should master transformation on his own, just train more." Yasaka stroked the head of her offended daughter, who blissfully closed her eyes from such caresses. "Mom, are you still working?" Naruto asked her, from which Kuno opened her eyes and looked at her mother with interest. Yasaka smiled at this and looked at her desk, on which there were mainly proposals to marry her or to marry her son to someone. With a click of her finger, all the papers instantly lit up in a blue flame. "As you can see, I've already finished, let's go have lunch." She answered her son's question very clearly, placing her hands on the shoulders of the smiling children. He left the office. There were only 2 people in the office, although this word could hardly be an accurate definition because they were more than just people. "Believe me, Yasaka-chan, I don't like it myself, but we need this alliance," said a girl with black hair and red eyes, with pale, porcelain skin and size 4 breasts. She was dressed in a black tight-fitting kimono with patterns of golden flames on the hem, tied with a white belt. "I understand, Amaterasu-sama, but I cannot close my eyes to what happened the last time we met." Yasaka looked at her interlocutor with an angry expression on her face, remembering the past incident, which was happily hushed up, and neither side showed any complaints, although she really wanted. The thing was this: a couple of months ago a delegation from the Biblical Church came to conclude a peace treaty between the Yukai and the Biblical followers. Flashback. "We managed to agree with the devils on a peace without incidents. Mainly with the underworld they agreed due to the residence of the rare race of Nikomata, Nekashu, on their territory, so everything passed quickly, and the Satans themselves did not want to start a war if something happened, and they saw the number is too small after the revolution. They developed neutrality with the fallen, since they had already worked with them before, so they understood each other's strength. Therefore they did not demand anything, they simply kept the agreement and followed some rules, in case of violation of which all those guilty would receive punishment. In addition, her son established a relationship with the faction leader, whom he began to call uncle, and also made several friends among the fallen. She almost started a war with the faction of angels. It was like this: the delegation mainly consisted of parishioners of the Vatican, accompanied by the nun Griselda, who had been converted into an angel in the past. Everything was quite fine for a week. Griselda wanted to discuss several important issues with her, to which she agreed to listen and went into her office. Griselda was dressed like a nun in a cassock, with blonde hair down to the middle of her back and blue eyes with a European face, looking to be 25, and behind her were 3 pairs of angelic wings. The negotiations mainly concerned the territory. The angels would like to get a piece of land in order to build a church, since a similar issue had already been discussed earlier. A church was built on the territory of the city of Kwa, but a year later, for an unknown reason, a fire occurred, and the church remained abandoned standing on this day. Yasaka agreed to the construction, only in another city, and everything would have been fine, but she heard an animal roar. Yasaka, along with Griselda, ran out of the office and were presented with a picture, because of which Yasaka's heart almost stopped. Kunu was sitting on the floor and crying from pain in her shoulder, from which a knife was sticking out, and in front of her stood Naruto, turned into a large fox, about 3 meters tall, with his hair standing on end. Naruto stood and growled, baring his teeth that looked like daggers and fencing off Kunu, wrapping a pair of massive tails around her. Standing in front of Naruto was a parishioner and several other nuns who had come with them and were waiting for Griselda to arrive. The parishioner herself stood holding a knife in her hands, which was an exact copy of the one in her daughter's shoulder. "What's going on here?" Griselda screamed, standing between the huge fox and the parishioner. The fox, growling angrily, looked at the angel with bloody eyes, from which he wanted to hide. The fox growled heavily in his gut, shaking the walls of the room. Besides him, the sobs of the girl were also heard, to whom they paid attention, and the fox growled even stronger, stamping on the spot, scratching the floor with his claws, leaving deep marks. "Naruto, Kuno." Yasaka ran up to her children and pulled her daughter towards her, who was still crying from the cutting pain. Those around were afraid to move, because now a monster was looking at them that could tear them apart, and he didn't care who it was, his own or someone else's. Yasaka was not afraid of her son. She knew that even if he didn't understand, only animal rage was raging in him, but even so, he did not perceive her as a threat and reacted calmly to her, allowing him to come closer in order to help Kuno. "What's happened?" Yasaka asked her daughter, because only she could explain the situation properly. Mom, why that woman tried to kill me." Kuno answered heavily, and then she roared again, unable to say anything. Naruto roared at the parishioner and was about to attack when Griselda appeared in front of him with her arms outstretched. "Naruto, stop!" Yasaka shouted at her son, although she herself was ready to tear the rubbish into pieces, but now she was worried about the condition of her children more than about anything. Naruto did not hear her screams. He rushed towards Griselda and threw her muzzle aside, jumping on the parishioner. "Naruto!" Yasaka watched in horror as Naruto grabbed the parishioner's hand with a crunch and tore it away from the body, sprinkling the floor with blood. As if this was not enough, Naruto crushed the bones with one bite and bit the severed hand into 2 parts. Yasaka could not recognize her son. He was no longer that sweet, kind, cheerful child. Now he looked like a ferocious predator. She understood the reason for this, but it hurt her to look at her son in such a state. End flashback. "Yes, I remember, then I had to show up and intervene, otherwise Neru would have simply killed everyone there," Amaterasu said, taking a photo from her desktop that showed Naruto and Kuno hugging and smiling at the camera. "He never cooled down, towards the biblical faction. No, at least he is on good terms with the fallen and the devils. He even listed angels as his enemies. What can we say if he even attacked Michael, that he personally came to apologize?" Yasaka still remembers that incident. It was not the best time for the leader of the angels to arrive. Then Naruto really went crazy, wanting to tear the angels into pieces. Sister complex: if you insult him, he will endure it. However, if you just say or do something bad to little Kuno, he goes berserk. Summed up the goddess of the sun and black flame. She is even afraid to imagine what will happen if Kuno falls in love with someone and gets married. "I think it's time for me to go to Shinto to study." Yasaka nodded. Even if she didn't want to meet the angels again, she also developed a strong hostility. That rubbish wanted to kill her daughter, kill a member of the ruling dynasty of the Yukai faction in order to shake her and declare war, but they released the beast. Moreover, the goddess's proposal was very appropriate, even though it was supposed to happen in a few years. Training with an allied faction will help him cope with his internal problems and learn to take control of his anger. She was afraid of Naruto. She was disgusted with herself for such thoughts. How a mother could be afraid of her own child. What kind of mother was she if she allowed herself to do this? Naruto had a much harder time than her. She came on time and cured her daughter, but Naruto was a direct witness to the murder attempt, which caused severe stress and fear of losing his sister. Yasaka herself was afraid of losing her sunshine, but her son was very worried about this. So she did everything to support and calm Naruto. "Okay, I'm counting on you, Amaterasu-sama." The blonde agreed, and together they left the office to go to the room of the two foxes. When they reached Naruto's room they entered, but what they saw there made both women blush. A guy with scarlet hair and stripes on his cheeks was lounging on one bed, and a girl with golden hair was snoring on his bare chest, hugging the guy under her, burying her face in his neck. "Oh, I still can't believe they're 10 years old." Amaterasu said. Seeing this picture, she knew that Naruto was growing faster than his peers, but for this to happen, it's inexplicable even for her. Looking at the sleeping Kuno, the sun goddess felt a pang of jealousy. She herself wanted to lie down. "I wonder what he will be like if he gets older. Of course, an enviably handsome man. He's my son." Yasaka lifted her nose with a proud smile. "Naruto, Kuno, wake up." Yasaka, smiling, walked up and pushed both children on the shoulder. As a mother, she should have been indignant at such unnatural love between her brother and sister, but she couldn't help but smile for her children. Both did not immediately wake up. First of all, Kuno rose from the scarlet-haired chest, yawning and rubbing her eyes, but from this she heard a light chuckle with notes of lust. Kuno finally woke up and turned towards the sound and saw her mother along with the sun goddess, who was covering her face with the sleeve of a kimono. Lowering her gaze, the fox realized in what position she was sitting, namely in the cowgirl position on her brother's stomach. Blushing deeply, she got up from her usual place and stood in front of the two women, bowing to the goddess. "Hello Amaterasu-sama." Kuno bowed in greeting, for which she received a slight smile from the woman, after which she caught out of the corner of her ear how her brother began to wake up. "Hello to you too, little Kuno." She patted her on the head, in a slightly embarrassed voice, when the sleeping guy sat down on the edge of the bed, stretching slightly sleepily. The goddess's face blushed deeply when her gaze fell on the guy's naked torso. A battle was going on in her head. She considered him very handsome, but he was only 10. Oddly enough, Yasaka, also with a slight blush and a smile, looked first at her son, then at the goddess, mentally saying, "My son, I won't give it up." AAA, the pervert is a net breaker. Naruto jumped up from his seat, pointing his finger towards the goddess who often ran after him as a child, trying to take him with her to her palace. Yasaka laughed seeing the indignant face of the goddess, who puffed out her cheeks as red as a lobster. "Young man, what happened just now?" The goddess waved her arms indignantly, while the scarlet-haired one simply quickly grabbed his kimono and pretended to hide his torso. "What does it look like? You entered my room, you probably wanted to try to seduce me again, but know that your charms don't work on me, and you also talked my mother into doing this." Naruto was indignant in response, seeing the blushing goddess. "Pfft, brat, you seem to have a lot of self-esteem." Naruto was about to answer, however, his tirade was interrupted by Yasaka, who grabbed him by the cheek. "I wouldn't like to interrupt you, but now we need to discuss something." Making sure that everyone was listening, she continued. "Naruto, tomorrow you are going to the Shinto faction for training." Kuno and Naruto's eyes widened. If the first one only looked sadly at her mother, then Naruto did not understand anything at all. "You sold me to this pervert?" Luckily for Naruto, he was the only one who could freely talk to the goddess and not be afraid to get punished for it. "Just answer, for how much? Is your brother leaving?" Kuno pulled the edge of her mother's kimono, who nodded at this. "Yes, Kuno, there are some circumstances for this, but it will only benefit both him and the entire faction." Yasaka explained, stroking Kuno's head. Then the goddess took the floor. "Naru, your mother is right, besides, she herself was trained by us before taking the post of head of the Yukai faction. So this was not done specifically for you." Amaterasu said with a calm face. Naruto only exhaled humbly, realizing that the decision had already been made. By denying it he would only make things worse for himself and receive punishment. Fine. Amaterasu and Yasaka smiled, then together they went to the living room in order to discuss in detail the details of this trip and the details of the training, besides the duration of the training, which would last 4 years, which made Kunu cling to his brother, shouting, "I won't give it up." Exactly a year has passed since Naruto left his home and was trained by the Shinto faction, during which the scarlet-haired man could only rest in bed, because the schedule was not pleasant. Many of the gods took part in the training of the heir. For example, the goddess of fertility and providence Inari, at the moment the only goddess who was once a yukai, namely a 10-tailed fox, therefore she with great zeal took up the training of her relative, who absorbed like a sponge, but I was also very tired. Basically, she taught him the forgotten art of kitsune, for which their family was once famous and revered. Naruto was able to master the art of illusions, but he was still very far from the skill of the goddess. However, there is no limit to perfection, so she drove him through theory and practice until he was able to produce the minimum necessary for her. While training with a fox who looked to be Kunu's age, Naruto was able to develop his fox flames and develop them to new levels. If earlier the fox flame was blue and was a small flame of concentrated fire, then the developed form was perfect, a bright red flame that created a feeling of oppression and impending horror. It was no longer a small flame the size of a palm, it was like a raging fire, which could burn anything it touched. The scarlet flame was many times stronger than the blue one, however, it was almost impossible to control it. Naruto even managed to burn down Sakura's garden of trees, for which he was beaten more than once by the goddess of the sun and black flame. The goddess herself was sincerely amazed at the success of her student son. She knew and witnessed his genius more than once, but all this spoiled him in one place, because of which he could not sit still for a long time without doing something reckless. However, Inari was very pleased with the success of the student. Sometimes other gods of Shinto suffered because of this couple, who together loved to play dirty tricks and pranks. Shinigami even flogged both of them for each case, but this did not stop them from continuing their pranks. Afterwards, the god of the storm and the water element, Susanoo, who also sometimes bears the nickname of the god of war, took over the training for his passion for battles and wars. The appearance of the fox for God was a real salvation from the boredom he was experiencing. He was eager to teach Yasaka's heir everything he knew in order to create someone with whom he could fight in the future to the fullest. At the beginning, the very warlike and sometimes hot-tempered god was very tolerant of his student, which sometimes broke the picture of the world for others. Even the always calm and sometimes gloomy Shinigami looked with disbelief at the calm Susanoo. God did not demand the impossible from his student. No, the time for this had not yet come, so he only demanded from Naruto what he could do, but forced him to give it his all, even in simple exercises. Then the training with swords began. Here Susanoo did not spare the guy, but beat him under the pretext that, if the enemy is 100 times superior to you, then try to reduce this number until the enemy feels that you have already surpassed him. Every morning, Naruto suffered from a misfortune in the form of an overly responsible approach of the storm god, which will only succumb at the beginning, and then only depends on your skill, which you have already mastered over countless attempts to reach the god. Naruto did not learn stances. Experience came during the fight. Susanoo did not allow him to study any style from books and scrolls. He must create his own style that would crush the gods. And the scarlet-haired one did just that. During each of their sparring, Naruto studied the style Susanoo adjusted and adapted some of the god's movements to suit himself, over time beginning to manage and successfully strike himself. "You are still as far from me as the moon, Shket!" shouted a man with long black hair, green eyes, one of which crossed a scar and a crazy smile. He was dressed lightly, naked, a toned torso, black hakama and wooden sandals. In his hand he held a long katana with a black blade and fought off blows. Your student. Over the past year, Naruto has changed a lot. He grew up again, and at 11 he already looked like a high school boy. Due to the constant training that Susanoo arranged for him, his body was completely devoid of baby fat, leaving in its place clearly defined muscles, where every muscle clearly performed its functions, and were not just for show. The guy's hair had grown to his waist, falling in an even waterfall down his back. Only 2 strands framed his face. His bangs were tucked in with a clip on the right side so that they wouldn't get into his eyes during training. He was dressed in a blue t-shirt and black loose shorts. He wore nothing on his feet, moving barefoot on the training floor, where there were quite a lot of small stones that dug into his feet. However, the scarlet-haired one was already used to this and did not pay attention, focusing only on his opponent. I think that's enough for today, Susanoo. Just when Naruto was about to strike, he was unceremoniously interrupted. An attractive woman approached them, with pale skin that could be compared with snow, the same snow-white hair that reached the ground, black sclera of the eyes and only a yellow pupil looking at them with some reproach. She is dressed, quite in keeping with her appearance, in a white kimono, tied only with a black belt, which created a contrast, as well as red beads on her neck. It's time for me to start training him, and I need him to be whole. The woman looked first at Naruto and then at the storm god. Okay Shinji, I think it's really worth taking a break, I'll see you later in the morning. Waving goodbye, Susanoo disappeared from the field, leaving only Naruto and Shinigami, who had already begun to leave. Shinji-chan, what are you going to teach me? Naruto jumped up to her side and looked into the face of the goddess of death with stars in his eyes. The Shinigami slowed down a little and turned towards Naruto, examining him, noticing something wrong. First of all, Naruto-kun, put your tails back in place, and secondly, I will teach you how to control spiritual energy and also interact with souls. Blushing from the nickname, but the goddess answered monotonously, continuing to walk towards the temple. Naruto complied with the request and released 9 fox tails that exceeded a couple of meters in length and lived their own lives. At the second point, Naruto's eyes sparkled with even greater force. He only heard that chakra consists of a mixture of spiritual and bodily energy. If bodily energy can still be mastered, then only a few could master spiritual energy. Although the Shinigami was calm and sometimes very cold in appearance, she was also compassionate and, in case of failure, explained in detail his mistakes and how to correct them. The scarlet-haired fox did not stop training under the guidance of Susanoo, and recently he has progressed very much, even if he did not learn basic stances and strikes, because Susanoo himself did not allow him, but he was still able to get used to the art of wielding a sword, and how can he not get used to it if from your life depended on it, in battle God, without holding back, hit with all his might, trying to kill him, so Naruto, on instinct, was able to adapt and hold out against God for about a minute, which is very good. At the same time, Inari continued to teach him, which helped him master the fire fox's technique. Of course, he already knew this thanks to his mother. However, the fox found a wider application for this technique, which made his eyes pop out of his head. Everything was strange with the Shinigami. The goddess handed over several scrolls with a theory on the structure of the soul. While the goddess herself was next to the scarlet-haired one, putting one of the tails on her lap and slowly stroking the fur, which confused Naruto a little. During training with her, he was able to feel his own soul and tried to use the simplest spiritual technique. It took more than 1 week to try, because spiritual arts were many times more difficult than using chakra or mana, and in the end he managed to cover his hand with a layer of blue energy, which made him very happy. The Shinigami was pleased with the results, and a slight smile appeared on her cold face. Naruto was ready to admit that she looked much more beautiful this way, which he hastened to say, thereby causing the goddess's pale skin to cover with a slight blush. Yasaka and Kuno really missed Naruto. From the moment her brother left, the little fox moved into the guy's room, and no matter how the estate servants or Yasaka tried to drive her away from there, she didn't listen to anyone, and if they tried to force her carry it away, then she let her legs move. Basically, Kuno also often spent time in the library and studied material in order to keep up with her brother. Physically, she was weaker than Naruto, so she decided to compensate for this deficiency with the help of techniques, developing according to the method described by her brother in the scroll, trying to master them better than her brother. Yasaka, in order not to worry about her son again, got busy with work. During this year she was able to completely establish a peace treaty with all sides of the biblical faction. Michael did not remember the previous incident and there were no particular problems with signing the contract, but just in case, Kuno was accompanied by security. The loss of a small piece of territory in Tokyo was a completely acceptable condition. The Yukai faction also benefited a lot from this, for example, free passage through the territories of both the biblical faction and vice versa. Permission to build a small embassy in Europe will bring quite a profit for the Yukai, especially if you open several businesses there. Yasaka-sama has a letter for you, they say it's urgent. One of the maids burst into the office, carrying an envelope in her hands, taking which Yasaka saw the seal of Lucifer. For Surzex to personally send her a letter having no connection with the rest of Satan was unusual. In any other case there was one common seal, but here it was the pure initiative of Lucifer himself, which means there was information here that should not have affected other Satans. Having opened the envelope, she began to read the message, and with each word she read, her eyes became wider and paler. The letter said that a group of devils attacked the village where the Nekashu lived, and that as a result of this attack, slightly less than half survived, and then the main number are old people and children. Lucifer's troops made it before all the Nekashu were exterminated. There is also a possibility that there were still survivors, but they either managed to escape or were captured. Deliver this personally into the hands of Lucifer, and preferably quickly. Yasaka quickly handed the maid a reply letter, after which she went to get ready, simultaneously giving instructions to some detachment that they would accompany her on this mission. I hope this information doesn't reach Shinto, especially Naruto. There were several people in the meeting room. The first was a man with long scarlet hair and green eyes, dressed in a strict white suit with a red tie around his neck. This man's name was Surzex Lucifer, formerly Gremory, one of the 4 Satans and the most important of them. Behind him stood a woman with white hair and 4 pigtails, 2 at the back that reached to the bottom of her back and 2 framing her face with blue bows, silver eyes, and red lipstick. She was dressed in a blue maid outfit, Graphia Lucifuge, Surzex's wife and also chief a maid in the Gremory house who also held the title of strongest queen of the underworld. She now stood humbly behind her husband/master awaiting possible instructions. Thank you again for having me. Surzex bowed his head in front of his interlocutors, greeting and thanking them. Let's let this go, now we need to resolve a couple of issues. A mature woman with large breasts, golden hair, tied in a long ponytail, fastened with golden hairpins with 2 hairpins on both sides, golden eyes, dressed in a yellow kimono, a tight-fitting body covered with a golden belt and a black haori draped over the top, said in a cold voice. Drawings in the form of a skull. Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai faction in Kyoto, sitting next to her was a girl with black straight hair and red eyes, with pale, porcelain skin and size 4 breasts, wearing a black tight-fitting kimono with flame patterns on the hem, tied with a white belt, also the leader of the Shinto faction, ruling the territory of Japan, the goddess of the sun and black flame Amaterasu. I hope I don't have to remind you where the rest of the Satans are. Is this situation really not their concern? Yasaka asked in the same cold voice, causing Lucifer to break out in a cold sweat. Now he needs to carefully select his words so as not to aggravate the situation and not break the established agreement. Yes, then I would like to start. Yasaka nodded at this, and Surzex took out several documents and handed them to his interlocutor, but Amaterasu intercepted his hand and took the documents, after which she began to read them. Well, first of all, I would like to apologize for not justifying your trust and endangering the Nikosha living in the underworld. Surzex bowed his head in apology, causing both Yasaka and Amaterasu to frown. Do you really think that your words can bring the dead back to life? Yasaka took the floor. Do you even understand that due to the fact that you could not keep track of the devils that you were supposed to rule, because of your negligence, many children were left without parents, old people lost their children and grandchildren. Yasaka's voice is saturated with cold, from which even the strongest flame in the underworld is unable to warm. And all you can say is, I'm sorry. Please calm down, Yasaka-sama. Surzex took the floor, seeing how the situation was getting worse. The group of devils were followers of the descendants of past Satans. The attack was made with the aim of worsening relations between our parties. Where are these followers of your past Satans? This time Amaterasu took the floor. We were able to capture some, and we were also able to find some of the Nekashu that had been kidnapped. However, when we were able to locate them, we were only able to capture those who were still alive, the rest were dead. Amaterasu confirmed Surzex's words. When she read the documents, she saw this part. Yes, about the fact that the old faction is at enmity with you, and that it is doing everything to start a war again. This is known to many, but how can I be sure that you did not do this, while blaming all the blame on the devils of the old faction? Surzex broke out in a cold sweat. He understood that he had nothing to say to this. He really did not have the opportunity to confirm that he was right. His people were already treated with disdain and fear, and now he may have completely lost trust. Besides, I am aware that you are very good at mental magic, and what is stopping you from simply brainwashing those prisoners, passing them off to us as the old faction? Bible, Bible, Bible. Surzex repeated, shouting as everyone already understood, a name from which every devil who utters it suffers excruciating pain. Yasaka and Amaterasu widened their eyes at this. They knew well what this action could lead to for the leader of the underworld. Graphia ran up to her master, who was also her husband, and tried to reason with him, covering his mouth, but he, already very pale, pushed her away, continuing to repeat. "It's true, I don't have evidence that can convince you, but I'm ready to sacrifice myself so that you at least listen. I don't care about myself, I live for the life and prosperity of my people and my family. If you don't believe me, then I am ready to lose my head in order to assuage my guilt." Pale, as if death, Surzex looked into Yasaka's eyes. Black veins became visible on his face and neck. The very mention of the name of the leader of the biblical faction was a strong poison for devils, and the current Lucifer who knew like no one else, but he did it, putting in danger her own life. "Enough!" Yasaka shouted, getting up from the table. "I will accept this as a worthy argument for your words, but you acted very stupidly, weakening yourself so publicly that you cannot even walk without help." Yasaka took a deep breath and exhaled several times, keeping her eyes closed. "I will wait for a week for you to send the attackers so that the Yukai faction will decide their future fate." The fox summed up, sitting down, while Amaterasu frowned as she reread the same passages from the document that Lucifer handed over. "Amaterasu-sama, is something wrong?" Surzex asked in a weak voice, taking medicine from Graphia in order to reduce the consequences of his stupid act. As everyone understood, the goddess only nodded and pointed to one of the sheets. "It says here that there were deaths among that group. Who was the implementer of this?" The sun goddess reviewed both documents and photographs from the scene of the incident. Some photographs showed the bodies of several devils torn to pieces, as if it had been done by a beast. Others showed charred remains that looked more like sculptures made of coal, with fear and agony frozen on their faces, like the goddess of fire, which is able to burn everything and will not go out for 7 days and for 7 nights, no matter how she tried to put it out. She could not determine what kind of fire there had to be in order to do such a thing. Alas, the survivors said that the monster came to them for fun and killed most of those responsible for the murders of Nekashu. Surzex took a photo out of his pocket and handed it to the two women opposite. "We managed to get an image from the devil's memory that was more or less sane." Amaterasu and Yasaka looked with interest at the photo, the quality of which was not very good, but they could see the more noticeable parts. From the photo you can understand that the attacker was more than 2 meters, and maybe higher. His whole body resembled a man covered with stone plates, his chest was open, and more like the mouth of an erupting volcano. There were also massive formations of unknown rock on his shoulders and hips, giving the appearance of heavy armor. Only the head of the monster was poorly visible, but from the photo his face looked more like a skull, with protruding horns that seemed to rest on his shoulders. Neither Yasaka nor Amaterasu could understand the nature of this creature, what goals it pursues and what it wants to achieve by freeing the captive Nekashu girls and leading the capture group to their hiding place, and they also could not feel the goosebumps running along the wall. "Is this all that we managed to find out?" Amaterasu's voice was thoughtful. She really wanted to know more about the creature that could use fire in this way. Yasaka realized that she had seen a similar creature somewhere. She had already decided that upon her return she would try to look for information about her possible meeting with him. No, the photo only briefly shows the image. From the words of one of the criminals it was possible to find out that the creature was wielding a huge sword, that instead of an ordinary blade it resembled a mace with many spikes along its entire length, as well as a whip that seemed to be made of fire. Surzex Lucifer said everything that he himself could find out. Now a clear investigation is underway and the best detectives have been sent to catch the trail of the mysterious creature. It cannot be that he could not leave any traces. An order was also given not to show aggression and, if possible, arrange a meeting with him. "I see, in that case I'll take my leave, I have a lot of work to do." Yasaka stood up and bowed, and was about to leave when Surzex stopped her. "Wait, Yasaka-sama, what will happen to our agreement?" Surzex clenched his fists. Now the further attitude of the Yukai faction towards them will be decided. Let's start with the fact that the Yukai faction will have a negative attitude towards the signs of the presence of devils on our territory. But at the same time neutral, so there will be no war. As for the treaty, then everything is simple. Now it's just a pact of no attack. About the territory, Yasaka looked at Surzex. "Then here you are, Lady Amaterasu. Japan belongs to the Shinto pantheon, but I entered into an agreement with you as the regent entrusted by her, so this issue is not for me." Turning 180 degrees, she walked away from the halls, followed by several Tengu guards. Only a couple of hours had passed since their meeting with Lucifer. Yasaka left the room without listening to the end. However, according to Amaterasu, the agreement on the territory for devils in Japan was greatly curtailed. Because of the incident, the devils lost most of the cities where the devils could easily walk. If before it was about 10, which was quite small, but it was enough for them, now they were given about 5. Tired Yasaka sat on the sofa, throwing her head back. She sighed heavily. Too much work fell on her shoulders, but she was helped in this by the shadow clones that Naruto taught her after another sleep. Quite a useful technique. If only it weren't for the consequences, it would be great to sit, relax and drink juice while your copies deal with the bureaucracy. Why are you falling apart? Quickly get up and help us, you slacker. One of the clones barked at her, who was sorting through papers and looking straight into her soul with a reproachful look. In general, her exact copies were too different from herself. Each had its own character, depending on the situation in which it was created. She even once inadvertently killed one of the clones who so unexpectedly shouted at her. On the one hand, her son was a genius, but on the other hand, it would be better if he just played pranks like other children of his age. So Kuno, a diligent girl, plays, has fun, steals candy while she is not looking. Kuno, how many times do I have to tell you, sweet is only after dinner? Yasaka shouted, seeing how her daughter again ate sweets while she was not seen, and also hid behind the clones so that they did not see her, so to speak, in a prominent place. Oh! The little fox squealed, jumping and running away so that her heels were sparkling. The clones stared in amazement at the running away girl and at the place where she had been hiding before, simultaneously thinking, how did we not feel her? And exactly as Naruto told her once, the clones very fragile and their capabilities are very limited, which means that the sense of presence and sense of kitsune worked for them, but weakly, and Kuno herself, due to her constant sabotage, was able to learn to hide her own aura, becoming invisible, but only for clones. Herself Yasaka also felt good about her daughter. Just before that she had not paid much attention to her. God, what a child! When Naru just left for training, she immediately got out of hand. Yasaka sighed before sitting down at her desk and plunging into her work. Amaterasu-sama. The said goddess turned to her old student, raising one eyebrow. Yes, what is it? The sun goddess had already predicted that Yasaka would speak right now. Please, everything that happened at the meeting with Lucifer, and in general, this whole situation with Nekashu, can I ask you not to tell Naruto? Yasaka's voice was serious. She would not want her son to become wild again, wanting to tear apart all living things. Of course, you can be sure that Naru will not find out. However, are you sure that sooner or later you will have to tell? Soon his training will end and then what? Amaterasu was also serious in this matter. Naruto was a very aggressive guy. When someone from the faction was hurt, if it was between one's own, then it's still tolerable, but if the Yukai faction suffers because of another faction, then Raita will, although there will be no one to bequeath to. Even if Naru was able to control his emotions, that even this senjutsu of yours began to work out much better for him than you once did and not even succumb to the hatred of the world, but we will still need to be prepared if we don't want a repeat of what happened to that rubbish that offended Kuno. Yes, and about this I have already thought about what to do. Yasaka nodded at the words of the goddess. She had already matured a plan on how to cope with her son. Now he is 12, training with Shinto went very quickly, although one should not be surprised, because this is Naruto, the most unpredictable yokai. Oh, and what is this? The goddess of the sun and black flame asked with fun and anticipation. If you want to tame him, then I can help with this. Amaterasu licked her lips and ran her fingers along her thighs, hinting to Yasaka about her old student's plan. God no. Blushing, Yasaka, along with all the clones, shouted at the goddess for speaking so shamelessly about help. In fact, I thought about sending him on a journey to other pantheons in order to gain experience and connections, and, if possible, make friends. Or lovers. The goddess said languidly, catching the murderous gaze of Kyubi's golden eyes. Believe me, you haven't seen him yet. Many goddesses of love will definitely want to take such a handsome man, but I'm afraid to even think about ordinary girls. Let them just dare. Yasaka shouted. She didn't want so many whores around him that they had slept with so many men that they had already lost count after 100. She was especially afraid to send her son to Olympus or Asgard. Aphrodite and Freya would definitely turn their gazes on him, however, they wanted nothing more than to. In Yasaka's opinion, such whores don't even have the right to look at her son, and if they do, they won't be able to taste him, but all this will happen sooner or later. At the training ground, Naruto was honing his own style of wielding a sword. A man stood next to him, helping him with the style, how to swing correctly and effectively, how to place his feet and which movements were considered unnecessary and which needed a little refinement. The man was tall, with broad shoulders, his entire body was covered with red Japanese samurai armor with gold accents. In appearance, all the armor was very heavy, however, this clearly did not bother him in any way. The face is stern, with a short beard, clearly defined cheekbones, dark blue eyes, one of which was crossed by a scar. Takamikazuchi, the god of thunder and sword, unlike Susanoo, he undertook to help the heir of Yasaka with his problem. In fact, he simply burst into their training with the storm god and almost killed the two of them. As the samurai god said, it was painful for him to look at such careless use of the sword, rough movements, many unnecessary movements, which, on the contrary, increased the chances of dying instead of benefiting, although no, a real swordsman would not fight with someone like Naruto. Therefore, the god of the sword stole it from Susanoo and began to train it himself, and Naruto did not regret it. In just a couple of months he was able to master a couple more styles of wielding a katana and combine them with his own movements, bringing to mind his own style, which is good mastered it. Even Takamikazuchi himself admitted that it was very good. Then Amaterasu herself took over his studies, teaching him mainly politics and how to be a leader, but due to her own responsibilities, she could not always be there, so Naruto offered to help her with her work, and at the same time she could teach him a little. The goddess agreed to this and was always grateful to the scarlet-haired one. With his clones he not only trained well, but also helped her quickly deal with documents, mainly those that did not concern the Yukai faction, since there was information that could greatly influence the little fox. Naruto was very persistent when he wanted to help. In Shinto he was already accepted as family. For his kindness and desire to both learn and help, his cheerful character directly charmed the gods and goddesses. For example, Izanami, the goddess of creation and death, always hugged him and squeezed him fox attributes, and also asked him to call her mom. This behavior of the goddess could be understood, since she was a mother to some gods in Shinto. Her maternal feelings were the best of all, since she cared even for those who were not her children. She also quickly got used to Naruto, and every time, when I saw him I took it for myself. There were even times when she crossed boundaries. For example, she dragged him into her room and forced him to sleep with her in Izanagi, after which she began to spoon-feed him and choose his outfits. Naruto even thought that if she calmed down, she would start playing with him into more adult games. Izanagi, her husband, always with a sad face asked him to be patient a little, explaining that Izanami loved children very much, and Naruto was like a breath of fresh air for her, since the other gods were already quite old. This amazed Naruto, since the goddess did not try to behave this way with the same Inari, although she looked younger than him and was reminiscent of a child in character. Then there was more. Naruto was very tired of this and simply ran up to the goddess and hugged him tightly, which made Izanami squeal with joy. However, after that she stopped nursing him so actively, but still behaved exactly like a loving mother. His relationship with the Shinigami was very strange. One day, during another training with spiritual energy, he, despite himself, was able to transform spiritual energy into black lightning, from which he lost consciousness. He woke up in a luxurious bed, but this was not surprising, because Amaterasu gave him something similar, but the fact that he slept in the arms of the goddess of death, who pressed her naked body against him. Flashback. Naruto, with a red face, tried to wake up the goddess of death, but not personally, but to make it look as if she had woken up, otherwise he would be guaranteed the status and nickname of a pervert. He could not think for a long time, since the goddess had already woken up and was looking at him. How long ago? Naruto asked without looking at the goddess. She just chuckled, reaching out and stroking his cheek, then got out of bed, not even bothering to cover her curves. I didn't even sleep, I admired you while you were sleeping. Her face did not express any emotion, but there was a soft blush on her pale, porcelain skin. You were able to master a spiritual technique, although you shouldn't have. Because of this, your spiritual energy has suffered significant changes. The Shinigami was putting on her kimono, but noticing the fox's gaze, she turned to face him and opened the kimono, showing herself naked. Like? Please cover up. Naruto buried his face in the pillow, hiding his red face from embarrassment. Shinigami just chuckled contentedly, tying the belt and tidying up her hair. What do changes mean? The scarlet-haired man got out of bed and again, with embarrassment, began to look for his panties. He was very ashamed that the goddess had to see him putting on his underwear. He stood up and began to put on his own clothes. The goddess of death, combing her hair, began to explain. You see, no one before you could master spiritual energy so early. Usually it takes about a year, and the result will be a couple of sparks, but you managed to summon a whole black lightning. Naruto looked at his hand and saw several burn marks that were not as visible as they should have been. This is not possible, but I can explain it by the fact that you have a lot of spiritual energy. However, there is almost no control, something like that. Naruto nodded. It was logical that he had no control. Soul energy was more destructive than chakra or mana, and the ways it could be used were limitless. Was it necessary to sleep with me? Shinigami turned to Naruto, embarrassed. Your soul was covered in cracks and was emitting highly concentrated spiritual energy. I healed you and closed the cracks, otherwise your soul would have disintegrated due to exhaustion. Naruto nodded. He read about this method somewhere, but he thought that this only applied to devils or the fallen. He didn't know about other gods, but apparently it's the same here. What, didn't you like it? Shinigami asked monotonously, tilting her head to the side. Please, stop. Naruto shouted, turning away from the goddess, hiding his red face. The goddess only remembered that even though he looked 17, he was still a child. End flashback. From that time on, the goddess of death always asked him if he wanted to do it again, or asked him if he liked it. Of course, she only asked this in the presence of other gods and servants, causing laughter from some. Now Naruto was in his room. In a month his training would end. The scarlet-haired man could not believe that he managed to complete his training in 2 years, for which he was pleased with himself. When this news was delivered, Izanami grabbed onto him again, grabbing his head and pressing him to her voluminous chest, causing him to almost lose consciousness. Some gods were happy for their student, but some were sad, such as Inari, Izanami and Amaterasu, although the same can be said about Shinigami, although it is difficult to understand from her face what she was thinking. Lying in bed, he didn't even notice how the door in his room opened. He winced slightly, hearing a slightly creaking sound, but he quickly woke up and sat up, looking towards the entrance, but he didn't see anyone there. Did it seem? Naruto calmed down and was about to lie down, but he turned towards the window and gasped. Amaterasu stood in front of him. He was already used to it, because she herself woke him up very often. However, now she was not dressed in the standard kimono in which he was already accustomed to seeing her. Now she was dressed in a transparent nightie, completely revealing her beautiful body. The goddess smiled and sat down on the edge of the bed, embarrassedly fiddling with a strand of her hair, which in the moonlight sparkled so much like a starry sky. Like? Amaterasu asked in a quiet voice, looking into his eyes. What are you doing here? Naruto answered the question with a question, unable to take his eyes off her. What does it look like? Amaterasu looked at him in surprise, but then she reached out to his face. Aren't you attracted to me? She lowered her gaze sadly, about to get up, but then the scarlet-haired man grabbed her hand. No, I mean yes, I just don't understand why. He squeezed her hand, which made the goddess herself blush. I just wanted to help you. Naruto raised an eyebrow. In the future, you will have to deal with a woman's body. However, I didn't want you to do it with someone who would consider it just fun. Naruto's eyes widened, but at that moment he was placed on his shoulder blades, and Amaterasu loomed over him. I love you, Naru. From the very first time we met, on your 5th birthday, I fell in love with you, a small and bright boy. Amaterasu said quietly but sensually, lowering her face, capturing his kiss. Naruto looked in shock as the sun goddess kissed his lips. Naruto wanted to push her away, but for some reason he couldn't. He closed his eyes and returned the kiss, deepening it. At some point, the goddess began to stick her tongue through, to which Naruto himself stuck his, intertwining them. The goddess let out a moan as her tongues intertwined, preventing her from completely taking over his mouth, so she gave in, allowing his tongue to enter her, allowing him to explore her mouth. Naruto reached out his arms and wrapped his arms around the goddess, pulling her to his chest, a size 4 resting on his chest, giving him a soft feeling. Both Naruto and Amaterasu did not want to tear themselves away from their partner's lips, but soon they pulled away, breathing heavily with their tongues hanging out. Naruto approached and touched her own with the tip of his tongue. "You really are a pervert for being turned on by a 12-year-old boy." Naruto grinned. The goddess rolled her eyes. Honestly, she didn't care. If it were her will, she would have sucked him into their first meeting, and I don't care that he was still a child then, that without understanding the hints, he would simply allow her to kiss him. In the supernatural world, age does not matter. Honestly, that's what attracted me to you. Naruto kissed her neck, leaving a hickey, for which he received a moan from the goddess. He stuck out his tongue and licked her neck to her chin, receiving sighs from Amaterasu. "Heh, you're a bad boy. Were you really fantasizing about me?" Smiling from the pleasure that the fox cub's tongue gave her. Approaching, she kissed him on the lips again, this time without a tongue. "Is this really a confession, or are you just joking?" "Not at all, although you were very persistent when you decided to take me to your place. In fact, I liked it. At first I didn't understand it, but after that I really began to fantasize about you, but I was silent, because I didn't want you to look at me with disgust." Naruto lowered his gaze, which the goddess noticed. Taking his hand, she pulled him towards her chest, allowing him to touch. "Silly girl, I would never look at you like that." Naruto squeezed the girl's breasts, causing her to throw her head back and let out a moan of pleasure. "Don't hold back, Naru, you can do whatever you want to me." Amaterasu grabbed the hem of her nightie, taking it off, allowing her breasts to bounce. Then she grabbed the scarlet-haired man's 2 hands and placed them on her breasts. Squeezing her breasts and tugging at her nipples, Naruto looked in fascination at the goddess, who was trembling with pleasure, sitting on his hips in a cowgirl position. Naruto then removed one of his hands and took her nipple into his mouth, doing light sucking and licking. The goddess squealed in delight, grabbing his head and pressing him tighter. "Oh, come on baby, it's all yours, stronger." Naruto heard her and began to suck harder, squeezing the second nipple with his fingers. Now it was like a mother breastfeeding her child. Naruto made a strong hickey, pulling the nipple towards himself, and then pulled away from her with a pop, causing a strong moan. Playing with the breasts continued for another 5 minutes. He squeezed, sucked and bit her nipples, occasionally changing them. In the end Amaterasu fell on her back, pulling Naruto along with her, laying him on top of her. "Naru, I'm coming." Amaterasu shouted from his caresses. She began to tremble, and soon her juices began to flow out of her crotch. With trembling legs she went limp on the bed, moaning with pleasure, but soon she widened her eyes. Quickly standing on her elbows, she looked at Naruto, who was clinging to her pussy, licking her juices. "Hush, Ama-chan." Sticking his tongue into her womb, she shuddered, and when he began to move, she completely bent over. "Delicious." With the smile of a hungry beast, Naruto dug in closely, wriggling his tongue, penetrating deep and licking and biting her clitoris. "Naru, please, not like that, aaaaaa." The sun goddess arched, shaking her whole body. Her juices oozed out of her abundantly, causing Naruto's face to be wet from her secretions. The scarlet-haired fox stood up and wiped his face with his hand, then licked all the girl's juices, causing her to turn bright red. "Perverted goddess, did you like it?" Naruto asked in a sultry voice, which made Amaterasu shudder from the excitement that surged through her. Having kissed the goddess, at the same time letting her try herself, causing a groan, Naruto again wanted to cling to her womb, when he was stopped by the girl who, breathing heavily, pushed him onto his back, and she herself rose above him, pressing him to the bed with her hands. It was amazing. The goddess pulled one hand into them until she placed it on the guy's strongly protruding groin. Stroking it, she caused Naruto to groan heavily with excitement. "Now it's my turn to taste you." Naruto just watched as the goddess pulled off his panties, and taking his 20 cm out into the light. 5 minutes later, Amaterasu moved her hips, giving a sign to continue, which the scarlet-haired fox did, slowly moving back, pulling it out but leaving the tip inside, then slowly entered into her. At first she moaned in pain, but soon she began to feel arousal and pleasure. Sticking out her tongue in pleasure, she took. Flashback into herself. "Amaterasu-sama, can you do this with Naru?" Yasaka couldn't believe that she would ask to do something like that. Her son was her treasure, on par with Kuno, but she couldn't allow her child to suffer from some Scandinavian whore. Amaterasu thought she heard it. No, of course she could joke about this topic, and to be honest, she also really liked Naruto. But she wanted to be sure. "Yasaka-chan, let me ask, do you want me to sleep with your son?" Amaterasu's voice was not calm, her face burned even hotter than her flame. As a mother, I don't want my son's first time to be with some whore, even if she's a goddess. Yasaka, blushing, lowered her eyes, clutching the hem of her kimono, and then confidently looked into the eyes of her interlocutor. I trust you like no one else. End flashback. Oh Yasaka, I was ready to help you, but now I myself can't do it without him. Amaterasu thought as Naruto quickly began to penetrate her, pounding her with his balls slapping against her ass. Thank you. The goddess squealed, simultaneously thanking Yasaku and Naruto for slowing down and kissing her with a smile. You're welcome, my love. Having sharply entered her up to the uterus, he began to quickly enter and exit, which made the girl squeal with delight. Turning the goddess over onto her stomach, Naruto entered her again. Pulling her towards him, he grabbed her stomach, stroking it, slowly moving up and grabbing her breast. They were engaged. God, Yasaka-chan, Konochka, you're going to strangle him like that. The sun goddess came out of the portal, covering her laugh behind her hand kimono, oddly enough, but two wild little foxes, missing their family member, immediately jumped away from him at arm's length. Hello Amaterasu-sama, Naru, I'm glad you're finally home. Yasaka said with a soft motherly smile, a little later and calmly hugged her son, to which the scarlet-haired man himself responded in kind, pulling Kuna towards him with his hand, who let out a squeak and settled down between her relatives. Let's go to a more suitable place, we have a lot to talk about. Naruto just now noticed that they were now in a very crowded place, where many passers-by were looking at them. Some even asked questions like, who is Mrs. Yasaka hugging, or, handsome, I wonder if this is her husband, I'm seeing this for the first time. In response to some such questions, Yasaka herself looked away from her son, a little embarrassed. In the end, one little fox was already tired of this and took both older kitsune and dragged them towards their estate. What a handsome man you are, after all. Yasaka couldn't help but be happy with how her son had become. He looked even older, even though his body was hidden under a kimono, but she could easily feel the strength and confidence in every movement. His long hair was tied in a high ponytail, however, just as always, two strands hung down on the sides of his face. His bangs were fastened to the left side with a hairpin in the shape of a black sun, and a katana hung from his belt, with a round, golden guard and a hilt with a red winding. Heh, I'm glad you think so, I'm even embarrassed. Throwing Naruto's tail over his shoulder and embarrassedly stroking it, Amaterasu sat on the right side of him and quietly giggled, while Yasaka and Kunu were on the other side of the table and looked at the scarlet-haired one. I myself am pleased to finally be back, you won't even believe how much I missed you. Oh, in vain. After the last words, Kuno sobbed and looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. At first she just sat, but later she couldn't stand it and, like a rocket, she jumped on Naruto, knocking him to the floor, hiding her nose in his chest. I'm glad to hear this. You yourself can't even imagine how bored my mother and I were. I already wanted to break into the Shintoists a week later. Without hesitation, Kunu laid out everything, from which Amaterasu no longer hid her laughter at the antics of the girl who had grown up in 2 years, although she was far from Naruto's growth rate. At 12 she looked almost 14. Yasaka wanted to scold her daughter for not acting like a lady, but she only remained silent, seeing how her children consoled each other, moving away from the whole world, turning to the goddess. Amaterasu-sama, have you fulfilled my request? She asked the sun goddess, slightly embarrassed, but the goddess froze abruptly, and then, blushing like a poppy, she began to point her fingers at each other. Looking away. Amaterasu understood what her old student was talking about, and didn't even know how to say it. However, from her behavior, Yasaka already understood everything. Okay, you don't have to talk. Sighing, she could only be glad that her son would not get involved with the wrong one, and then would suffer because of it, but the way the sun goddess reacted, she felt a pang of jealousy, mentally making a note to talk to her in more detail. Oh Kami-sama, Kuno, honey, please stop crying. Naruto was already starting to get nervous that his beloved little sister didn't stop crying. No, if I stop, then I'll have to let you go, and I'm not going to let you go. Pressing herself again, burying her face in his neck, she wrapped her arms and legs around the guy's torso. Mine, mine, mine. The fox repeated like a mantra, waving its 6 tails, as if creating vapors of wind like a fan. So Kuno, let go of your brother. Yasaka said reproachfully, getting up from her place and going up to the children, grabbed the scruff of the neck and pulled away the fox, which continued to reach out to her brother with waterfalls from her eyes. "Quiet, otherwise I will force you to continue teaching etiquette." At this the younger fox fell silent, but the waterfalls of tears did not go away. Having seated her daughter next to her, Yasaka again turned to her son. "Naru, can you tell me how you spent your time?" During the story, Yasaka, and with her Kunu, only opened their mouths, listening to what Naruto had achieved at the same time, amazed and frightened at the same time, the golden Kyuubi even more so, because she understood that even she could not achieve this during her training. Now it was even scary to imagine what would happen if the scarlet-haired one gained experience in battles. Amaterasu only nodded at this and looked at her student with pride, even though she herself could not teach him much, and it was most often done by others, but who forbade her from simply feeling proud for Naruto? The conversation dragged on until the evening. Kunu began to nod off, only stubbornness did not allow her to completely fall asleep. Yasaka wanted to cheer up her daughter, but then Naruto beat her to it. "Mom, don't worry, Kuno, it's time to go to bed." Approaching the one named, Naruto put his hand on the girl's shoulder, pushing her slightly. Kunu turned her head to her brother with sleepy eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled her hands in his direction, subtly hinting. Sighing, Naruto picked up his sister and carried her into the room, accompanied by a maid, while Yasaka watched the children go with a smile, and as soon as they disappeared behind the door, she decided to take this opportunity. "Amaterasu-sama, can you explain to me how everything went?" Amaterasu shuddered and looked at her interlocutor. Covered with a blush, she rubbed her shoulder. What exactly do you want to know, the situation in general or in detail?" Yasaka thought about it. Of course, there was a desire to question the goddess in detail, but she discarded these thoughts, no matter how much she wanted to. "In general, if possible." The goddess nodded at the kitsune's words. Folding her hands under her chest, she looked towards the door, where Naruto and Kunu had gone a little earlier. "Let's just say, a month before my arrival, I came to him at night, and in the end everything started to spin." Blushing, Amaterasu explained the situation. However, in any case, she would not have been able to tell the details. She was ashamed to share this with her boyfriend's mother. "I see, thank you." Yasaka thanked, throwing her feelings aside. Like a mother, she was very worried about her son, and she should have reacted calmly to this, since she herself asked the goddess, but still, there was a strange feeling in her chest that made her rush around in her thoughts. A week later, in the office of the head of the Yukai faction, there were two people, the head of Yasaka herself, as well as her heir and son Naruto. "Naruto, I wish you could stay home longer, but alas, this is a great opportunity for you to gain experience in battle." Yasaka worriedly looked first at the folder in her hands and then at her son, who was fidgeting in his chair in impatience. "Okay, this morning we received a message that an unidentified person has appeared in Tokyo, which does not belong to Yukai or the Shinto faction. I will not talk about the three sides of the Bible faction, since they are being monitored. It's quite possible that this is a renegade devil. A group of Yukai can easily deal with them." Crossing his arms, the scarlet-haired man said his opinion, but did not refuse, because he understood that this was indeed an excellent opportunity for him to test his strength. "Yes, there is such a possibility, and honestly at first it was so. However, 4 groups were destroyed, which is why I wanted to ask you to do this." Yasaka answered after eating the document to her son. Although she is taking a great risk by sending Naruto on this task, as her successor he is a significant figure for the entire faction, therefore, with him she will secretly send another group, as a backup, which she will not tell son. This could greatly shake her son's pride. "Are you taking her on?" "By itself?" Naruto shouted, jumping up with his hands raised, giving his consent to this adventure. Yasaka exhaled humbly. "In that case, I won't detain you, but be careful." Kyuubi answered worriedly to her son, to which Naruto nodded and instantly grabbed the document and left the office. At night, the streets of Tokyo were even more crowded than during the day, although one couldn't even say that night had come. At such a time it was as light as during the day, due to the large number of fanars, and at this time many gambling establishments open, kifles and restaurants where people calmly went to have fun and relax. A tall guy walked along the road, looking 17 years old, with scarlet hair tied in a ponytail and 2 strands on the sides of his face, bright, blue eyes and stripes on his cheeks. Naruto enjoyed his task, which was more like a vacation. even for greater convenience. He even cut his hair. The ponytail went down exactly to his shoulders, which is why the entire female part of his family was angry with him for a long time, but they could not say anything, because it was his decision. He was dressed in clothes completely unusual for himself. If earlier he wore only traditional Japanese clothes, black jeans and a thin black vest, leaving his arms bare to the shoulders, now he needed to blend in with the crowd, and in a kimono he would, on the contrary, attract attention. However, with such an appearance, he also attracted a lot of looks. If from men it was disapproval and hostility, which Naruto did not care about, competition among males, that's how it is, then women and girls looked with admiration, and some even with hearts in their eyes. There were several girls, or rather high school students, who tried to make advances, but the scarlet-haired one politely refused tempting offers to have fun. But then there were more persistent ones that after the first time they tried to drag him into bars, but with the help of soul manipulation he could remove him for a minute interest in him, which allowed him to pass calmly. Naruto-sama. 5 people with a Yakuza-like appearance stood in front of him and bowed before him, which instantly attracted the attention of those around him. Quiet, get up quickly, are you ruining my reputation? Naruto was indignant at the behavior, as he understood from one of the group of yokai that was patrolling the surrounding area. In a couple of them he recognized Nikomata, the rest were tanuki. Thanks to his senses he could calmly see through their illusions, so their species affiliation could be determined immediately. Quickly, fill me in on the matter. The 5 straightened up and calmly led him towards a cafe. There were quite a few people in the cafe, either because it was late, or because of the scarlet-haired guy who was walking accompanied by 5 dubious personalities. It's not even clear which of these reasons is more real. Sitting down at one of the tables, where 3 sat on one side, the scarlet-haired one sat down one on the other 2 stood nearby, making sure that no one disturbed their conversation. The workers and some of the remaining customers looked at them askance, thinking of them as a Yakuza meeting, and judging by the way they sat around the table, they concluded that he was either their boss or a very important shot in the underworld. At this time, Naruto looked with some reproach at his informants, who gulped a little nervously, not understanding such behavior of the successor of their head. Is something wrong, Naruto-sama? Asked under the disguise of a tanuki, Naruto tapped his fingers on the table and looked at his interlocutors with an unreadable gaze. How can I say, do you at least understand what kind of disguise you are going under? Putting his chin on his hand, the scarlet-haired man answered the question. Looking at you, you look more like a group of bandits, which, on the contrary, attracts attention to you much more than you would without a disguise. All 5 looked at each other incomprehensibly, examining and searching for possible details that so outraged the ruling class. But we were told to take on a form in order to blend in with the crowd so that no one would approach us again. The Nekomat who stood on guard answered for everyone. Naruto looked at him in such a way that the excuse did not help. Yeah, if ordinary people don't want to come up to you, and they won't even look at you again, but the police will look at you with special interest. Naruto explained that he had already realized that these 5 had recently taken up their post and did not know the full picture. Even Naruto himself had to thoroughly think through his stay here. Yes, he attracts attention, but this is mostly positive neutral, but from that what these yokai did made him want to bang his head on the table. We're guilty, we'll fix it. They bowed, which attracted even more attention to them. Enough bowing, let's move on to the essence of our meeting. The yokai straightened up and the 3 in front of Naruto began to explain the purpose of their penetration here and about the mission of the scarlet-haired one. From the report, Naruto understood that yokai were patrolling in Tokyo in order to track possible illegal immigrants from the supernatural world. There were even those who had their own business, but here they were mostly civilians. The patrol was mainly carried out by groups specially trained for this. So, a couple of times a week at night, from 1 to several yokai disappeared from their posts. However, their bodies were always found in a form more reminiscent of minced meat, which in traces resembled the use of a sword, and that it was more reminiscent of hunting than, as the devils are apostates who usually hunt for food. The fact that they told him this now, when it was already past midnight on the street, there was a high probability that in the morning there would be another victim. The only thing unknown is why yokai become victims, but it's better not to think about it. When they catch it, then they will know, and if they kill it, then let it be. You just need to be on alert in case the hunter is not alone. Now Naruto was the only one left in the coffee shop, processing the information he had received, of which there was not much, such as the appearance of the attacker, the signs he had noticed, as well as establishing the connection between the places of the murders so that he could understand where best to look. Taking out a map of the city, the scarlet-haired man looked at all the points where the corpses were found. I'll try to mentally connect the dots, then it turns out some kind of thing. Can I give you anything? The waitress approached him, a pretty-looking girl who was waiting for his answer with a blush, closing the card and putting it in his pocket. Naruto looked at the menu, quickly choosing. Yes, you can serve chocolate cake and juice, and which one is up to your taste? Having made the order, he winked at the girl, who hid her face behind a notepad and walked towards the side, apparently the kitchen, with her wooden legs. Sighing sadly, Naruto lowered his head onto his crossed arms on the table, mentally cursing his own appearance. He was, of course, lucky with his appearance, and since he lived surrounded by girls, he knew how to take care of himself. However, he basically looked after himself only for his own people. He didn't care about others, even if the girls approached him themselves, but he was not some kind of womanizer to get under everyone's skirt. Honor and upbringing did not allow it. Please, bon appetit. 5 minutes later, his order was brought to him, along with juice, which Naruto identified by the smell as a mix of citrus fruits. Having accepted the order, Naruto began to eat his meal, simultaneously expanding his field of senses, in case someone suspicious appeared nearby. It tastes good. The scarlet-haired one ate with pleasure, washing it down with juice. In the end it all lasted about 10 minutes, since Naruto didn't want to rush. It was a great opportunity to just relax, even at work. However, since the bosses aren't watching, then there's nothing wrong. Finally, having finished his night snack, Naruto left the coffee shop, leaving a good tip for the cute waitress, and quickly disappeared, as she wanted to call out to him. I thought they were already extinct. Naruto said to himself in surprise when, while walking around Tokyo, he came across a man dressed in temple clothes with a rosary on his hands. That's okay, this can sometimes be seen in other countries. Azazel once talked about such personalities in Europe, and the fact that they are like dirt there, which is a shame even for yourself. Fortunately you won't meet such people anymore. So this little man didn't just walk by, showing himself to be a servant of the temple, but, on the contrary, actively waved his arms in strange positions and shouted. Listen to my broadcast, citizens, demons are among us, and you don't even know it. They can be anyone, your friends, family, loved ones. We are just food for them, whom they raise like cattle. We need to unite and stand against them, win back our freedom, which we lost in ancient times, and we don't even know about it. Said this monk, and every word caused laughter, both from Naruto and from other yokai that passed by. Dude, can you keep it down please, otherwise your screams are making my ears dry. The scarlet-haired one picked his ear with his little finger, coming a little closer. You're just wasting your time, and you chose the wrong country to scare people with stories about demons. Naruto smiled, and when this monk's face contorted in a grimace of anger, he actually wanted to laugh, but he endured it, although it was difficult. What? Take it from me, demons are real and we are their slaves. We need to unite to overthrow their power over us. The monk shouted even louder, and with this shout he attracted the attention of passers-by. I decided to become a revolutionary. Listen, maybe at the beginning of the 20th century this was still relevant, but now it's not a very rewarding thing. Naruto sincerely smiled at how the monk was boiling. He even took something out of his pocket and wanted to hit him with it, but Naruto simply dodged, as it turned out to be a stone. Hey, didn't you want to free us from the oppression of demons? All I see is how a monk raised his hand to a civilian who simply decided to express his opinion. Is this what temple servants should do? To explain in simple words, the monk continued his tirade for about an hour, during which time everyone had already condemned him 100 times for his antics. The people surrounding Naruto and the monk were outraged by this, and then a real circus began. The monk simply began to refuse. As soon as the police showed up, this monk was detained, under the pretext of a public attack on a citizen and a mockery of religion. Naruto had already learned that no matter how bad they tried to make the creatures of the supernatural world seem, people would always be much worse. They always belittle those who are not like them or those who are stronger. Simple envy. For the sake of their own desires they are ready to go over the heads, even of their relatives. Naruto didn't know how it was with others, but yokai are ready to do anything to protect both their own interests and to defend the interests of others. In general, one big family, where everyone stands like a mountain behind each other. So far, the scarlet-haired man had a negative impression of people, but he understood that there could be another side to the coin. You just need to wait and look hard. Oh, I'm tired, I need to get down to business anyway. Naruto thought, scratching the back of his head, already walking towards the alley. The lane itself was quite long, and the further he went, the quieter it became in the area. Gloomy, just the perfect place for an attack, don't you think so? Naruto said into the void before catching a tentacle with a sharp blade at the end. Oh ho, how did you know? A voice was heard from the darkness, where the tentacle then disappeared, while cutting the scarlet-haired man's palm. Well, you just need to hide your intentions better, I just felt your gaze on me, that's the whole trick. Naruto shrugged, looking intently in the direction of the voice. Maybe you'll come out already, I'd like to look at the one who killed my relatives. There was only silence, but just a second later a figure emerged from the darkness, a woman of about 20 with long white hair that seemed to flutter in the wind, although there was no wind itself. Her appearance was unusual, the whites of her eyes were black with bright yellow pupils, and red tattoos ran down her neck, right up to her eyes. Her entire body was covered in bright red armor, or rather her arms were completely covered in armor up to her shoulders, her legs were also covered in armor up to the middle of her thighs, she herself was naked, but all her private parts were covered with armor. Naruto could appreciate the appearance as stunning, but in terms of effectiveness, the armor didn't do much to protect the torso. The woman herself looked at him with a crazy look, and on her face was the smile of a maniac who had found his next victim. You look lovely, I would say saucy. Naruto said honestly, because he had something to compare with, a woman, although most likely the girl could easily be compared in beauty with Amaterasu or his mother. There were other girls he knew that he could compare with his godfather, but she was close to the two mentioned. Thank you for the compliment, however, flattering words will not help you. Two blades came out of her hands, which Naruto realized could be compared to his own katana. Summoning the sword into his hand, Naruto took a stance, and then the girl took off, pointing her blades in his direction. The swords collided, the girl was quite strong and quite easily suppressed his attack. The scarlet-haired one parried the blow that was aimed at his side and with this delivered his own, making a line from the chest to the girl's pelvis. Ah! The girl groaned and jumped back looking at her body. The wound was not fatal, such a wound could only bring discomfort, but she simply ran her finger along the wound with an obscene face. I see you like it very much. Naruto watched the performance with amusement. The girl, standing in a contented position, collected the blood that had come out with her hand, and then licked it with a blissful smile, moaning with pleasure. More, give me more. The girl with a lewd smile, with her tongue sticking out, on which there was a piercing, again reduced the distance and almost knocked the sword out of the hands of the scarlet-haired man. Rasengan. A blue sphere flew into the girl's body, throwing her back and nailing her to the wall, causing a cry of pain. Yes, it will be a lot of fun. Getting up, the girl arched her back, and several dozen tentacles with blades at the end were released from her hair. Yours. Naruto thought before jumping to the side. The tentacles were moving very quickly, but Naruto saw them, and therefore dodged as best he could, cutting them off along the way. Ay. The girl already jumped at him with rage, grabbing the end of Naruto's katana with her hand, kicking him in the chest, knocking the air out of his chest. Naruto did not let go of the handle, standing also straight on his feet, feeling a strong pain in his chest. The girl jumped into the air with a kick to the head, to which Naruto dodged, while blushing at the sight of her buttocks, which were not covered by armor. Is this a psychological move, or does she really always wear this? Naruto mentally screamed, pushing away unnecessary thoughts, as he felt movement in his pants. It's time to finish. It was impossible to drag out the fight for so long. She is strong, fast. Naruto admitted that if he had not been serious with her from the very beginning, he would have ended the same way as the Yukai before him, making a jerk and grabbing the girl by the face and hitting her with a flourish the back of my head against the wall. From this, the girl instantly lost consciousness. Falling to the ground she began to glow, then instead of red armor, she had black armor on her body, which was more open than before. Also her hair changed from white to scarlet, and the tattoos on her neck became purple. The metamorphosis did not end there. Her whole body began to glow again, leaving the girl in normal, human clothes. She had short, brown hair that was disheveled. Her clothes were black sandals, blue tight jeans and the same tight yellow sweater. The only strange thing about the girl was a bracelet on her right hand, a stone that glowed red, but gradually faded away. Sacred equipment user? Naruto asked, hiding his sword and examining the girl. And what should I do with you, beautiful lady? In the main government tower in the underworld, in the main office of the four rulers, there was a small discussion about the recent incident, which is still the main problem due to which the underworld could lose its former glory, which after the civil war a couple of 100 years ago and so was too fragile. Sitting at the main table was Sasuke Lucifer, who was in a panic. Such a state of the strongest devil in the underworld greatly amazed his fellow Satans. Sasuke, what happened? You're not directly recognizable. Asked a man with combed-back green hair and blue eyes, glasses on his face, dressed in a black formal suit with a lab coat thrown over it. Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly Astaroth, the most brilliant devil of the underworld, the legendary inventor of the figures of evil system, which made it possible to turn ordinary people into devils. Due to the past war, the number of devils was greatly reduced, and in order to restore it, Ajuka invented sets of chess pieces that, upon contact with a person's soul, will turn him into a devil. Just recently, Sasuke called him to solve a serious matter that could bring danger to the entire underworld if not solved in the right way. Naturally, Ajuka could not leave his friend, and therefore arrived as quickly as possible. Exactly, Sir-chan, what could be so important that I would have to postpone filming? Asked the girl, who looked like she was in her 20s, with violet eyes, long black hair tied in 2 ponytails on the sides, and she was dressed in a pink and white sorceress girl costume. Seraphal Leviathan, a former Citri in charge of international affairs of the underworld and negotiations between other factions, she is also the main star of the TV show, Leviathan, which is very popular among the children of the underworld and the human world. You insisted so much on arriving soon that I couldn't even change my clothes. Seraphal stomped her foot offendedly. Even though she was the same age as the other Satans, she sometimes really likes to fool around, such is her nature. Please sit down, now what you hear should not leave the walls of this office. Sasuke examined the arrivals and pointed to the chairs. Among them, Falbium Asmodeus, formerly Glaciolabelas, was missing. His absence is not surprising, he was always too lazy, and only came here if dragged by force. However, he performed his duties well. Sasuke had already sent him a letter, which indicated the topic of their conversation today. A couple of days ago, the head of the Naberius clan died at the hands of a member of his retinue, or rather the bishop house was completely destroyed, and its owners were all dead. We have already heard this. In fact, this news was the most stormy at the moment. Ajuka scratched the back of his head, taking off his glasses, since there was no point in them. Exactly, but it became known that the title, Bishop, was held by Kuroka Tojo's girlfriend, Nekashu. From this, the eyes of Ajuka and Seraphal widened. They understood what would threaten them if the information went beyond the boundaries of the underworld. This is just terrible. A law was passed that stated a complete ban on Nekashu turning into devils, especially after the incident and your conversation in Yasakaya. Seraphal jumped up from her seat, staring into Lucifer's eyes. Precisely, however, this did not prevent the head of the House of Naberius from violating the ban, knowing what this could entail. Sasuke crossed his fingers and looked down at the table with tension, which did not escape the attention of his colleagues. That's not all, Sasuke, don't worry. Ajuka asked, to which Lucifer exhaled tiredly. Kuroka was not alone. Her younger sister, Shiron Tojo, was found in the destroyed estate. She was now under investigation as a witness to what happened. Sasuke explained. Ajuka just nodded, processing what he heard. The girl herself was more like a broken doll. She did not react to anything and only answered what was asked of her. From what she said, it follows that Kuroka lost control due to the use of senjutsu, killed everyone in the estate and ran away, becoming a demon apostate. Something else? Sasuke was more alarmed. Fear was visible in his eyes, his face turned pale, his fingers clenched to white knuckles. After questioning Shiron Tojo, I wanted to send her to the French Yukai territory, as stated in the agreement with Yasaka. Until that time my family has sheltered her for the time being until I prepare the documents. Sasuke finished his story. Seraphal and Ajuka raised their eyebrows. In principle, everything is fine, what's wrong? Seraphal could understand. Now is a time when it is very dangerous for Nekashu in the underworld. Who knows if the devils from the old faction will try to capture her and use her to destroy relations with the Yukai faction, so it was a great decision to shelter her with one of them for now, generations loyal to the current Satans. My sister, Rias, turned her. Silence, no one could say a word. Sasuke felt very guilty. Sasuke, this is already crossing all boundaries. Why did your sister even do this? Seraphal shouted, slamming her palms on the table. All childishness disappeared. Both Ajuka and Seraphal were well aware of their scarlet-haired friend's sister complex. Seraphal herself is like that, however, Sasuke spoiled her too much. Do you even understand that if Yasaka finds out, then we will all be in trouble, and your sister will be the first to receive the enmity of the Yukai? I understand, I myself am ashamed of Rias's action. We could avoid a possible conflict if Chiron herself agreed to join her retinue. I even asked her about it myself. Sasuke interrupted, wiping sweat from his forehead. As before, she was like a doll. You even have to force her to feed her, because she herself did not touch the food. Forcibly converted? Seraphal bit her nail, gnashed her teeth. She herself understood for what purpose she did this. However, because of this, a war with the Yukai faction could begin, and there would be more Shintoists on their side, and with the gods even the Satans would have a very hard time. In a room in one of the hotels in Tokyo, a girl was lying on the bed, and Naruto was sitting next to him, talking on the station telephone with the staff. Yes, I ask for more. No, I don't drink. The scarlet-haired man said, rubbing the bridge of his nose, ordering food to the room. However, his interlocutor constantly asked him about additional services. Please, just bring food, and more, no need for booze. However, I won't refuse juice. Putting down the phone, Naruto exhaled tiredly. Today he did not sleep almost all night, all because of his captive, who was lying unconscious on the bed. However, you can't just leave her unattended, she will either run away or attack. Remembering their fight, the scarlet-haired one admitted that she was quite fast. And the attacks could well have been fatal. If he had not decided to end the fight quickly, then they would have attracted unnecessary attention, and there would have been new victims. There was a moment that seemed strange. The girl in her combat mode was somehow restrained and her movements were clumsy. He also saw that in the moments when she could reach him, she hesitated or missed. There is a high probability that she did not control her actions. This happens. Sacred equipment contains the souls of powerful beings. Some sleep in eternal sleep, allowing them to use their power. Some help their user. There are also those who are trying to free themselves, having seized control of the user's body. There may be a third option here. However, Naruto could not remember similar equipment. It could very well be considered a Longinus, enormous power and the ability to go beyond, awakening his true power. About 10 minutes later there was a knock on the door, to which Naruto got up from his usual place and opened the door, meeting a hotel worker who had brought her on a cart. The girl subtly hinted that she wouldn't mind keeping him company, but for sure, Naruto rented a room upon arrival, and returned there through the window, so no one knows about his sleeping guest, and if they find out, then problems cannot be avoided. While Naruto was saying goodbye and picking up the order, he already caught with his ear that the girl was beginning to gradually come to her senses, so after closing the door, receiving a sigh of disappointment from the worker, he went to the bed, putting the tray of food on the table. Awoke? Naruto asked as he sat down on the edge of the bed. No headache? Who are you? I. The girl screamed in surprise at first, pointing her finger at him, and then grabbed her head, especially paying attention to the back of her head. What did you do to me? Hissing in pain, she made a claim, to which Naruto gasped at this. Firstly, now you are in a very disadvantageous position for yourself. Do you understand that for your crimes I can execute you on the spot? The girl with widened eyes turned in his direction. Naruto himself looked into her eyes with coldness, after which her gaze fell on the sword that rested on his lap. What are you talking about? The girl decided to ask, in a trembling voice. The stone on the bracelet began to gradually glow. However, at that very second her throat was clamped in a vice, between the headboard and the tip of the katana. Don't think I didn't notice. I was able to understand the working principle of your sacred equipment. Pressing a little on her neck, an unpleasant, stabbing feeling appeared. Move in this direction again. Naruto didn't finish the sentence, because the meaning was immediately clear. Putting his sword away, Naruto sat on the edge of the bed, allowing the girl to come to her senses. Answer me, who are you, what are you doing here and what are your motives for killing my relatives? The girl, having come to her senses, nodded, understanding the situation. however, she realized that she didn't remember much, or rather the last moments. Okay, since you ask so politely, then I'll tell you about myself. The girl answered with a grin, pressing her knees to her voluminous chest, collecting her thoughts in a heap. Naruto understood this and therefore did not interfere, waiting for the story. He put away the sword so as not to disturb the girl. Misane Amaha, 23 years old, lived in Tokyo for 6 months. Before that she wandered around Japan with her daughter. However, mentioning her daughter she became sad, which did not escape the scarlet-haired man's gaze, but he was silent. Misane doesn't remember anything from her past. It's as if her memory was erased. Naruto felt that she was telling the truth and wasn't going to play around. Basically she doesn't remember anything that happened before she was 17, even her name is not her real name, but she prefers to use it, since she has lived with him for the last 6 years and cannot use anything else. Then delirium began, as Naruto thought, listening in shock to the girl's story and looking at her as if she were crazy. According to her, it follows that 6 years ago there was a disaster in which a quarter of Tokyo was destroyed, leaving only ruins. She also talked about the civil war, the target of which was her. Masana didn't tell much. Naruto saw how she looked worriedly at him, and then at his sword, but she didn't dare act, because she understood the consequences. Naruto himself no longer knew how to react to this. Perhaps the girl herself was crazy, or maybe everything here is really not as simple as it seems. However, this whole situation with her amnesia and abilities, all this gave the scarlet-haired man a bad feeling. After Masana's story, about 10 minutes passed, during which no one said a word. Naruto, with his fingers closed, looked at the floor, mentally comprehending what the girl had said earlier. On the one hand, all this seemed like real nonsense, or simply too wild a fantasy. However, the scarlet-haired man felt that the girl was completely confident in her words, and they did not look like a lie. Empathy cannot be deceived. Misane Amaha, pressing her knees to her chest, nervously waited for her captor to say something. Her gaze sometimes slipped from the guy's face to the sword that was near the chair. She understood her position. If she did at least something that the guy would consider an attempt to escape or attack, then she will not live. Her further fate will depend on him. She will only have to come to terms with it. You know, you seem to be telling the truth. However, it sounds like the ravings of a madman. The scarlet-haired man finally began, to which Misane looked at him a little confused. Everything you said, the disaster, the civil war, all this never happened. How did this not happen? It was all over the news. 6 years ago, for an unknown reason, a strong earthquake occurred in the southern part of Tokyo. That day was the most significant for the entire country. Thousands died, and you say that all this did not happen. The girl's indignation knew no bounds, but she quickly fell silent, seeing how her interlocutor's face became stern. What year is it now? The guy raised an eyebrow, not understanding the question. 2011, what? Misane looked into the guy's eyes with shock. Realizing what was said, she clasped her head in her hands, lowered her gaze to the floor, only repeating incoherent phrases. Tell me, what's wrong with the doji company? Amaha asked another question. Naruto also did not understand this whole show, but he understood that the girl in front of him was very worried right now. I don't understand what you're talking about. I've never heard of this company. The girl's hands hung, her head was bowed. Naruto only saw moisture falling onto the sheet, her shoulders were trembling and weak sobs were heard. Naruto nervously bit his nail, mentally thinking what to do with her. On the one hand he had to execute her. After all, she committed a crime against the Yukai faction, and on the other hand he was even more confused. Taking the phone, the scarlet-haired man quickly entered into a search engine about the doji company. It is quite possible that this is just a new company that has not yet had time to show itself, in which the girl apparently worked. However, there was no information on this company. It can't be secret, because the girl didn't ask so openly. Maybe the information was cleaned up or something else, or it has a different name. Misane just hasn't fully collected her thoughts yet. She can't be from the future, and if so, then she can serve as an effective informant, at least find out when and where exactly the disaster occurred. However, you can't rely on this, because she can also be from another world. Shinigami said that although this has not been fully proven, it is possible. Other Yukai will not understand him, and some may even be up in arms because he left the killer of their relatives alive. Oh, Kami-sama, save my poor brain. Naruto mentally prayed, as he rushed from one extreme to another, not knowing what to do in this situation. I won't go off the deep end, let mom deal with this, she can choose. Naruto said quietly to himself, holding out his hand with his palm, after which a seal consisting of various hieroglyphs appeared on the other side of the number on the floor. With a pop, Shikigami appeared on the floor in the form of a small red fox. With black paws and the tip of his tail, his eyes were closed, it seemed that he was sleeping. Kurama, keep an eye on her, if she tries to escape, act according to the situation. He pointed his finger at the girl, who looked in disbelief at what she thought was a miracle, but soon she began to get very nervous. Wait, what is this? Masane asked in a slightly trembling voice. The little fox just opened his eyes to this, looking at her with his bright red eyes, uttering, tough, the girl's body began to tremble. This is my friend, he will look after you, I need to go and call someone. Without saying anything else, Naruto went into the bathroom. Hello mom, I have news. When the door to the bathroom closed, Masane's eyes turned sharply towards the little fox, who had jumped onto a chair and was intently watching her with his piercing gaze, from which she wanted to hide. All the time, the little fox did not close his eyes, continuing to look at her. Masane was already thinking about activating her power and running away, but something inside her said that it was better not to do this, because it would only make things worse. And so, now you have two options, Masane Amaha. Naruto said, standing in front of her, looking coldly into her eyes. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the girl's forehead, she could only nod at the guy's words. First, because you killed many of my relatives, you face death. Masane looked into the guy's eyes with shock, backing away much, her heart began to beat faster, she only shuddered when the little fox jumped onto the bed, continuing to look at her. Oh, the second one? Her voice trembled, a lump appeared in her throat, which prevented her from breathing, the guy's aura was pressing hard. Answer my question first. Naruto began, removing the spiritual pressure, allowing the girl to breathe a sigh of relief. You didn't want to kill me, did you? And no. The girl answered. To this question she was able to remember everything that had happened over these couple of weeks. Understanding the reason for such a question, she calmly extended her hand, showing her bracelet. Because of him, I feel a strong thirst for battle, however, I lose my mind, turning into a kind of berserker. So, then why did you hold back with me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, noticing new details. The longer you use the power, the greater the chance that you will turn to dust. The girl answered, sitting on the edge of the bed, reaching out her hand to the food that Naruto had previously ordered, to which the guy himself said nothing, as long as she answered his questions. I fought for dominance over my body, trying to regain control. After eating the grapes, she continued. I didn't want to kill them, it was just that instinct took over and I couldn't control it. I see, I understand you, then the second option. Here the girl took a break from eating and looked at the guy. You came with me, there is someone who wants to talk to you. Did you really believe me, but what if I just made it up to save myself? Masane asked a little sternly, having lost all fear, putting her insolence first, but she woke up in time, remembering her situation. Well, I mean. I understood you. He gave her a sign to be silent. And as for whether I believe your words, then I feel a lie. Naruto explained, in fact, in this regard, he is still a beginner, he senses lies immediately, however, he is still not good with the sensations of other emotions, but he is working on it. I'm glad you were able to complete the mission. Yasaka said contentedly when Naruto just entered her office. She was pleased when her son called her and informed her of the result, but was later puzzled that Naruto did not stop the threat, although she accepted it. Yes, thank you, as agreed, I brought her here, now she is under suppressive seals, so as not to do anything. The scarlet-haired man shrugged. Yes, I will take care of this and decide her future fate, however, an urgent mission has appeared for you. Yasaka handed over the document, Naruto began to read, but the content itself was suspicious. The southern part of Asia, isn't this the territory of the Hindu faction? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrows. Yasaka nodded. That's true, however, we received a request to help with this, what exactly happened there is unknown to anyone. The reason was stupid, she herself understood it, however, it was an excellent opportunity to improve relations with the Hindu faction. Some kind of idiot, this is probably another prank of Shiva, but they called us like some kind of dogs. Throwing the document on the table, Naruto stood up and looked angrily at the papers. Yasaka put her hand on his shoulder, calming him down. I understand your indignation, however, the request came from the Buddha. Naruto's eyes widened at this. He clearly remembered that annoying, lazy and smug guy. Naruto's relationship with Buddha can be considered friendly, even though he was several centuries older, but even so they were able to find a common language. This idiot, who exactly is he, hasn't been heard from for so many years, and now he decided to appear. Is he looking for death? With the same shock, he looked at the mother, who giggled at her son's behavior. Yasaka remembered the day when the god of enlightenment came to visit. Although the reason was stupid, he did not show any interest in politics and simply came to relax from the boring life. She also remembered how Naruto, as a 7-year-old boy, challenged God, to which he refused, but Naruto could not be stopped and, at every opportunity, attacked Buddha, for which he received punishment. She didn't know what happened, but by the time he left, the two were talking calmly, like old friends. Naruto swore and threw himself at God, who simply held the boy by the scruff of the neck and answered her son with joy. Well, do you agree? Yasaka already knew the answer. Naruto always wanted to beat the god of enlightenment, and this mission is a great opportunity for these two to meet. She just hoped that they wouldn't cause an apocalypse, and with Naruto's current strength, this is quite possible. Naturally, this time I will definitely kill this pompous Indian with a button on his forehead. Yasaka giggled as she sat down in her seat. Okay, no time, I ran. Without saying anything else, Naruto took the document and looked at the coordinates, and then ran out of the office, causing his mother to sweat. A 12-year-old girl, with white hair and blue eyes, dressed in a dirty, shabby dress that looked more like burlap, was running through the forest of the underworld. Bare feet ran through the damp grass after the rain, sometimes bumping into sharp stones, which caused severe pain, but the girl ran, not paying attention to it. Tears flowed from her eyes. Vala Lucifer, a descendant of Lucifer, the first king of the underworld, however, she was the black sheep of the family, the hated child of Raise van Lucifer. The reason for this is the power that lies within her, a power superior to that of her father, which he did not like. Her grandfather Rizavim van Lucifer noticed her and began to train her, although it was more like carrot and stick training, only without the carrot. Her grandfather considered her more worthy than her father, which the latter did not like. Valley could have simply run away, ending this nightmare, but the reason she didn't was her mother. Valeria, a simple human girl, was the only one who truly loved and cared for her, giving all of herself, protecting her from the attacks of her father, who, because of her grandfather's unrequited love, constantly took it out on her without holding back his strength. Due to another beating from her father, Valeria died. She took the blow. This was the trigger, which is why she ran away. She ran regardless of hunger and fatigue, constantly turning around in search of pursuers, which was quite possibly sent by her grandfather. Get out, honey, quickly use the teleport, so you can escape from them and throw them off the trail. A voice rang out in her head. Vala stopped, sighing tiredly, nodded and stood on a flatter surface, reading a spell in a nervous, tired voice. A crimson seal appeared under her feet, and then disappeared in a flash of light. In the depths of the forest, an intricate circle appeared on the ground, consisting of many lines and symbols. Then with a flash of red light, Vala came out of it, which then fell to her knees, breathing heavily, clutching her chest. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, along with a fever that made the white-haired girl unable to think normally. Get out! On the verge of consciousness, the girl heard a worried, low, female voice that, sensing the state of its owner, was ready to tear and throw. Albion, please help me. The girl begged in a quiet voice, slowly curling up into a ball, barely remaining conscious, her heart beating like a jackhammer, which caused unbearable torment. The named Albion began to pass blue energy through the girl's body, which slowly enveloped her body, but even so, the White Dragon Empress was unable to properly stabilize her condition. Albion no longer understood how she could help Valley. Like a dragon, she knew and understood little about diseases and how to treat them, since she herself had never been sick. Hush, hush, now you will feel better. Albion consoled the girl, noticing how the girl was getting a little better, but even so the girl was still not feeling well. Sorry baby, I can only ease the pain. The White Empress apologized, still continuing to pass her powers into the girl's body, taking most of the pain for herself. Thank you. Being lethargic and with difficulty, Valley began to rise from the ground, wrapping herself in her arms. A chill broke through her body, from which she began to move deep into the forest with difficulty, carefully moving her bare feet on the damp grass. Sometimes her vision swam and doubled. Despite the help of her partner, Valley still felt extremely bad. The silence of the forest weighed heavily on her, mentally fearing possible danger. After all, she was in the forest. Besides supernatural creatures, there were also simple animals on Earth, that sometimes they could be more dangerous than her grandfather's henchmen, and in view of her condition, she simply would not be able to defend herself. She simply would not be able to escape. Although the fact that she did not meet the same wolves or bears, she believed that it was because of Albion, who continued to let mana into her body. Albion, where are we? Alas, but I cannot determine. Albion sighed sadly as she tried to determine their location, but something was blocking her attempts, from which excitement began to rise in the dragon's heart, so she only expanded the viewing area from which she could react in time to a possible threat, and then warn Valley. Clear. Vala sighed heavily and went out onto the path, after which she walked along it in the hope of going out to the village where they would help her, so a grain of hope appeared. Making her way through the trees and bushes, her already scanty clothes were tattered that they weren't even suitable for rags, which didn't bring much comfort, so when she came out onto the path she could be glad that she wouldn't walk naked. The journey was quite long. Valley had been on her feet for several hours, and naturally she began to feel a strong feeling of hunger, which made it seem as if her stomach was stuck to her spine, emitting a loud rumbling. Albion has already said many times that she urgently needs to eat, otherwise it could be much worse. However, no matter how much she wanted, she could not catch any small living creatures. She had very little strength even to walk, and she simply couldn't manage to catch even a hare with broken hind legs. There was no point in talking about berries or fruits. The forest surrounding her was mostly pine, and there were no fruits here. There were mushrooms, of course, but Albion dissuaded her, and she herself did not want to risk it. From her mother's story, she knew that if there is something edible, it is also poisonous, and since she did not know which mushrooms were edible and which were not, she did not want to die because of a mistake, hoping for salvation. Sorry, Valley. She heard a voice in her head that reflected grief. Albion, please, it's not your fault, there's nothing you could have done. A tear rolled down from Valia's eye, remembering the death of her mother, who, despite the fact that she was a simple person, stood up for her, sacrificing herself so that she could be saved. In addition to her mother, Albion was always with her, who also took care of her like a mother, worrying and helping her every time. Sooner or later this had to happen. Vala stopped, leaning on the tree trunk. She buried her forehead in it, quietly sobbing. She also mentally felt how Albion seemed to wrap her tail around her, hugging and comforting. I'm sorry anyway, believe me, it hurt me too to see her death. If I had the opportunity, I would not allow this to happen. Albion continued, listening to the girl's cry. However, she sensed danger. Get out, run. Immediately after what was said, Vala took off, running with tangled legs into the depths of the forest, having previously moved in zigzags through the trees. Hiding behind a larger tree, she looked back, and immediately hid again, finding a man. Covering her mouth with her hands, Vala's eyes widened. She tried not to make a sound, listening intently, hoping that he would simply pass by. Albion would not have told her to run so easily, which means there were reasons for it. Looking behind the tree again, she could only notice how a massive one was flying towards her. The tree was completely demolished and the trunk fell to the ground with a roar, raising dust. Valley herself looked at this in horror, crawling away from the demolished tree, noticing how she saw a silhouette in the column of dust. Wow, who do we have here? A squeaky, broken voice was heard from the dust, which made Valia's blood freeze in his veins. Pain, unhappiness, hatred and fear. What wonderful emotions for such a sweet girl. The dust cleared, revealing the figure of a man, a pale, thin body covered with black lines with a huge hole on the left side of his chest from which black liquid flowed. His face was smooth and young-looking. Unknown inscriptions ran under his eyes to his chin, bulging black eyes with white pupils that looked madly into her own. Black, long dirty hair reaching to the ground and a pair of horns sticking out from the back of his head towards his temples as if nimbus. He was dressed only in wide black, baggy pants with a white belt. What scared Valley the most was not his appearance, but a huge steel cleaver with a handle made of flesh, which wriggled in some places and pulsated in others. Several small tentacles protruded from the front part, which also moved slowly. The man stood like a pillar for exactly a minute, looking at Valley with a crazy smile, and then began to slowly make his way towards her, to which Valley began to actively crawl away. "Despair, you are my little, unhappy girl, let me absorb your sadness." He extended his free hand in her direction, slowly approaching. Valley continued to move away until they ran into a tree trunk. At that moment she felt real fear. Albion was tossing around in the girl's inner world. She wanted to get out and get rid of the threat. The White Empress screamed, asking Valley to use her power, but could not reach the girl, who no longer reacted. Help. The girl barely audibly begged. Tears began to flow from her eyes and her gaze was directed into the dead eyes of this man, whose fingers were already touching her neck. The man almost touched her when his eyes widened. Bending, he missed a slash past his head, which, upon contact with the tree trunk, cut it. Gone, creature. He was attacked by a guy with scarlet hair tied in a ponytail, blue eyes and stripes on his cheeks, dressed in a red combat kimono with black inserts. In his hands he had a katana with a red handle and a golden guard. His blade was covered with scarlet flames, that gave off an aura of danger. Naruto was honestly not in the best mood. At first he was frankly disappointed by the plane flight, where he could not sleep because of the children who were screaming, crying and so on in a circle. The scarlet-haired man was even shocked that, being in the VIP part of the plane, he could hear the screams of the children, and with them the mothers who were yelling at everyone who asked to shut them up with sunshine. So upon arrival in New Delhi he was ready to kill everyone and generally destroy this world. He was met at the airport by a trusted person who, after a short drive through the streets of the capital, unnoticed by everyone, moved them to the domain of the Hindu faction, and especially to the palace of one idiot with a dot on his forehead. As expected, Naruto attacked the god of enlightenment, who was clearly prepared for such an outcome, and therefore Naruto got away with one bump. After a short conversation, where Buddha initiated Naruto into the essence of the matter, where he would need to find the source of the indignation, which was, alas, no longer in the southern part of Asia, but on the territory of Russia. Naturally, Naruto was again indignant for being called to one side to carry out a task in another territory, but as it turned out, this source was connected specifically with the Hindu faction, and therefore it was they who had to fix it, so Naruto had to re-experience everything the delights of flying in an airplane, since Buddha refused to move him there since it was an intrusion into another faction's territory. Buddha himself thought it was a fun switch. Arriving on the territory of Mongolia, as the closest point to his goal, swearing at the god of enlightenment with all conceivable and inconceivable words, from there Naruto rushed towards the forests of Russia, for which he spent almost a week in the guise of a fox and under the illusion of concealment, mainly to ordinary people did not see his 20-meter-long carcass with 9 tails. In principle, a trip through the forests of Asia could be called a vacation, although more likely a business trip, since no one cancelled the task. Go through the mountainous terrain. Naruto found himself in the southern part of Taiga. As a result, he spent several more days searching, walking through the forests, until he felt a source of strong mana, which was quickly weakening. Fox curiosity played a role, so Naruto decided to check this phenomenon. After running for another hour, during which he sometimes felt strong surges of strong mana, so finding the source was not difficult, until he heard the sounds of destruction and fallen trees. Arriving at the place, he saw how a dubious guy with a huge cleaver was approaching a white-haired girl of about 12, dressed in torn rags. Help. The girl's quiet voice made him boil, calling a sword into his hands, and along the way, at full speed, he charged his sword with scarlet flames and released a slash, which he dodged. Gone, creature. Naruto growled, baring his teeth, finding himself in front of the creature, standing between him and the girl, swinging his blade and ending up at the throat of the creature, who grabbed the blade with his left hand. Not paying attention to the scarlet flame, he swung his cleaver. Naruto twisted in the air, thereby dodging his opponent's attack, while kicking him in the head. However, the enemy did not even think about interfering with the attack. When the scarlet-haired man's foot touched his head, he did not feel it, did not even stagger, which greatly surprised Naruto. Twisting, Naruto touched his opponent's head again, pushing off with both legs, which had the slight effect of causing slight disorientation, so that the scarlet-haired man had a couple of seconds to jump back a short distance. Well, how can you beat him if he even ignores blows to the head? Naruto cursed mentally, organizing a real assault in his head, hoping to find the right solution. If brute force does not take the enemy, take him with speed. He remembered Takamikazuchi's words, and it's true that his enemy is armed with heavy weapons, and his attacks are sweeping. However, this meant that he simply did not have enough speed to keep up with him. Happiness, I feel so much happiness inside you. His enemy grimaced in disgust. Give it to me, you don't deserve it. Letting out a cry, he attacked the scarlet-haired man, swinging his cleaver. Naruto quickly slipped under the blade, passing his chakra into the sword, which was covered in bright light, after which, instead of a katana, he already had a rapier in his hand, which he immediately used, plunging the tip into the enemy's back, causing him to scream. Naruto did not stop there. His rapier began to become covered with a scarlet flame from the hilt, then the tip of the blade, penetrating into the body of the enemy, to which he instantly jumped back 10 meters, waving his arms in a fit of pain. This means that fire affects him. However, his skin is quite strong, you just need to break through and then the flame will do everything on its own. Naruto grinned, shaking a charred piece of flesh from his sword, which then crumbled into ashes. Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye at the white-haired girl who continued to sit near the stump and watched his fight. You? The strange man began to speak, taking his cleaver in 2 hands, as if about to attack. In your heart I don't feel any unhappiness, no despair, it infuriates me. The enemy shouted, making a strong jump in his direction, raising the cleaver above his head, intending to make a slashing attack. Naruto felt the danger. He did not block this attack. Instead he found himself next to the meekly sitting girl and lifted her into his arms. At the last moment, Naruto managed to jump high, and not in vain. The cleaver pierced deep into the ground, causing an earthquake, creating deep crevices, completely destroying part of the forest, knocking down many trees. This is already serious. Naruto said to himself, looking at the destruction. The girl, being in the arms of the scarlet-haired one, grabbed his kimono, and also looked with fear at the threat that had reached a new level. It's not funny anymore. Naruto laughed hysterically when he saw how the enemy pulled out the cleaver blade along with huge pieces of earth and stones. After turning around he sent pieces in his direction that disintegrated and now looked more like shooting cannonballs. Bouncing off one fallen tree, Naruto hid behind another, jumping from branch to branch, simultaneously calming the girl who had pressed herself into his chest and was screaming. Hush, hush, don't be afraid, everything will be fine. Naruto didn't know how to calm children down, although he himself was considered the same child due to his age. Even his relationship with Amaterasu had nothing to do with it, so he did as he saw fit. I will make you feel despair. In the next jump, an enemy appeared next to Naruto, who was smiling maniacally with his tongue hanging out, which also had inscriptions, like on his body. Naruto stared in shock as the cleaver was already moving towards him. It was too late to dodge, but as soon as Naruto thought that death was near, at that moment a silhouette appeared behind the enemy with a long staff, the end of which was a cylindrical mace, and hit his opponent on the head, knocking him aside, saving Naruto. The scarlet-haired man jumped to the ground, holding the girl with one hand, while in the other he held a katana. A man jumped down in front of him, placing his weapon on his shoulder. However, Naruto only looked at his savior with irritation. Buddha, leg. Naruto shouted in indignation, looking at the back of the named god of enlightenment. Don't touch my mother, and in general, why are you indignant, little one? I kind of came to your aid. The Buddha was a tall man with a strong build, long blonde hair tied in a large bun, fastened with a cold hairpin and only one strand hanging down on his face, bright blue eyes with faint patterns of stars. On his nose he wore pink rectangular glasses and on his ears dangling earrings with purple pearls and a dot on her forehead. He was dressed in a white robe, tied with a black belt, which was now thrown off his shoulders and hung on his belt. Under the robe he had a black youth t-shirt with a rabbit pattern on the chest. And why did you decide to help me, and in general, why did you move here, and force me to come this way? Naruto was indignant, shouting and pointing his sword at God, who was listening to him with a lazy look. Well, I just can't travel through the territories of other factions, the zone of influence is limited. Buddha scratched the back of his head, approaching Naruto and noticing the girl in the arms of the scarlet-haired man. I marked you, creating an area of my influence around you, and that's how I moved. The god grinned, putting his hand in front of the blonde, forcing him to remain silent and turned towards the enemy. Buddha, I hate. An enemy emerged from the fallen trees, whose appearance greatly surprised God. Zarafuku, but how? Buddha asked in surprise, calling the name of his opponent. Naruto stared in shock at his recent opponent. He had many questions for God, to which he would extract answers, even if he had to use force. Boy, take the girl and leave, this is my business. Buddha gave the following instructions, which the scarlet-haired man sincerely did not understand. Why, how can I leave, I'm here on a mission. Naruto was indignant, pointing his sword at Zarafuku. Besides, this freak attacked a child, which I'm not going to forgive. Your mission was not a battle, but to provide me with an opportunity to move. The Buddha growled, blocking the path for the scarlet-haired one with his staff, but then grinned when Naruto created a clone next to him and handed the girl over to him, after which the clone ran off into the depths of the forest. Same as always, stubborn boy, okay, I'll give you a chance to show yourself. Buddha said, still grinning, pointing his staff at Zarafuku. Naruto approached the god with one hand and grabbed the god's staff, to which he raised an eyebrow. Showing his own grin, the scarlet-haired man's hand became covered with a scarlet flame, which then spread to the staff. The flame, as if living, began to creep up the staff, eventually covering the mace at the end. It's better to deal with him quickly, so an extra enchantment won't hurt. Buddha chuckled, quickly finding himself near Zarafuku and made a direct exit into his chest, punching his body through many fallen trees and those still standing. The god of enlightenment noted that although the fire did not help pierce the skin of his opponent, it could cause severe pain even for a god. I'm not asking you, Buddha. Zarafuku's hair rose up and divided into several strands, which instantly rushed towards the god, but they did not have time to touch the Buddha's body, as Naruto jumped out from behind the back of the god of enlightenment and, with a swing, cut off Zarafuku's hair, which made him scream in anger. I will make you no true unhappy. Zarafuku put his cleaver forward and broke it into two parts, which then began to glow, and instead of the cleaver in his hands there were two wide swords, the handles of which were as if made of flesh. Buddha jumped back and Naruto attacked Zarafuku, turning the katana back into a rapier, covering the tip with a scarlet flame. Naruto took Zarafuku's attacks by dodging and blocking the enemy's swords, sometimes getting behind him and delivering piercing attacks to the places where he had previously struck and causing additional damage to the already hit area, passing crimson flames into the enemy's body. Inflicting rapid attacks, Naruto felt something strange, but there was no time for that, since his opponent did not let him think about it. The scarlet-haired man transformed his sword again, returning the katana and changing his fighting style, this time trying to create cutting attacks. Zarafuku's body was strong, even a katana could leave minor scratches, but even so, covering the katana with flames, Naruto began to strike where he had hit before, this time causing more significant wounds, causing a fit of rage in Zarafuku. Zarafuku himself became faster with the change of weapons and fighting style, but he also could not dodge, becoming more like a tank, taking all the damage on himself, but Naruto noticed the irregularity. With each damage received his enemy became faster and stronger, which made the scarlet-haired man jump away to the side, to which Zarafuku launched his blows. From which Naruto could not dodge, but at the last moment a loud bang was heard and instead of Naruto there stood Buddha, with his staff swung, which quickly appeared above Zarafuku's head, slamming him into the ground, creating a deep crater. The Buddha raised his staff and with a flash of light, a spear appeared at the end instead of a mace, which then pierced Zarafuku's body, pinning him to the ground. With a scream, Zarafuku's body shook, and then, despite his position, he grabbed his sword and stabbed it into the ground, causing an earthquake. The Buddha jumped, thrusting the spear deeper, but after that his eyes widened, and around them many blades came out of the ground, which curved like tentacles and pointed towards the god. The god instantly came to his senses and, with a grin, held the spear under his armpit making a clap, after which Zarafuku's body was in the air, falling under his own attack. The Buddha himself sat in the lotus position below, looking at the stuffed Zarafuku, after which he quickly jumped away from the enemy falling after the attack. And no, it shouldn't have been like that. Buddha didn't let him finish, but again plunged his spear, covered in flames, into Zarafuku's chest, piercing his heart. Forgive me Zero, rest in peace. Buddha said sadly before Zarafuku closed his eyes, which acquired a normal color and the writing on his body disappeared and a dark haze came out of him, which flew into the god of enlightenment. Having pulled out the spear, Zarafuku's body began to turn to dust, which greatly surprised Naruto, who ran up. What was it? I ended up about 100 meters from here. Naruto didn't understand, but soon calmed down seeing how Buddha bowed before the body of the defeated enemy, who had turned into ashes, although his attention was attracted more by Buddha, who began to cough violently, coughing up blood. Buddha, what happened? Running up to the god, Naruto did not notice any wounds, which meant that the wounds were internal. Heh, don't be afraid little one, it's just bad. Clearing his throat again, the god stood up, leaning on his staff. And regarding your first question, I simply moved you further away so that you would not fall under the emission of filth. We gods can recover from this in a couple of weeks. You are immortal, and therefore it could be fatal for you. Buddha answered him, to which Naruto first looked at the god, and then at the mountain of ash. Who was he? Naruto asked. Buddha just sighed heavily, but decided to answer. Naruto had guesses about what connected the god of enlightenment and his recent opponent. According to Buddha, he learned the following: Zarafuku is the god of ancient Asia, responsible for luck and happiness. However, in order to give happiness to people, he took their misfortune for himself, which is why, fall of the deity. This can be explained by an example. If the god of life began to take life, instead of giving it, such a phenomenon for the gods is comparable to a drug that destroys reason and makes one contradict oneself more and more. For some reason, Zarafuku was unable to dispel the misfortune that had been absorbed and kept accumulating everything inside himself, which led to a sad outcome. The gods lose themselves, becoming monsters that want to devour everything that comes to hand, therefore other gods are forced to cleanse them, thereby freeing them from internal suffering. In that case, as a god, will he ever be reborn? Naruto asked another question, to which the Buddha shook his head. No, the gods that fell are completely cut off from the circle of reincarnation. The filth that accumulated inside him completely consumed his soul, thereby turning him into something like a zombie, like in the films. You helped me a lot, you managed to weaken it a lot, so it was easier for me to clean it. However, I already killed Zarafuku a long time ago, so why is he alive again? Buddha gave him a detailed answer, asking himself a question, already moving in the direction of the nearest stump. Naruto looked at God, mentally noting new information for himself. The scarlet-haired one suggested that if Zarafuku were sane, he would not be able to inflict damage on him. Buddha would easily recover from the defilement. Firstly, he did not take the path of falling, and secondly, the source of the defilement was destroyed so that Buddha can be purified, comparable to a hangover after a fun night. The only thing is that, according to Buddha, Zarafuku died for the second time, which meant that he was still reborn, which is not possible according to what was said earlier, but Naruto decided not to get involved in this. By the way, what are you going to do with that girl? Buddha grinned, looking at the scarlet-haired one. First I'll find out about it, and then I'll decide. Naruto answered after thinking a little, creating a clone and then dispelling it, giving the signal to the clone that ran away with the girl to return. Oh, I remembered, I see you have an unusual weapon, like mine. Buddha began to carefully examine Naruto's sword. From the battle he saw how it could change at the owner's request. Naruto pulled his sword out of its sheath and looked at the blade. This sword was created from spiritual energy that took its form with the help of God's grace. Naruto answered, although he realized that this information for the god of enlightenment, that he owns a weapon of the same type, is not something new, so he decided to clarify. Shinigami helped me create it, and I received grace from Amaterasu. Okay, so the gods of Japan considered you worthy, since they allowed you to own this weapon. In general, this is not surprising. Okay, be small. The Buddha said before disappearing in a flash of light, leaving Naruto alone as he stood looking at the tree stump. Did they dump me? Naruto asked in surprise. Damning lazy type, I will definitely kill you if I see it. The scarlet-haired one shouted, cutting the stump into several parts, after which he calmed down because he felt his clone approaching. He walked up to two nearby stumps and with a wave of his sword cut off everything unnecessary, making a comfortable seat. Just at that moment the crunch of branches was heard behind him. Without turning his head, Naruto took off his kimono, revealing the black, ribbed, sleeveless t-shirt that he wore as additional protection to lighten his body. When the clone came closer, the scarlet-haired one came up to them and threw his kimono over the girl, while covering it with scarlet flames, which greatly frightened the white-haired one. Don't be afraid, my fire won't harm you. The girl was still very afraid, but after that she began to calm down a little, seeing that the fire did not cause her any pain, but rather warmed her, and it seemed that her minor wounds began to heal. Vale didn't notice how she was already sitting on one stump, and in front of her on another there was a scarlet-haired guy. The white-haired one herself was tense, because she didn't know what to expect from him. She saw how he attacked that person, and protected her from an attack, after which she could definitely die. Yes, he acted like a good man, but Vale knew that nothing was done for nothing, which means he would obviously want something for her salvation. Valia even had the thought that he might want to get Albion, or maybe even worse, her body. Looking at his face, she couldn't help but notice the 3 stripes on his cheeks and beautiful, bright blue eyes, which made Vale a little embarrassed. "You're probably hungry, so eat." The guy took a package out of his pocket, opening which revealed a cookie, which he immediately handed to her. "This is a ration, of course there is no taste, but it's very filling, eat it and don't be afraid. Go ahead, sing." I don't feel bad intentions from him, but still don't let your guard down. She heard Albion's voice in her head. Slowly reaching out her hand, she snatched out several cookies, which she then immediately began to eat, causing the scarlet-haired man great anxiety when she began to beat her fist on her chest. "Don't rush, you'll choke." Quickly rummaging through his pockets, Naruto pulled out an iron flask and handed it to her, to which the girl accepted and quickly drained it, and exhaled with a feeling of relief. Thank you." The girl mumbled quietly, wrapped in the scarlet-haired kimono, hiding her bare feet from the cold. Naruto was even overcome by a previously unknown feeling, seeing the small, emaciated body of the girl. Naruto even thought that this could be his awakened instinct of care, something that male kitsune usually experienced when they saw defenseless children. This was one of the reasons why kitsune are at the top of the Yukai hierarchy, since others knew that kitsune were very responsible in terms of ruling and caring for their subjects. "Oh, sorry." The girl screamed, handing him the now empty flask with her head down. "Don't worry, it's just water, so you don't have to worry about it. Just tell me, how do you feel?" Naruto waved it off, but then asked, watching as the small wounds on her ankles began to slowly but heal. "Be better, thank you, sir." The girl answered, still a little afraid, showing respect so as not to provoke the guy's anger. Vale was still worried that this, as she had already seen, a very strong man would be angry because of the rations she ate and the water she drank. "That's good, I'm Naruto." The scarlet-haired one answered, wincing a little at the nickname. Vale wanted to introduce herself, but quickly woke up. After thinking a little, she answered, "I'm Vale, Mr. Naruto." Albion praised her for her attentiveness. It was very dangerous to say her last name, since they still didn't know what the guy would do to her if he found out. She also just wanted to forget the last name Lucifer forever, hoping to start life anew. "Lato, nice to meet you Vale-chan, however, just call me Naruto, no mister." The guy smiled at her, which made Vale finally calm down and involuntarily smiled herself. "Tell Vale-chan, do you live here somewhere, or were you running away from somewhere?" Here Vale tensed again. She saw that this guy knows about the supernatural, and quite possibly knows that she is the devil. He could also be her grandfather's henchman. He just plays the role of a good-natured person well in a way that even Albion couldn't see. "No, I escaped from the underworld." Pressing her knees to her chest, Vale carefully, without taking her eyes off, looked into the eyes of the scarlet-haired man, who was scratching the back of his head, thinking about something. "I see, where are your parents?" Naruto sincerely did not understand why the girl, which he understood, was the devil, although he had previously felt a familiar smell, which is usually characteristic of the inhabitants of the underworld. There was even an assumption that she was just an orphan, that she unknowingly used teleport magic and simply did not know how to return. However, if you pay attention to those rags on her, not very good thoughts appear. "And my mother died, and my father wanted to kill me, which is why I ran away. I decided to tell part of the truth, hoping that he would not torture her to find out more." If it hurts you to talk, I won't ask you. If you want, you can tell it yourself." Naruto winced at the pain in the girl's voice. He also felt that she was still watching him warily. "In that case, how would you like to come with me?" "Vale, be careful, he doesn't smell like the devil, but he has a strong aura, he may very well want to use you." Albion warned her, to which Vale could only agree. However, she still remembers how the guy attacked her failed killer in order to protect her, and then saved her again, risking himself just to keep her safe, so to some extent, she felt strong gratitude to her savior. Valley only hoped that his smile was not a mask, that it would fall after she gave in. Naruto saw that the girl was thinking about his proposal, although he understood that if he were in her place, he would not have shown trust either, so he decided not to rush her. What? She asked a question. Well, I thought it would be stupid and rude to leave you here alone. Naruto answered. I'm not going anywhere. Valley said firmly. Getting up from the stump. Naruto immediately realized that the girl was already aggressive, only weakness prevented her from either escaping or attacking him. It is quite possible that the girl is faced with the darkness of the world, so she cannot trust anyone, for fear of feeling betrayed again. Naruto wanted to calm the girl down, but then he frowned, quickly stood up, thereby scaring the girl, and looked to the side. Valley, tell me, is your father hunting for you? Naruto asked out of the blue, which unsettled her. She just nodded in response. A couple of kilometers from us, I feel 2 or 3 sources of a devilish aura. Valley widened her eyes in fear. At first she didn't believe it, but after Albion confirmed it. Naruto saw the girl cower into her lap in panic, her face showing great fear, and she didn't seem to be responsible for her actions. Valia's mind became clouded. Now she was filled with panic. She could barely hear Albion's voice, which was trying to reach her. Naruto's heart was beating strongly, which Naruto felt. Lowering his hand, he was about to stroke it, when the girl abruptly hugged him, tightly hugging his waist, and buried her face in his stomach. Mommy, mommy, save! The girl screamed, still buried in his stomach, shedding tears, soaking his t-shirt. Naruto put his hand on the back of her head, pressing her to him and slowly stroking her hair, already boiling over how it was possible to make a child so hysterical. Baring his teeth angrily, Naruto stared in the direction where he sensed the devils that were already moving towards them. Quickly stretching out his hand to the side, from which a circle with hieroglyphs appeared not far from him, which began to glow, and with lightning bolts in place of the circle a creature appeared, its body resembling a draft horse. Its head looked more like the head of an Asian dragon with yellow eyes, a red mane, like a lion, and running along its back to the tip of a snake's tail, and a horn on its forehead. Its entire body was covered with silver scales with a tint of blue, which created the feeling that it was a statue made of precious stones rather than a legendary creature. Kirin, there's no time to explain, look after the girl and didn't let anyone near her. Naruto said sternly as the massive beast stepped out of the summoning circle. Kirin bowed to Yasaka's heir and stood in full combat readiness. Valley-chan, calm down, I will protect you, no matter what it costs me, I will deal with them. He wanted to tear the girl away from him, who stuck like a leech and wouldn't let go, but just continued to scream louder. Kirin approached them and poked his horn into the girl's back, causing her to suddenly fall asleep, to which Naruto caught her so she wouldn't fall and put her near the stump, abruptly disappearing. Kirin knew what had happened, so he stood next to the sleeping Valley and carefully watched everything. Where is this rubbish? Said one of the devils, flying between the trees. Shut up, we have a guideline, when we get there we'll have fun. The second devil answered, grinning, and he also became a little annoyed. Can we? Asked the first one, who listened to the second one in disbelief. Otherwise, Rise of Im-sama doesn't care what condition she's in, the main thing is that she can still be useful to him, so let's just have some fun. The second devil answered, licking his lips, and suddenly felt himself begin to lose altitude, flying like a stone. Which one? Said the other devils that they saw this and with shock turned their gaze to the tree branch where the scarlet-haired guy was sitting with a katana on his shoulder. Do you even understand what you're doing? Okay, what am I doing? Naruto asked coldly. You didn't come for Valley by any chance? So you have it? Another devil shouted, as Naruto realized, there were more than a dozen devils here, he just didn't feel them because they were too weak and didn't have much of an aura. We demand that you return the girl to us, then we can let you live. Naruto chuckled angrily, noticing how the first devil was writhing in pain from the fact that his wings were cut off in half. Oh how, and why should I do this? Asked the scarlet-haired one, and then put the katana in front of him, slowly returning it to its sheath, which the devils took as a threat. As soon as the guard touched the scabbard, with a click, the nearest devils fell just like the first one, causing shock among the others. Kill him! He shouted, as Naruto understood as the leader, therefore, he stood up and made a dash, flying past the leader, holding the already exposed blade in his hands. The leader's head was disconnected from the body and the body fell down with a fountain of blood. Instantly finding himself near another 3 devils and covering his sword in scarlet flame, he waved, releasing a slash, from which the devils immediately began to burn with screams of agony until they fell silent and, still burning, fell down onto the devils with their wings cut off, which were also covered in fire and, with screams, burned alive. "Kami-sama, don't scare me like that," Naruto screamed as there was another devil next to him that he didn't notice right away. Naruto threw the sheath at him, which hit the devil in the forehead with a loud thud, causing him to fly down, but Naruto caught the sheath, balancing it on the blunt side of the blade, watching as the one who scared him fell head down. "May you burn in my flame, and may your soul become a prisoner of my sword, so that your sins may torment you until the end of time." Naruto read a prayer, holding out his scabbard towards the burning corpses, into which small white balls immediately began to fly up, after which the bodies of the devils turned to ashes. In the meeting room, the gods of the Shinto faction sat at the round table. At the head of all sat the sun goddess Amaterasu, on both sides of her sat the elder gods, Izanagi and Izanami, thereby showing the seriousness of the current issue. In addition to these 3, Tsukuyomi was also present, the goddess of the moon and the night, who rules the night sky, the ebb and flow of the tides. Her very presence greatly surprised the other gods, or rather the younger ones, and who didn't really know what and how, since Tsukuyomi never appeared in front of others, and she was a kind of recluse who constantly sat in her chambers. "Ama-chan, for what reason did you call absolutely everyone?" Susanoo asked in a bored tone, yawning and looking at his sister. "Exactly, I still have a lot of work to do," Shinigami said monotonously, striking everyone with her cold attitude towards everything. In her soul, the goddess was very irritated. Quite a lot of souls fell into her use, whom she had to judge and determine to her side of the scales, where she subjected some to torment, tantamount to their sins, and sent others to reincarnation. "Oh Kami-sama, Shini-chan is as cold and unapproachable as always," Inari squealed, placing her hands on her cheeks, and then jumped on the pale goddess of death, but she only grabbed her head, pushing her away from her. "Sit still, otherwise," the Shinigami remained silent meaningfully. The fox's hands instantly covered her butt, and then so quickly that almost no one noticed she was back in her place. "Hee, as usual," Tsukuyomi said melancholy as she covered her mouth with her kimono sleeve. She herself was dressed in a kimono the color of the night sky, her head was hidden under a scarf and her face was hidden under a thick veil, from where you can see her scarlet eyes. "Silence," Amaterasu said, releasing her ki, thereby stopping the hubbub, establishing complete silence. Other, younger gods, who did not have much influence in Japan, sat in tension. Everyone has calmed down. "Dear, please explain the reason why you called everyone," Izanami sang in a melodious voice, dispelling all the tension in the hall. "What?" Amaterasu continued, clearing her throat into her fist. "I recently received very disturbing news that could greatly affect our activities in the future." The whispers began. Each of the gods, young and old, were already confused about what their leader had said. "Yesterday, from a trusted person, I received a message about the resurrection of the god of happiness and good luck, Zarafuku, who ruled the territory of ancient Asia. And what's alarming about this, isn't it logical that, having died, the gods can be reborn over time? This has always been the case." One of the younger gods stood up, supported by the others, speaking about a very obvious part of their existence. However, the elders sat and were silent, frowning at the news, because they knew what it meant. For a god, yes, this is quite normal. However, Zarafuku should not have been reborn after being fallen. This news shocked everyone, except those who already knew. They all knew about all the intricacies of becoming fallen. "Amaterasu, tell me, what is the threat at the moment?" Takumi Kazuchi asked gloomily, mentally already preparing to set out to eliminate the fallen god. "There is no threat. Zarafuku was eliminated by the combined forces of the god of enlightenment Buddha and the heir to the Ukai faction Naruto. The fallen god did not have time to gain strength or leave his traces. Fallen gods are usually carriers of filth and its carriers, which from time to time oozes from their bodies, desecrating the environment and turning the territory into a lifeless wasteland. The desecrated territory is also a big problem because of the background that stands there. The gods will feel great pain and weakness, while mortals will die, after which they turn into an analog of zombies, carrying the defilement further. The fallen gods are able to absorb this background, becoming stronger, also continuing to release filth from themselves, making the background thicker, which made them even stronger, and so on in a circle, so that quick detection and arrangement is a priority, otherwise the threat can engulf the entire world. Oh yeah, Naruto-chan, but we shouldn't have expected anything else. Inari lifted her nose, almost glowing with pride for her adopted brother and prank partner. Yeah, as always in the thick of things. Susanoo burst out laughing. The other gods only remained silent, but their thoughts were approximately the same. The younger ones, of course, knew about Yasaka's son, but there were those who did not understand why such an attitude on the part of the older gods toward some boy. Silence, said Amaterasu, stopping conversations, as she had to give the next order. The topic remains open, as we know the fallen gods are not able to be reborn, but this information is already considered erroneous. Using the example of Zarafuku, we learn that the fallen are still able to return to life, albeit not in the same way as we, the gods, do. It is no secret that even we, the Shinto faction, had our fallen, and therefore it is worth being on guard and prepared in case of their possible appearance and eliminating the source of infection no matter what the cost. Having finished speaking, Amaterasu stood up, making it clear that the meeting was over. The gods and goddesses began to disperse, each had their own thoughts and plans for improving security conditions and surveillance in their domains. Walking along the corridor, the sun goddess collided with another goddess, or rather with Tsukuyomi, who blocked her path and with all her appearance showed her some irritation. And why is all this? She asked the only thing, and Amaterasu understood the meaning of the question immediately. Gathering everyone in one place was a more reasonable decision than sending messages where there is a high chance that they will simply be ignored. You understand these young people? Answered the sun goddess. You just want to remind everyone of your position? Although you didn't care much about their attitude before. Crossing her arms, Tsukuyomi continued to stand in the path of the sun goddess. The situation obliges me to act. If I were negligent, I could have put Japan at risk. We may be gods and we can survive, but our people, for whom we are responsible, will not survive this. Amaterasu answered with irritation. She was about to pass by, but she was stopped by Tsukuyomi's hand, which was holding her hand. You have changed, answer. The moon goddess turned to Amaterasu, and scarlet eyes flashed from her veil. That boy is the reason for this. Right? Are you talking about Naruto? Tsukuyomi nodded in confirmation of the words of the sun goddess. If it weren't for him, we would have continued to sit on our ass, not even suspecting the threat. Amaterasu took her hand out of her grip and, without saying anything, walked further down the corridor. Tsukuyomi continued to stand, looking at the back of the departing sun goddess, mentally imagining what could have happened since her sister had changed so much. Being strict and cold in recent years, she has become softer and more open to many, and more recently she was beaming and constantly smiling. Being a recluse, she knew everything that was happening outside her room. Even the arrival of the son of the leader of the Yukai faction on their territory did not go without her knowledge. Naruto. She repeated the name of the scarlet-haired one, which she heard very often, and too many things were connected with this particular guy. At this time, one scarlet-haired guy felt a shiver run down his back, mentally preparing for the worst, although he hoped that the worst would not happen, because it was scary that his tail stood on end. Brother, did something happen? Traditionally, his sister was sitting on a pillow at the dining table next to him, looking at him with concern. Sitting opposite them was Yasaka, who also raised an eyebrow. It had only been a day since her son returned from the mission, and at the same time he came home with a girl in his arms, which greatly surprised and alarmed her. No, nothing to worry about. Naruto answered her, putting it down. After some time, a servant approached them, carrying trays of food. Plates of ramen were placed in front of him, which almost made the scarlet-haired man drool, but he held on. You know, Naruto, I'm glad you managed to complete the mission and return home unharmed. Yasaka said with a slight smile, watching as her son smiled too. Soon they began to eat and talk on various topics. By the way, Kuno, I agreed with Amaterasu and we made a decision about your training with her. How do you look at this? Kuno dropped her chopsticks in shock and looked at her mother with saucer eyes, waiting for her answer. Seriously? Kuno was seriously surprised by this news. she thought that as the future head only Naruto could undergo training from the gods of Shinto, she was simply honored to be near her brother. Sorry, can you repeat it? She still wanted to clarify with her mother whether she was telling the truth, or she just heard it. Okay, Amaterasu agreed to train you. You were given until the end of the month. Whether you agree or not is up to you to decide. Yasaka repeated in more detail. Naruto simply looked at all this, silently eating noodles. Yes, I agree. Kuno screamed, almost jumping, but quickly caught herself and covered her mouth with her hands. Naruto just extended his hand and patted Kuno on the top of the head, for which he received a fist on the shoulder from Kuno, who puffed out her cheeks indignantly, which caused giggles from the older foxes. Okay, since you agree, tomorrow I will inform Lady Amaterasu about your decision. Yasaka summed up, starting to eat dinner herself, while Kuno tried in every possible way to hit her older brother, who, holding a plate in his hands, was running away from the angry fox. By the way, Mom? Naruto stopped, not paying attention to how his sister bumped into his back, and then sat down at the table, turning to his mother. When I returned, I saw quite a lot of Nekashu. They live in the underground world, don't they? Naruto asked in bewilderment, noticing how his mother twitched subtly, but just thought because of his harshness with the question. Oh, you mean that? Yasaka rushed about, trying not to outwardly betray her uncertainty. Her son was smart. Just because of his character he does not want to notice the bad, although he is capable, and therefore if she gives a clear answer, then Naruto is quite capable of finding out about everything himself. After learning this, she mentally imagined a giant nine-tailed fox walking through the underworld, turning the entire devil territory into ruins. You see, she was prevented from finishing by the noise behind the doors, which then opened, revealing a girl on the threshold who was crawling with a disheveled look. Misane? Naruto was surprised to see a familiar face, although this time she was dressed in a more formal uniform, more precisely, a Japanese servant's outfit, consisting of a beige robe with a blue belt and wooden geta sandals. Her hair was smooth with a yellow headband, but still appeared the strands jumped up no matter how much you messed with them. In principle, Naruto could understand why the girl was now lying on the floor. Such an outfit was very uncomfortable. Kuno is an example of this because she once dressed up in a similar one. To work as a servant, they usually undergo training, after which the outfit is not so tight and interferes with movement. Well, that's what one of the maids said, although Naruto did not expect to see her here at all. Amaha-san, come in. Yasaka mentally prayed to all the gods and asked them to bless this clumsy girl for preventing a possible natural disaster. Ayasaka-sama, sorry. Amaha bowed her head, and then entered the room, sometimes staggering, since she could not walk normally in such shoes, and she was not used to taking such small steps. Sitting on her knees to the right behind Yasaka, she tried not to once again provoke the others, especially the scarlet-haired one, at whom she glanced a little nervously. It's okay. She reassured the girl, turning her attention to her son, who was sitting waiting. Naruto, as you know, I, together with Amaterasu, decided the fate of Misane-san. Naruto just nodded, glaring at the girl, who almost shook when she looked away. From today she is your partner. Yasaka smiled innocently when her son jumped up, which scared Amaha herself a little. I mean, mother, did you by any chance get something wrong? Naruto didn't even notice how rude he was, for which he paid. After just a second Naruto was forced to sit down due to the strong pressure that his mother emitted. Naruto had difficulty standing upright. The pressure directly demanded that he bow down, but he had pride, and therefore he did not intend to bow down, even to his mother. Justify your decision. For a while, being paired with her, you must show her how to do the work of a cleaner. But, since you only know the basics, in a pair you can gain experience yourself. Yasaka finished, sipping her tea, while Naruto continued to glare at her with a quivering eyebrow. Why me? That is, we have more experienced people for this, let them train her. Naruto extended his hand, pointing at the girl, while continuing to look at his mother. She's more or less familiar with you. Other yokai might try to do something bad. Don't you remember the mission where you found her? Naruto nodded. He already understood that if she was paired with another yokai, then there would be no training, but most likely there would be punishment for her actions in the past. Do you trust her that much? Naruto spoke seriously. Amaha tried to seem unremarkable. Over the past week she had already managed to determine the characters of the main three of the faction. Kunu was the most innocent and good-natured girl. Yasaka is soft towards her people, but is capable of being firm and making a very radical decision. Naruto is a kind of protector and the most aggressive among the three. From a conversation she recently overheard, she understood that he treats his sister and mother with love and care, but outside their family circle he becomes different. From whom you want to hide, and his gaze, Amaha is ready rest that a predator was looking at her, ready to tear her apart if only he was given a reason. You don't have to worry about this. Yasaka put the mug down and turned to Masana, giving a signal. Amaha understood this and the collar moved back, showing a black tattoo of crossed katanas. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Partner's mark. Now Masane-san is my samurai. I mean, why am I only finding out about this now? Naruto was perplexed about what was said. The fact that now the girl is a kind of agent, he understood this immediately. But about the mark he could not say the same. It was the first time he had heard about the mark. Looking at his sister, he realized that she already knew about everything, although it was not surprising, since she was always in the palace next to her mother. You can consider the mark. This is our analog to the figure of evil among the devils. I wanted to tell you about it earlier, but first that incident with the angel faction, and then you went to study with Shinto, and after that, I just decided to wait. Naruto nodded. He was slightly embarrassed that he was learning about this only now, but decided not to make a scandal about it, but simply left it as it is. Turning his gaze to Masane, Naruto bowed slightly. In that case, I will count on you. The girl twitched, but repeated the guy's action. I'll count on you too. A couple of days had passed since becoming part of Yasaka's class. She knew that she would again have to face the scarlet-haired one, and possibly deal with him. She was very nervous, afraid of some feeling of oppression on his part. Now she is a kind of servant of Yasaka, and must obey both the faction leader and her children. There was silence in the hall, which was later dispelled by the clapping of the Golden Kyuubi, who watched contentedly as a new team was formed, the quality of which she had yet to find out. Very good, since we have decided everything, why don't we have lunch together? Yasaka's question made Masane jump up, which was quite unfortunate, causing her to fall on her butt with a loud thud. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, I'm just a maid. Amaha began to deny Yasaka's proposal, but this did not reassure the Yukai leader. While attempting to leave the premises, Amaha was grabbed by one of Yasaka's tails and, like a toy, was planted next to her owner. Don't be stupid, now you are my son's partner, which means that you are fully allowed to sit at the same table with us. Yasaka stated very childishly. Masane was about to say something against it, but the tip of Yasaka's tail covered her mouth. And this is not discussed. Besides, I'm not sure that my son will like it if you leave. She refused, thereby hinting to the scarlet-haired one, to which Naruto himself only sighed. Masane, as now my partner, you can dine with us. Yasaka sighed at her son's casual attitude for as long as she remembered, but he had always been simple and free in his manners, although he could behave politely when necessary, so she simply did not pay much attention to it. Masane shuddered, and straightened her back like a soldier. The fear was still present, even though now they wouldn't wish or do anything bad to her, but their last meeting stuck in her subconscious like the day when she almost died completely. However, at the word partner, her imagination began to rage, and her face acquired a pink tint, which remained almost unnoticeable because of the tail that covered her mouth. Kunu sat quietly and watched this entire dialogue. She even mentally made notes for the future, not everything of course, but what is important. Unlike her brother, she was initiated much earlier about partner marks, but could not fully understand the principle of their work. She had no doubt that her brother would understand, it was only a matter of time. Masane sipped the offered tea with wooden movements. She still felt uneasy being next to the ruling family of the faction that was responsible for a large part of Japan and was generally a vassal faction for the faction of the gods of Japan. There were a lot of facts and information that she, as the samurai leader of the yokai, would need to know about, so she would have to be more careful. By the way, Mom, what is there about the fallen god? Is nothing known? The scarlet-haired one asked a question, distracted from eating. Today there was supposed to be a meeting of the Shinto gods. I think as soon as Amaterasu-sama visits us, then we'll find out. Yasaka herself was excited by the news that her son fought not just with anyone but with the fallen god, albeit still weak, but god, and at the same time returned unharmed. After that, simple conversations began. More precisely, a discussion of Kuno's future apprenticeship with the Shintoists. Naruto gave advice on how to communicate with this or that god, so to speak. From personal experience, Yasaka confirmed some of the advice and nodded at them, but there were also those that she could just open her mouth in shock, because when she was personally trained by the gods, she had never heard of such facts. Naruto also shared stories about the pranks he played on Inari, how they dyed Susanu's beard pink while he was sleeping, which is why he now preferred to shave, or how they once hung water balloons in unexpected places, why for the next week absolutely all the gods were on guard, carefully inspecting the room for the presence of balls. The whole family sincerely laughed at the antics of Naruto and Inari, although Naruto himself sometimes involuntarily pulled his hand to the butt, while remembering the beatings that Shinigami gave them. The laughter would have continued, to which Amaha did not immediately join in, but it was at that moment that the maid ran into the room, out of breath, and the laughter immediately stopped. Naruto-sama, girl, she woke up. From the look of the maid, Naruto realized that something was wrong. I'm going. Getting up from his seat, Naruto already began to leave the room, lastly looking at his mother and sister. I'll figure it out myself. Yasaka was about to follow her son to the village, allowing Naruto to solve the possible problem personally. Yasaka just looked at Misane, indicating that she should follow him. Amaha stood up hesitantly from the moment and followed Naruto. Naruto moved away and the girl had to overcome all the inconvenience of clothing and catch up with the scarlet-haired one, who continued to walk, accompanied by the maid, listening to what she was telling him. You don't have to wear a yukata. Naruto slowed down a little while addressing Masana, who smiled awkwardly at this remark. From now on, you will have a different job, and your clothes, how can I say it, are not suitable for this. Naruto looked at her with a cold gaze. After all, even if he had to work with her, he still could not normally perceive the one who, albeit not consciously, was a Yukai killer, as his comrade and partner. Only the future will show what his attitude towards her will be. Okay, Naruto-sama. She bowed awkwardly, trying to stay level, but shuddered a little when she saw Naruto's displeased face. Without Sama, now we work together, and now we are on an equal footing. And anyway, why did you follow me? Didn't I say that you would take care of this matter yourself? The scarlet-haired one asked sternly. Well. Misane hesitated a little, not knowing how to answer, not to tell him that it was Yasaka who sent her. As if before I was a human, now I belong to the Yukai faction and should know as much as possible about the supernatural world. You will help me, yes senpai. Amaha answered more freely, which made Naruto almost stumble out of the blue, and then looked at the girl with an unreadable gaze. However, the other maid who had come before was directly glaring at Misane. You changed quickly. Naruto said to himself, recovering and continuing on his way. Having reached the room that was allocated for guests, Naruto heard strong screams, to which he immediately quickened his pace. Walking along the corridor, the scarlet-haired man came across maids who were standing outside and looking worriedly towards one of the rooms, just from where strong screams were heard. En Naruto-sama. Screaming and standing near the wall, the maids bowed, greeting the air. Naruto wanted to ask something, but then he heard screams again. Go away, get out, perish creatures. Naruto immediately realized that Valley was screaming. Quickly entering the room, a vase flew into Naruto's face, which he caught, however, spilling water on himself. And you are very friendly, Valley-chan. Naruto, not paying attention to his wet hair, Naruto grinned, but then his gaze became cold, turning to the doctor. Can you leave us? The doctor was quite rumpled. Apparently Valley managed to wear it out before he arrived. The robe was torn and there were scratches on his face and hands, the room itself was in ruins, the bed linen was scattered, and many of the accessories were lying on the floor. Naruto-sama, but the girl has a very high temperature, it is necessary to take medicine to stabilize her condition, otherwise she may lose consciousness. The doctor began to enlighten Naruto about Valia's condition. Looking at her, Naruto immediately saw her reddened face. She herself was very sluggish in her movements and was breathing heavily. However, there was fear in her eyes and she looked at the doctor with anger. Just 5 minutes. After all, having escorted the doctor out the door and closed it, Naruto turned to Valley, who was huddled at the edge of the bed, pressing her knees to her chest. However, he also noticed a slight oddity. She smells the same as Kirin. Naruto thought as he sat down on the other side of the bed, showing his good intentions. how are you feeling, Vale-chan? Where am I? Where did you take me? Who are you? The girl screamed furiously, completely unaware of her actions. Naruto simply winced at the scream, but did not do anything, understanding the girl's condition. Naruto waved his hand, sending an impulse of spiritual energy, like the Devil Valley, although still weak, is immune to illusions, which means an illusion to calm will not work, since it is essentially weak. But this is only part of the reason. In fact, using an illusion on an exhausted and sick girl was dangerous, since the illusion affected the brain more in order to deceive the senses. To Naruto's delight, Vale began to calm down, began to breathe more moderately, but due to her illness it was still difficult, but Naruto did not plan to put too much strain on her. Well, have you calmed down? Vale sat quietly, looking at him warily, but she nodded to Naruto's question. In order not to delay too much with answers, Naruto released his ears and tails, causing a shocked look from the girl. Don't be afraid, you are in a safe place, you are in the territory of the Yukai faction. Vale hesitated a little, thinking about what the scarlet-haired man had said, then she relaxed a little. How did I end up here? The girl asked calmly, still wary. Looking at her, Naruto noticed that the girl did not fully trust him yet, even at his words. Sighing, the scarlet-haired one removed his wet hair from his face, mentally thinking about how to tell her. I brought you here because I didn't want to leave you, especially in this state. Naruto answered. He already thought that he would keep silent about those devils who definitely came for her. There was no need to bother the exhausted girl again. Her behavior with the doctor is completely justified, waking up in an unknown place and seeing a person next to him with a needle in his hands, at a high temperature. It doesn't seem like that. The girl wanted to get up, but Naruto put his hand on her shoulder, stopping her impulse. Don't get up, you need to rest. I'm fine. Naruto, raising an eyebrow, removed his palm, allowing the girl to get out of bed. However, it took only a couple of steps and she began to fall, but there was no blow. Yours was caught by the scarlet-haired tails, which then put her on the bed, while the other tails covered her with a blanket. Yes, I see. Naruto chuckled, but then his gaze softened. You need to rest, and you better take some medicine, you'll feel better right away. Standing next to him, Naruto looked at Vashi, who lowered her gaze with a red face, agreeing with him. I will come later. Naruto started to leave. Thank you. Vale quietly thanked him, but Naruto only turned to her and smiled, closing the door. He's right, Vale, you really need to rest. As soon as the scarlet-haired man left, Albion's voice was heard in her head. Maybe you're right. Vale herself could not help but think about her savior. After escaping from her father's estate, she did not think that she would meet someone who would help her. She was still wary because she didn't know what he would ask in return. Leaving Vale's room. While giving instructions for the doctor to wait a little so that the girl would completely calm down, Naruto leisurely walked along the corridor, not having an exact direction but rather to ponder the recent discovery. Amaha followed behind him at a leisurely pace, waiting for the words of her partner, and sometimes other maids appeared on their way, to whom the scarlet-haired man did not pay much attention. Now he had a certain assumption, which shocked the Yukai prince. What happened there? Masane asked, matching the scarlet hair and hinting at slightly damp hair. The reaction was too violent. After waking up, the girl was in a panic because they wanted to give her an injection. Naruto answered her, already thinking about it. Apparently she was mistreated or openly abused in her home. This is how you had to mock a child for it to come to this? Amaha asked herself rather than wanting an answer from the guy. I would like to know myself. Naruto stopped, and then an ominous aura came from him, filling the entire corridor, which made Masane step back in fear, while the stone on her bracelet began to flicker brightly in red. We should have left at least one alive. He slapped himself in the face for such stupidity. Those devils definitely came for Vale. He could catch their fleeting conversations, so there was no doubt, which means that they probably knew about the girl's father and what he did with her. Okay, you can't undo what's been done, although you can try one way. Naruto said into the void, completely removing his aura as he saw Masane pressed against the wall. Sorry about that, I just remembered something unpleasant. And nothing, I understand. Masane exhaled and calmed down, although she was still nervous from what happened. Naya, I see that something has upset you. An unexpected voice was heard, from which Masane jumped, finding herself in Naruto's arms. Naruto himself did not expect this, but he caught Amaha, while looking towards one of the windows. Meow? Naruto asked in surprise, looking at the windowsill, where a white cat was lying with her eyes closed and a pink nose, and a red collar with an old Japanese coin mon was also worn around her neck. The cat herself calmly lounged on the windowsill, basking in the rays of the sun and purring from time to time. Long time no see, little Naya. Naruto let go of the frightened Misane and walked up to the cat, petting her, which made her purr. A long time ago, and how long have you been here? Naruto asked the cat while continuing to stroke him. Meow turned over on her stomach and looked at the scarlet-haired one. Naya, as soon as the kitten woke up. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Get out, girl, what did you bring recently? Naruto shook his head, smiling at the nickname given by the cat who called absolutely everyone kittens, especially she constantly called him as such. Miyauka was his mother's first Shikigami, as well as one of the oldest Shikigami. She acted as a loving nanny, watching over and training him and Kunu while his mother was away. She was a full-fledged member of the family, although there were cases when his own Shikigami, namely Kurama, wanted to take her place, but as it happens, the little fox received the full blow on his red head, and Naruto himself suffered from this for allowing Kurama liberties. I see, so you understand my anger too? Meow knew him like a bastard and could read him like an open book. You're still a baby, it's natural to make mistakes, the main thing is to learn from them, Naya, the cat answered in her own manner, which can cause a headache for someone who is not used to it. But you're right, if we had at least one devil, we could find out something about the girl. Naruto nodded, he is not yet experienced in such matters, and as the cat said, it's worth learning from mistakes. Now the only one from whom you can find out about Valley is Valley herself, she will tell you if she wants. Naruto, is this? Misane asked an unspoken question, to which Meow herself answered. Oh, so you're my mistress's samurai. The cat measured Amika with an attentive gaze. I can see from your eyes that you are a rebel. And you don't like to follow orders, God, and it will be difficult for my boy to be with you, Naya. At this Amika puffed out her cheeks indignantly, but she couldn't say anything. Let's just say that I am Shikigami Yasaki-chan, and also this kitten's favorite nanny, along with his little sister. You can say second mother. She pointed her paw at the scarlet-haired man, who had turned away from everyone. Stop calling me that, I'm not a child. Naruto exclaimed indignantly, which caused the cat to laugh strangely. Yes, not a child, and who stole my boy in order to turn him into a man? Naruto blushed, understanding the cat's hint, so he turned away. At first Amaha did not realize what was said, but then, looking at the scarlet-haired one's reaction to this, she understood what this cat was getting at, so she looked in the other direction, with reddened cheeks. So there's nothing to say? Meow tilted her head. Enough about this. Naruto clenched his fists, still hiding his face. Tell me, do you know anything about Misane? Having calmed down, Naruto asked a question that had interested him for a long time. Yes, and this is very strange and unusual. The cat turned her gaze to the girl who was listening attentively. Judging by the story that I heard during her conversation with your mother, she is from a world parallel to ours. And what's so unusual here, I think we've long understood that our realities are different. She talked about things that don't exist in our world, although I used to assume that she was from the future. Naruto looked at the girl and answered what he thought was quite natural. In their world, it is completely normal that this or that faction can move between the world of people and their own, and given how many factions there can be many separate worlds. You think standardly, within the framework of our world, Naya. Misane-chan is a completely different case, to put it simply, even for the supernatural world she is even more supernatural, bordering on the impossible. Naruto's eyes widened at this statement. Miyauka will not lie or exaggerate. Naruto looked at the cat again, only with more seriousness. The fact that each faction has its own dimension, however, they are all connected with the world of people. Misane-chan from the world, like a reflection in a mirror, are similar in appearance, but have no connection with each other, Naya. How is it? No, not so, is there a possibility that she is not the only one transferred? This question made the cat think, purring thoughtfully at the same time. Naruto thought about Miao's words. At first, he thought that Misane was transported in the same way that gods move between their faction's dimension and the world of people, but he rejected this possibility, since it could not be true, but could be used as an assumption. There are chances, if something happened once, there is no chance that it will not happen again. Naruto thought about it, the answer was quite expected. There is a chance of the transference appearing, and it is not a fact that they will be the same as Amaha. I understand what you're thinking, Naya. And you are right in your thoughts. It is quite possible that there will be those who will become a threat to our world, because if it happened once, then it is quite possible that a second, or even a third, will happen. This is a nightmare. Not only will people like me appear, but they may even be negative. Maybe some monster will appear that considers people as food and gods as toys, then we are all doomed. Misane shouted nervously, running in circles from the news she heard. She had already come up with all sorts of things. Misane continued to run in a circle until a gold mon coin flew into her forehead, after which she fell to her knees, wiping her forehead. Naruto giggled nervously, remembering how he himself got it many times, but whatever, so Miao even drove Kirin when he did something wrong, although they were both very far from Kurama, after which the little fox wrote her down as his enemy. Calm down, kitten. Miao said sternly. What we still needed was for the Yukai faction to panic about a possible threat. Misane looked around and saw several maids in the distance who were looking sideways in her direction. But then went about their business. But your assumption may be correct, Naya. There was silence, during which no one uttered a word. Everyone thought about their own, reasoning over the entire conversation. That's right, we need to find out how you got here, in which case we can find a way to prevent a future threat. Naruto addressed Masana, dispelling the silence. What's the last thing you remember before you got here? Misane lowered her eyes thoughtfully, trying to remember. She remembers some moments in fragments. Naruto and Miao patiently waited for her answer. If Miao was always patient, then Naruto knew that after their battle, her thoughts had not yet returned to normal, and this would take time. The last thing I remember is standing on top of Tokyo Tower, after a battle with an enemy who has the same abilities as me. Then only in fragments, I raise my hand up, then there is a flash of light, and then darkness. Misane finally answered, rising to her feet and leaning her back against the wall. Not a lot, but at least something. Naruto exhaled and rubbed his temples. He expected that nothing would happen, but hoped for the opposite. A flash of light doesn't say much, so you can't just refer to it. Both Misane and Miyauka nodded, knowing full well that this was not enough to understand the specific reason for their current situation. I suggest we end with this for now, Naya, said Miao. Have you already discussed this with Yasaka-chan? Misane shook her head in refusal. No, Yasaka-sama decided that we would discuss this point together with Lady Amaterasu. After the words about the sun goddess, Naruto smiled tenderly, but then turned away seeing how Miao looked at him, and from her face he understood how she smiled at him in a strange way. Thus, they came to the decision to end with empty speculation for now until the arrival of the goddess, and then they would be able to find out something about Amaha. After which Miao jumped off the windowsill and walked along the corridor, saying goodbye to the two kittens, where the scarlet-haired child, as if offended, stamped his foot in indignation, shouting after the laughing cat. What are we going to do now, sir? Misane asked with a chuckle in her voice, trying not to laugh at her partner's childish behavior. However, she froze abruptly when the guy's hand lay on the top of her head. I see you're having a lot of fun, Amaha-san. The girl shuddered. The bottom tone of her voice definitely did not bode well. Having looked into the eyes of the guy, in the blue pools of which they were dancing, Amaka wanted to run away. Since we are partners now, I think we should arrange a joint training session. And maybe it's not necessary? The girl begged, to which the scarlet-haired man only smiled tenderly. We must, Amaha-san, we must. Naruto answered affectionately, grabbing the girl's hand and leading her further down the corridor. I mean, you couldn't find her. Van Lucifer was angry when he was informed that his daughter managed to escape, avoiding the capture group. So find her, I don't care what condition she's in, the main thing is she's alive. He ordered while opening a bottle of wine with shaking hands. Van was very furious that not only did that little girl die without allowing him to touch the little bitch, but then she also dared to run away without being caught. Also, Lucifer's grandson was very frightened, since his father would not be happy about this, and who would fall under the hot hand for daring to lose his favorite toy. But master, we have already sent a group of devils. One of the lesser devils replied, watching in fear as his master approached him with rage. And? What result? Razvan shouted, knocking over the bottle. Why haven't they come back with news yet? We've lost contact with them, there's a possibility that they're dead. The devil didn't have time to finish, as Razvan broke a bottle on the lower one's head, thereby knocking him out. The lower ones themselves were many times weaker than the higher ones of the devils, to which all of the family of the first Lucifer belonged. Insignificant trash, they can't catch a weak girl who can't use her strength. Razvan sat down in a chair and rubbed his temples. What did you find in her? Why is this bitch better than me? I sincerely did not understand why his father, Rise of Lebanon, Lucifer was so interested in his daughter, born from a pathetic human woman. She is as pathetic as her mother, a half-breed, unworthy of the right to life, only having the right to serve as his toy. And how infuriating it is that SHE turned out to be the owner of sacred equipment. Okay, be it ordinary, they couldn't give anything other than a simple strengthening. But she owns the Langin. This was very infuriating. He understood that this was what attracted his father's attention. Equipment that can challenge and kill a god, but it's disgusting that some half-breed owns it. And what have you done this time, son? A rough, slightly senile voice was heard from the darkness, to which Razvan immediately stood up from his chair, almost falling to the floor. Full of fear, he could not look at his father, whose tone of voice clearly said that he was very unhappy. Father, how long have you been here? Do not understand what you're talking about. It seems like I haven't done anything yet. Razvan justified himself, after all, seeing how on another chair, surrounded by darkness, sat a middle-aged man, with combed-back hair, and dressed in a formal suit. If nothing happened, then why are you so scared? The voice became even and a little thoughtful. Rizavim leaned on the chair, resting his head on his fist. For some reason I can't find Valley. Do you want to tell me anything? What about Valley? Isn't she at home, along with that woman? Razvan answered, while slowly approaching his father. So, the news about the death of a human woman and Valia's escape to the human world, despite the fact that lower devils were sent after her, is just rumors? Rizavim was not someone who could be deceived or kept in the dark for a long time. He would find out everything and then it would be bad for absolutely everyone. Razvan fell to his knees, resting his forehead on the floor, and begged his father for forgiveness for his mistake, praying that his father would spare his life. He knew that he had no value for his father, and that he essentially allowed the one who aroused his father's interest to escape, and that he should not count on an easy death. Please, let me make amends. I will return the girl as soon as I find her. He banged his forehead on the floor, asking his father for forgiveness. What are you doing? Rizavim asked, crossing one leg over the other. You are the former ruler of the underworld. I entrusted you with this post because I believed that even there, you could perform your duties perfectly, but you let me down. You allowed a group of devils to overthrow you from the throne, thereby branding our family. I trusted you to take back our rightful place in this world, but you fled like a coward. I thought that at least for the girl, whose strength could help us regain power and strengthen it, but you failed me in this too. You allowed her to escape and did not deign to return her. Listing this, Razvan became paler with every word. He really made so many mistakes that it makes no sense to list them. With the loss of the throne, he lost allies in the descendants of the first Satans, who after his defeat dispersed in all directions, hoping to regain power in the future, taking the place of the supreme Satan. It was in vain that he then trusted the house of Citri and Gremory, especially their heirs, who could become his powerful servants, in order to strengthen himself and rise even higher due to the demonic ice of Citri, which was stronger than that of the devils of the Lucifuge family, as well as the enhanced magic of destruction from half-bloods Gremory and Baal. He also had plans to use the mind of the heir to the Astaroth family, which would help him at the beginning of a new holy war, but everything led to collapse. Father, please, yes, I made so many mistakes, but I tried for the good of our family. I did not know that this would happen. Razvan's voice turned into a pleading cry, but immediately fell silent, feeling how his father began to exude a heavy aura from himself, from which he forgot how to breathe. As soon as he raised his head to look into his father's eyes, he received a blow to the face, from which he found himself on the other side of the room. There was silence, sometimes interrupted by the crackle of a burning fireplace and also by groans of pain from the lying Razvan. "Oh yes, you tried so hard that we had to run away like rats from a sinking ship. You're a real idiot, although no, I'm even worse, because I entrusted the future of the Lucifer family to an insignificant devil like you." Rizavim stood up from his chair and walked towards his insignificant son, leaving bloody shoe prints on the marble floor, placing his palm on his forehead, sighing heavily. Razvan struggled to his feet, his face was disfigured, with a deep laceration along his eye and a broken nose. "Who gave you permission to get up?" Rizavim kicked him in the side, after which he stepped on his head, pressing a little with his foot, causing a cry of pain from Razvan. "Phew, I didn't think it was so complicated. Tell me, what should I do with you?" Rizavim lowered his eyes, looking at who, unfortunately, was his son. Please give me a chance. I won't let you down." Razvan didn't have time to finish, as his father's hand grabbed him by the throat while holding him in the air. Rizavim looked into the eyes of his son, who had already begun to turn blue from lack of air, but did not torture him for long and, unclenching his hand, Razvan's body collapsed to the floor, who immediately began to breathe heavily, holding his throat, afraid to look at his father, who moved away from him, sitting down into the chair. "Yes, I hope so." The man exhaled tiredly, turning his head towards the fireplace, not paying attention to how his son got to his feet, while drinking from a small bottle, which is why his wound on his face began to slowly heal, eventually leaving only a scar. "You made me happy only once, and that was due to the birth of a girl. Longinus, being able to kill a god is our ticket to a brighter future. She is valuable, and I want you to find her before someone else does." The tone of voice did not provide any opportunity for argument, but only demanded unconditional execution of the order. "Don't let me down." A monstrous pressure formed in the room again. Razvan quickly left the room, walking quickly along the dark corridor, sometimes holding his side. "Find Kateria Leviathan, no matter where and in what form, the main thing is that this ungrateful creature is in front of me." A black shadow flashed in the corner, after which the window opened with a roar, and closed again with a roar to the sound of rain. Rizavim Lebanon Lucifer glared angrily at the fire flaring up in the fireplace, producing a crackling sound from already burnt logs, a sound that had already begun to irritate him greatly. Without raising his hand from the armrest, the son of the first Lucifer and the demon Queen Lilith put out his index finger, creating a small spark, after which the fire burned even stronger, completely illuminating the room with its light, emitting an unbearable heat, but this did not bother Rizavim, but on the contrary, the sound of a raging fire it only made him happy and allowed him to relax a little. A man of about 20, quite tall for ordinary people, walked along the streets of night Tokyo, dressed in a white formal suit, which was very stretchy due to his size, a purple shirt with a red tie and the same white shoes. His broad shoulders up close gave him the feeling that he was standing in front of an impenetrable wall that even birds could not fly over, even from afar. As soon as he appeared in the field of view of passers-by, they immediately moved away, driven by a sense of danger due to the aura that he was exuded. Asian faces with several scars running across the face from the right side of the chin, ending behind the left eyebrow, and black hair pulled back. The whole appearance of this man spoke of his severity, and his face, being calm, said that he was always ready to accept a challenge. Whoever had the courage to object or block his path. After walking a little more, the giant stopped, a little frightening those walking nearby, but then he turned around the next corner, heading deeper into the alley. His face was gloomy, but at the same time very excited, and his eyes slowly wandered along the alley, looking for the source of his interest, but just at that moment, a silhouette flew past his head from behind, which is why his eyes widened a little. To the sound of metal clanging on the asphalt, creating sparks, a creature stood opposite him, only slightly resembling a mixture of a man and an insect. The body was more like a praying mantis with two pairs of huge claws, the upper half of a thin old man with pale skin, a bald head with gray hairs sticking out, a crazy look and a foaming mouth with rotten teeth. "What, why are you still alive?" The mantis shouted in a squeaky voice, causing the man to close his eyes slightly. "What a hassle." The man's heavy, low voice rang out in the alley, instantly causing the mantis to fall silent and freeze in place. Feeling fear, oppression and bloodlust, I thought there would be something interesting here. And here is just a little demon. But for some reason I don't feel any fear from you, the man's heavy sigh was heard as, out of disappointment, he took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, one of which instantly ended up in his mouth. The whole appearance spoke of complete disappointment and a drop of sadness, which sincerely infuriated the mantis. "How dare you? You should be terrible at what I will do to you." The man raised an eyebrow at the shouts of this, as he began to consider it a bug. Looking behind him, the man watched as people calmly passed by, not paying attention to them, and as he understood, they did not even hear the screams made by the insects. "You know, you could shout more quietly, you wouldn't want to attract unnecessary attention, what do you think?" The calm voice angered the mantis even more, which had already begun to shake, as if in an epileptic fit, with his eyes rolled back. "Ay!" Screaming, the mantis rushed towards him at great speed, waving its claws. The man struck a match and lit a cigarette with his eyes closed. Taking a strong breath, causing the cigarette to end, falling to the ground in a pile of ash, the man took a step. The mantis was near him, but the blow was instantly blocked by a thick cloud of tobacco smoke in the mantis's face, so that he immediately coughed, jumping into the distance. "I'd better eat you, and your head will become my pot for." Finding itself close, the mantis rushed past, moving its claws that were capable of cutting a person like a knife through the body of a giant. "Oh Kami-sama, forgive me for my disrespect, I forgot that you are already aged." The victim's voice greatly surprised the mantis. He turned sharply and saw how the giant was in a bowing position, while asking for forgiveness. Roaring at the giant's words, the mantis rushed at the man, waving its claws in order to cut him for the insult, but the giant did not move, standing firmly in a bow. The claws could not cut through it, even the clothes showed no signs of tearing. Waving its claws, the mantis began to jump on the walls, pushing off and flying past the man. "Sorry, but it's rude to hit someone like that who sincerely asks for your forgiveness." When the mantis flashed past his gaze, he grabbed it by the claw, causing it to hang on his hand like a rag. "Maybe that's enough, mister, otherwise this is already starting to irritate. Let me go." The mantis struck one of its paws at the man's face, but he simply stood there, completely ignoring his blows, not even blinking. The giant got tired of this, blocking another blow with his second hand, he ran it over his face, already looking seriously at the old man. "You don't need to shout like that, in your situation it can be harmful to your health." The reproach towards the praying mantis infuriated the second one, which, with an even louder cry, began waving its other claws. People passing by that alley calmly passed by, each minding their own business. There were a lot of passers-by, some of whom were probably going home after another work session, discussing with colleagues where and how they could relax. Some were simply walking, being in a group and enjoying the beauty of the city at night. In general, everything went as usual until one moment. "Did you feel it too?" asked one of the passers-by, turning to his friends, feeling the tremors that passed almost immediately. "We should be glad that it wasn't strong." The other answered calmly, continuing his path. Earthquakes were a common occurrence in Japan, something that sometimes happens from time to time, so no one paid much attention. In an alley, a man in a white suit raised his fist from the ground, where a deep crater had formed, and pieces of the mantis head were scattered around, which then began to dissolve with a hissing sound along with the twitching body, as if thrown into acid. Standing straight, looking at the result of his actions, the man sighed heavily, taking out a pack of napkins from his pocket, after which he began to wipe his blood-stained shoes. "Oh, I got dirty." Throwing out the used napkins, he began to wipe his fist, clearing it of blood, dirt and pieces of asphalt. "I warned you that this was harmful to your health, but you didn't listen to me." Coming out of the alley, the giant took one last look into the alley, but then continued on his way, looking at the sky and quietly humming a melody. There were only a couple of people sitting in the car, a Toyota Sprinter. A girl with brown tousled hair and light brown eyes, dressed in a yellow tight-fitting sweater and blue jeans that also tightly hugged her legs. Masane was, to put it mildly, very nervous, since in the car she was not just a passenger but a driver, which sometimes frightened the girl very much. "Tell me, shouldn't we be going to Tokyo? Why did we forget here?" Amaha asked without turning her head, turning to the man acting strangely next to her in the passenger seat. "Yes, they should have, at least," said a guy with scarlet hair tied in a ponytail and blue eyes, dressed in a black combat suit, somewhat reminiscent of a high school uniform, only made specifically for battles, taking out the paper with the report that he received before leaving. A group of several renegade devils were spotted in the port of Yakoma, so I thought this would be a great opportunity for you to show your worth as a cleaner. Watch the road. Naruto shouted as the car went off the route and almost crashed into a passing truck. Oh, sorry, I'm still not handling it well. The girl said nervously, returning control. How did you even get your license? He turned his gaze to her in surprise, squeezing himself a little into the back of his chair. Well, I just didn't get behind the wheel very often. Of course there were a couple of special cases, for example, when I stole a police car, and then they gave me a chase, ha 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 ha. Yamaha laughed, but immediately fell silent when the car jerked a little. It looks like everything is very bad with the rules in your world, especially if you weren't put behind bars. Naruto looked at the road and then relaxed. Well, in fact, I was actually imprisoned, but at night I was attacked by one of the ex-con drones, so I was later released. She told what she thought was one of the very interesting periods in her life. Naruto looked at her skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Well, you are quite a heroine. Was it really because you destroyed this drone that you were immediately released and the charges were dropped? It was too fantastic, and rather looked more like the plot of a low-grade manga aimed at small children. Well, there was one person who helped me hush up and hide everything that happened to me that day. Remembering her boss, Misane was grateful to him for everything that he did for her, however, and more than once cursed him for the fact that he was a real sadist, that he constantly loaded her with work when she finished, although he paid her very well, so I didn't really complain, verbally. Heh, even someone like you is lucky. The scarlet-haired man scoffed. To which Misane only puffed out her cheeks with anger. Actually, I got used to this as a move to force me to continue destroying those cans, for which I, of course, received enough to live with my daughter and not need anything. This was the first time Naruto had heard such a fact about his new partner. Misane was not particularly decisive about the topic of her life, constantly keeping silent, and the scarlet-haired man at first thought that bad memories were involved here, although what kind of memories could there be if she only remembers the last 6 years of her life, and she did not want to make this period the topic of conversation. I didn't even know you had a daughter. Naruto said thoughtfully, putting his finger to his chin, which made Yamaha herself look like she had been hit on the head with a bag. Maybe you can tell me about her, otherwise we seem to be partners, and I don't really know anything about you. Fine. Misane then rolled her eyes thoughtfully. Rihoko was everything to me, it was for her that I became who I was before meeting you and now. Naruto listened carefully to the heaviness with which Misane spoke about her daughter, and sometimes a tear flowed from the corner of her eye. Rihoko Yamaha, a girl of 6 years old, according to Misane, is very mature for her age and sociable, with an outstanding talent for winning over others, but even so she was very kind, caring and compassionate. Misane didn't even try to hide the fact that as a mother she never learned all the life skills that single mothers usually did. Misane even sometimes screamed with tears that she tried to become an exemplary mother, but when the girl grew up, she took on all the housework herself because her mother was not so coordinated. However, she acted inappropriately for her age on several occasions, which amazed Naruto, although he forgot that he himself was precocious, far superior to his peers in many ways. Naruto again looked skeptically at Masana, lingering a little on his chest but immediately turned away. After all, hormones make themselves felt, even if he learned to control them, and he already had a close connection with Amaterasu, but against the instincts inherent in nature you'll trample. Well, he thought that such an eccentric girl as Misane could have given birth to such a daughter, so he asked directly. Complete opposites, I'm listening to you and the thought arises that Rihoko-chan has definitely taken after her father. To this statement, Naruto thought the girl should say something sarcastic, but to his surprise she only smiled, but he was more worried about her emotions expressing sadness. Actually, she wasn't exactly my daughter. She began. Naruto even somehow comically let out the fox ears on the top of his head, which made Misane laugh a little, at the guy's angry and embarrassing look. Misane began the story again with the previously mentioned disaster, which affected Tokyo, leaving a quarter of the city in ruins, and when her new conscious life began. Rescue services found her together with a 6-month-old girl in her arms, so they simply considered them relatives because Misane could not say otherwise. In fact, she was the daughter of her boss, who also did not know about their relationship, and the daughter of the head of a company feuding with her boss, the name of which she could hardly remember, and it was she who somehow provoked that disaster due to instability, a new development of her father's company, Witch's Blade, which was now on Masana's hand as the new owner. But even so, even though she was not my biological daughter, I did not stop loving her, even after learning about such a truly painful truth. You are a strong woman, since this news did not break you, and also a good mother, since you did not distance yourself from it. This is worthy of respect. Even I am ready to admit that you are not so bad. The guy's glory caused a slight blush on the girl's face, but shaking her head, she decided to win back. With a maliciously sly smile she turned in his direction. Oh, was I really able to fall into your icy heart? You know, senpai, you can be quite cute. After saying that, she winced when she was hit in the head with Naruto's fist, whose face did not express emotion, but after that his eyes widened, sensing the strong smell of blood. We arrived, was all he said. When they began to pass by numerous containers that were intended to transport multi-ton cargo by sea, Naruto disappeared and Masane could only hear a dull sound. Looking out of the car, she saw a scarlet-haired man standing on one of the containers, holding an unopened sword in his hands. Having stopped and got out of the car, Masane also found herself near the scarlet-haired man in a couple of jumps. Thanks to her connection with Yasaka, her body underwent significant changes, becoming part Yukai and gaining the ability to use chakra at an initial level, and this also helped her stabilize her body and soul, avoiding complete disintegration. During the week, when she just became the samurai leader of the faction, she practiced mastering the new power with the help of her new mistress and also another girl who was the goddess of death, which helped her with her spiritual state, which she also had difficulty surviving, punishment, from Naruto, which thereby wanted her to be able to stand up for herself without the help of the power of her artifact. Over there. Naruto pointed in the direction with his finger, but then turned back to her. Even though I wanted you not to use the blade, but now the situation is different. Masane nodded, then, closing her eyes, she began to focus the power in her right hand, after which the stone on her bracelet began to glow with a strong scarlet light. Her hair lengthened and turned a bright scarlet color, her clothes tore and disappeared, but at the same second her legs were covered in black armor, her right hand was completely covered in the same armor with clawed fingers and a stone in the center of the wrist and an iron piece on the side of her hand, which was with a hidden blade. The second hand was closed only in the forearm area. The sides of her torso were covered with armor plates, covering part of her voluminous chest, covering all her secret places. There were also purple lines from the lower abdomen to the eyes. Opening her jet black eyes with yellow pupils, she arched like a cat in ecstasy, puffing out her chest and sighing languidly, which made Naruto's eyebrow twitch a little. She began to stretch her shoulders, as if after a long sleep, making cracking joints, which made her blissfully moan even more. Ah, finally I can show my dear senpai what I'm capable of. The girl said in a languid voice. No, in this state she already resembled a mature, militant woman, capable of charming with her beauty before instantly killing. Naruto rolled his eyes, finally convinced that she was sane in her actions. Although her character had also changed, she did not pose a threat to him or other yokai. Let's go, said the scarlet-haired one, and Masane looked at him questioningly, throwing her hands behind her head, thereby highlighting her chest. Or did you think that you alone would have all the fun? The girl smiled at this with a blush before pressing her breasts against his back so hard that he could feel all the softness of her body. Era, of course I haven't forgotten about you, senpai. She spoke in the same languid voice, but then pressed herself closer to him, being close to his ear. But I hope that you will reward me if my skills satisfy me properly. At the end she was almost breathing into his ear, but then she almost fell when the guy instantly disappeared and ended up on her back. We don't have time for your quirks, we'll sort it out quickly. He snorted, turning towards their target. The girl sat for a little longer, looking after the guy, and then she stood up, instantly finding herself next to him and walking on level ground. The girl nodded, accepting the order of her partner, as well as the captain on their team. The duo began to move deeper into the port, jumping over containers, simultaneously trying to avoid CCTV cameras and security guards who sometimes made a detour along a certain route, but thanks to some of Naruto's tricks, they were able to remain unnoticed, and soon they found themselves near one very unremarkable hangar, which, unlike the others, was not under surveillance, which caused confusion among Masane. Perfect place to hide, and there are no cameras, and the path to the gate is blocked. Naruto said, looking around his surroundings. Misane instantly winced, covering her nose from the strong smell. "Fuu, is someone dead here?" Naruto looked at her skeptically, spreading his arms at her question. "You don't have to answer," Amaha said, still covering her nose, seeing the expression on her partner's face. "Since the entrance was completely blocked, we decided to enter from the side." Standing near the wall, Misane extended her right arm, where a blade emerged from her shoulder. A couple of swings and the iron wall was cut, after which it was knocked out of the girl's leg, from which almost immediately a stronger, fetid smell arose, from which the girl immediately turned away, moving away to a decent distance. Naruto had already begun to curse his nose for its strong sensitivity. He himself was very disgusted by this smell even at the entrance to the port, but now he himself could hardly restrain the urge to vomit, but he held on, trying not to breathe too much. Ignoring the smell, Naruto unsheathed his katana and went inside the barn. Amaha stood for a while and, having come to her senses, also went inside. Naruto pulled out the katana in front of him and a sphere of scarlet fire appeared at the tip of the blade, instantly illuminating the room. On the floor lay many disfigured bodies of different shapes and sizes with through wounds in the chest and broken heads. "Looks like there was a party here," Misane said, having completely overcome her disgust, walking around the corpses of the creatures and carefully examining them. "So these are the renegade devils? Honestly, I imagined them otherwise." She finally uttered her thought, assessing the damage. "Believe it or not, it's them." The scarlet-haired man answered her question, examining the premises for possible escape routes, since the gates were blocked on both sides of the hangar, which means the devils had another opportunity for safe entry and exit. However, examining the premises, there was no hole in the roof, there was no tunnel, which was very strange. Did they block their exit and then kill each other? The girl asked a logical explanation for this, following Naruto until the guy pointed his sword at several bodies of the fallen. No, if that were so, then there would be other marks on their bodies besides these. He pointed to some devils, whose anatomy was designed on their limbs, where there were simple claws, there were tentacles or appendages resembling blades. "I don't like this. Your words make sense. How likely is it that they fought with someone?" Misane asked a question, occasionally looking at the passage she had made, wanting to quickly leave this place. 100%, but what worries me more is that the corpses are fresh, an hour or two old. Naruto answered, creating a sphere of scarlet flame on his outstretched hand, after which he lowered it onto one of the corpses, instantly burning it, leaving no ashes. "Besides, it's worth talking to the watcher. He should be somewhere nearby and keep an eye on them until we arrive." Misane nodded, leaving the room, where she immediately jumped onto a pile of containers, waiting for the beholder to give a sign of his presence. Naruto continued to burn corpses and bloody stains, basically all traces of the presence of the supernatural from human eyes. Alas, he could not do anything about the dents, so he left them as they were. Approaching the next corpse, Naruto kicked the severed limbs into a pile in order to burn everything at once, mentally noting that his control over managing fire of such density had improved. Before he could easily control only small volumes of flame by changing their temperature, but now he could. It's okay to increase the amount of fire and control it so that it doesn't get hotter. You put on a good show here, kid." Naruto froze when he heard a voice that was unfamiliar to him. His senses spoke of danger, but something else inside him began to emit a strange, unknown feeling. A sharp jerk and Naruto finds himself at the opposite wall of the hangar, pointing his sword at the intruder. In front of Naruto stood a real giant, somewhere over 2 meters with huge muscles that were hidden under a white formal suit, a purple shirt with a red tie, an Asian face with several scars, cutting the face from the right side of the chin, ending behind the left eyebrow with slicked back black short hair. Standing in front of him was definitely not the Yukai who reported the presence of renegade devils here. His aura was nothing like anything he had previously felt, not a devil, not a fallen one, and you certainly couldn't call him an angel. The giant man lit a match, and Naruto watched in shock as he lit a cigarette out of nowhere in his mouth, but then he took a puff, instantly smoking the cigarette to the filter, spilling ashes on the floor, after which he slowly exhaled and released a large cloud of tobacco smoke. As he took out what was left of his cigarette, Naruto noticed blood on his knuckles before his gaze hardened. "Did you kill them?" Naruto asked, as he thought, a question that did not need an answer, and it was understandable. One had only to take a closer look at the wounds of the devils, and the bloody knuckles also spoke about it. The man, throwing away his cigarette butt, looked at the scarlet-haired man with a look that made Naruto's insides begin to burn with fire. He wanted to fight with this man, and from the man's look you can tell for sure that he thought the same. Finally, I was able to find a person with a look similar to mine. So the cat didn't lie that candidates are always attracted to each other. Was all the man answered before slowly walking towards Naruto, his shoes clicking on the concrete surface of the floor. The man slowly moved towards the scarlet-haired man, holding his hands in his trouser pockets. His face expressed absolutely nothing except boredom, which even a blind man would have noticed. The very aura of this man spoke of it. Naruto, with glowing eyes, took a stance, holding the katana to his right, pointing the tip towards the man. He was excited by what was about to happen. He himself could not explain why this was so, but he knew for sure that if his tails were free, his fur would stand on end. A smile crept onto his face, just like when his sparring with Susanoo went from the level of training to the level of a real battle, where every missed blow was a direct path to the next world. Naruto understood that the god of war and storm would not kill him, but tried to explain this to the instincts of a growing teenager. The man stood right in front of him, a couple of meters away, within the direct reach of his blade, and simply stood there, looking with his black eyes into the blue eyes of the scarlet-haired man. Naruto kept his gaze on him, preparing to strike. Whoever strikes first will win. Everyone understood this, but even so no one even moved, allowing their opponent to strike first. You have the look of a warrior. For a young man, it's commendable. Nowadays such a real rarity. What is your name? The man began the conversation, looking at the concentrated guy of about 17, but he felt that he was much younger. Before asking, I think you should introduce yourself first. The scarlet-haired one calmly answered, making a micro-movement with his foot forward, preparing to lunge. The man chuckled at this, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, not caring at all that he was in the middle of a battle. Your words make more sense than my question, for which I apologize. Masaru Orochi, nice to meet you. The man lowered his head a little in a bow, expressively silent, as if demanding an appropriate answer. Naruto, that's my name. The scarlet-haired one also introduced himself, also bowing before the giant. The man smiled faintly, slowly taking his hands out of his pockets, but Naruto acted faster, finding himself behind the giant in the blink of an eye. Naruto stood in the pose of a completed swing, but froze with shock on his face, as he did not feel his sword cutting only air. Which one? The blonde thought before sharply turning back, falling to his knees and avoiding a direct blow from a fist that was almost larger than his head, but that wasn't the end of it yet. The scarlet-haired one jumped up, making a quick sword in the man's side, then continued moving towards the giant's hand, intending to cut him, then turned around behind him, making a wide swing of his sword from top to bottom along the enemy's ridge, bouncing a decent distance. Incredible speed, precise blows aimed at vital points of a person, impressive. Masaru said calmly, but very pleased, getting up from the strike position to a calmer one, turning towards Naruto. In an instant, the giant is near Naruto, making a powerful uppercut, which causes a strong wind to rise, lifting into the air all the ashes left by Naruto after burning the bodies of the slain devils. The fist flew a few millimeters from his head, even though he missed, but Naruto already mentally imagined how this blow would turn his head into mincemeat before it even came off his body. The giant inflicted very fast and strong blows, from which Naruto found it increasingly difficult to dodge. He himself struck with his sword, but as before, the giant continued to stand without receiving even a scratch. Naruto no longer knew what to do. A huge fist was flying straight at him, and it was at the last millisecond that the scarlet-haired body blurred in the air, as if he was not there. Having made the blow, the giant froze, slowly examining his surroundings in search of his opponent. You're still here, right? He asked a question, to which he received only silence. Nothing happened for a minute, and during this time Orochi did not move from his place, occasionally darting his glances to the sides. Even silence and a small night breeze, sometimes passing through the few cracks. So it's okay for you to make your opponent wait? The man asked a little sternly, spreading his arms to the side and looking at the ceiling, but it was after his words that he was in the air with a sword in a swing that instantly came into contact with the giant's neck. While in the air, Naruto again watched in shock as the blade of his sword stopped right at his neck, unable to cut, but that was not what surprised him, but the fact that his sword began to behave strangely. The handle was about to slip out of his hands and the blade was shaking, like two magnets about to connect with the same poles. Acting quickly, Naruto kicked off the man's shoulder, jumping over him and ending up in front of him. Finally, I was really afraid that you had already run away. What is it? I can't touch it. Naruto nervously scrolled through his head, turning over in his head possible ways to get him. The sword began to emit a glow, and instead of a katana, in the hands of the scarlet-haired man there was a rapier, whose blade began to acquire a bright red hue, after which it was covered with scarlet flame. Instantly closing the distance, Naruto lunged, plunging the tip of the rapier right into the middle of the chest, but even so the suit did not show any sign of tearing the fabric. With a clang, the tip emitted sparks, after which again, by an unknown force, the sword began to move to the side, which is why Naruto was right in front of the giant. Crap! Naruto wanted to jump back again, but the hand in which he was holding the sword was grabbed by Orochi. The crimson-haired man tried to hold back a cry when he felt intense pressure as the man began to squeeze his sandpiper. Don't move, it'll be worse for you. He didn't have time to finish, as Naruto, overcoming the pain, used his hand as a support and in a jump struck him in the temple from his leg, forcing him to loosen his grip, allowing the guy to escape. Keeping his distance, Naruto held his hand, still feeling pain, and it seemed that if he hesitated, he could have been left without his hand. Insolent, it was rude of you to interrupt me like that. Sternly commented on the action of the scarlet-haired Masaru, noting that he could no longer act more freely. I had to pierce him, but even my flame had no effect on him. Naruto thought quickly as he slowly circled around him. The katana blade deviates from the course, not allowing me to touch it. The rapier also intended to deviate, but even after coping with this, I simply could not pierce it. Even my clothes were not damaged. Naruto suggested that the behavior of his weapon was very strange, as if not wanting to harm his opponent. Are you in possession of sacred equipment, or is this some kind of magic based on protection? He decided to find out something. He studied the history, names, and basic abilities of almost every piece of equipment. Some he didn't remember well, but he definitely didn't remember turning the opponent's weapons against their intentions, protecting their owner. Then you understand. Well, then I'll answer. For as long as I can remember, everything that was capable of hurting me passed me by. No wounds, no illnesses, everything that could harm me did not affect me. He answered the guy's question, considering that he would not cause any problems if his opponent found out about his peculiarity. That means my sword won't be able to leave even a scratch on you. It's probably great luck that they put everything against you, but you just ignore it. Isn't this boring for a war? Having restored his hand, he asked another question. The variability of his equipment was very inconvenient. The inability to receive damage, the enormous attack speed and equally enormous physical strength made him a very dangerous opponent, capable of resisting even an armed army. You're right, some would consider this a blessing, but for me it's more of a curse. Real boredom, when your opponents do everything, show their maximum, but you won't even be able to feel it, do you also think? Naruto nodded, being prepared, having gone through the most difficult training. In order to be able to fight against any opponent, all efforts instantly collapse when the enemy is in front of you, completely immune to your attempts. I even got this scar from myself in order to feel something. He touched the scar on his face, explaining this moment so that his story would not seem contradictory. Well, since I told you about my secret, I hope that this knowledge will help you, because I am going to fight seriously. Naruto's eyes widened as the massive figure of the giant stood next to him, fist raised. Naruto jumped, pushing away from the giant like a spring, avoiding the blow, but as soon as he touched the ground, a trembling struck him like a potion. Orochi's fist was driven into the concrete, causing a strong earthquake, from which the walls of the warehouse began to tremble and crack, and steel fasteners began to fall from the roof, which posed a huge danger to humans. The man raised his fist, leaving a deep hole in the concrete, from which a huge web of cracks appeared. Looking at the scarlet-haired Orochi began to advance. Naruto dodged the sweeping blows of massive fists, sometimes passing under his arms, trying to pierce him with a rapier, but it, in turn, either deviated from the course or stopped altogether, unable to pierce even clothing, which was very infuriating. Rasengan. Naruto said the name of the technique before jumping and slamming it right into Orochi's face. The sphere of blue chakra was spinning madly. Naruto increased the pressure from which the blue color began to slowly sparkle with red flashes of fire, from which even the scarlet-haired man found it difficult to hold on. The Rasengan began to grow in size, already exceeding the size of his opponent's head, after which Naruto was forced to release the technique, pressing himself to the ground and dodging the grab with both hands. It was unpleasant. All that his opponent said when the remnants of the Rasengan completely disappeared, the face of his opponent was hidden behind the smoke that appeared after the enhanced Rasengan, but when his face appeared, Naruto, without hiding his shock, watched as there was not a trace on Orochi's face except a scar that was already on the man's face. So you're not only good at swinging a sword, I see you also have some trump cards up your sleeve. Naruto recalled his sword, which immediately disappeared in a flash of fire and took a stance. Weapons are not effective here, so Naruto wanted to try to defeat him using techniques. Naruto made a quick dash, moving behind him and with a roundhouse hit him in the joint with his shin, intending to gain an advantage, but the giant stood on the contrary. He himself turned sharply, making another uppercut with a wide swing. The scarlet-haired one barely dodged, then stood up again with side, covering his fist with concentrated spiritual energy, compressed to a state that could be seen even by an ordinary person, and delivered a direct blow to the man's liver, which he simply ignored, but the scarlet-haired one noticed that he barely noticeably winced. Jumping back, Naruto again powered his fists, but he didn't have time to do anything. Orochi instantly appeared in front of him, hitting the scarlet-haired man in the chest. Naruto somehow managed to cross his arms, but even so he took heavy damage, breaking through a wall and knocking over several loaded containers with his body, falling onto an open area, leaving a trench behind. Kami-sama, it hurts so much. Naruto held his chest, spitting out blood. The body refused to move, it became difficult to breathe and the bones were cracking, ready to crumble from even the slightest movement. Wow, you're still alive. He heard the surprised words of the one who used his body as a projectile. Naruto felt his body begin to heal little by little. He raised his head with difficulty, looking into Orochi's black eyes. He was about to say something else, but the elegant black armored heel of Misane slammed into his face, and sparing no effort, she then spun in the air, hitting him in the temple with the toe of her foot, causing him to stagger and take a step back, and his nose was flowing. A small drop of blood. Get away from my partner, you big guy. Misane said with a rude laugh, releasing the blade from her hand, running her index finger along her chin, sticking out her red-pierced tongue. I could have shown up earlier, Amika. Naruto said, standing next to her and holding her side. And anyway, where have you been? He asked sternly, dissatisfiedly darting his gaze in her direction. I was trying to find our informant and rushed here when I heard a roar. She answered almost in a whisper, pointing the blade at the recovered Orochi. Can you continue? Not yet, I need to recover. Naruto answered dryly, feeling the pain go away, but his bones still hurt. Fight in hand-to-hand combat, swords or other weapons will not be able to harm him. He warned her, noticing that the giant had received damage from the girl's blows, and immediately understood how to act. In that case, I will buy you the necessary time. She licked her lips, smiling predatorily with madness in her eyes, looking at Orochi, who wiped the blood from his nose. Hey baby, I'll take care of you for now, I hope you don't mind. She asked him with a smile, accepting her partner's words and removed the blade, clenching her fists. I'm certainly not a fan of the idea that women have no place on the battlefield. But I wouldn't want to harm someone like you. At these words, Misane almost laughed out loud from such an answer, but she suppressed this impulse in time, believing that now was not the time. Mig and Misane were next to him, hitting his heel on the top of his foot, causing the giant to twitch. Orochi sharply raised the affected limb into the air, almost to his head, causing the girl to turn over in the air and abruptly lowered it until she landed. The girl managed to land and take the blow on the block, but even so, the concrete cracked and sank under her. The blow was strong, very strong, but thanks to the new features of her body and the power of the witch's blade, which only became stronger after her transformation, she was able to withstand this blow. Still holding Orochi's leg with crossed arms, Misane released the blade and then abruptly removed her hand from the block position, intending to cut his tendon, but as Naruto said, it did not work. Even the trousers did not have any damage, let alone the leg itself, which after her action, she only increased the pressure on her. So that she threw her leg to the left, entangling the giant in his legs, and she herself found herself on the right, in a jump hitting him with her knee in the jaw. Naruto was right, weapons don't work on him, hand-to-hand combat is our way out, but, thought Misane, looked more closely at Masaru Orochi, who was rubbing his jaw, but she could definitely tell that for him it was just an unpleasant touch. The weapon does not work due to the ability of its equipment, melee is the only way, but the problem lay precisely in the giant's body. By itself, it was very strong, even with her strength, she did not feel that she had left even a small crack. I don't feel the same way about you as I did about that guy, but I don't mind giving it my all, don't blame me if it hurts. Orochi narrowed his eyes, running towards Misane, delivering a double blow. The first blow missed, however, the second was more sweeping and hit the girl right in the side, throwing her away and slamming her into the containers. The girl flew straight at the giant like a bullet, delivering flurries of blows to vital points such as joints or less protected organs like the liver or kidneys. There was even one time when she kicked him in the crotch with all her might and laughed ominously. Naruto winced, standing up and straightening his sprains and rubbing his bruises, while concentrating his regeneration on certain areas in order to recover faster, and watched as his partner began to push back the giant. Fury began to rise in his soul. He could not really answer anything. Now he was not yet able to continue, while Misane went around Orochi from the flanks, delivering serious blows, but what was surprising, the man himself paid less and less attention to them, as combat movements. Orochi grabbed the girl's fist and squeezed it tightly, tearing a scream from her lips, swinging his fist, but then he was forced to cover his face with his palm, blocking the blow of Scarlet Hair, who was already standing more confidently in front of him. When his blow was blocked, Naruto grabbed the man's head, kneeing the naked man on the side, avoiding the block, and then jumped into the distance, snatching the girl from the man's grip. Orochi was surprised that the guy recovered so quickly, as he was sure that the damage was very serious. Naruto himself stood in a stance, preparing for battle. However, his leg trembled, causing him to crouch a little, which Orochi noticed. As I thought, you are recovering quickly, but even with your regeneration, such wounds will not go away so quickly. The man chuckled, putting his hands in his trouser pockets, and slowly stepped on the scarlet-haired man, who instantly tensed. Let me help you. Naruto watched in shock as Orochi approached him and extended his hand. Naruto trembled, not from fear but from rage. He doesn't consider me as an enemy? He yelled in his head, not taking his eyes off the giant's eyes. What the fuck are you doing? He shouted right in his face, covering his hand with spiritual energy that was spinning wildly around his fist, and made an uppercut, pouring all his strength into this blow. Orochi's eyes rolled back after the blow, and his head threw back, while he himself felt a feeling he had never experienced before, pain. He definitely felt pain. Naruto imbued his leg with spiritual energy, while strengthening it with chakra, which made the muscles tingle, but then he delivered a charged blow to the giant's knee, which forced him to sit down a little. The scarlet-haired fox was about to strike again, but at that time his leg was grabbed. Orochi stood up, recovering from the unexpected attack, while raising the hand in which he was holding Naruto's ankle. Naruto bounced on his toes, taking a more comfortable position, and began to hit Masaru in the face with his heel, feeling something was wrong when Orochi indifferently accepted the blows. This is bad, very bad. Naruto panicked when he saw Orochi's smile, and, not paying attention to his broken nose, from which there was already a decent amount of blood, Misane appeared from behind, striking the giant's neck with his shin, but Orochi no longer tolerated this. And using Naruto as a weapon struck the girl, from which he threw him away, but he did not stop there, ending up next to the girl who had just managed to get up and swung the crimson-haired body from bottom to top, but then suddenly hit it with force on the concrete, breaking through the concrete and making Naruto vomit blood. Let him go. Misane screamed, furiously attacking the giant, grabbing him by the broken nose with her left hand, squeezing and twisting, making Orochi scream, but she didn't stop there. With her right hand she struck with her claws, cutting her face and leaving a deep mark from her ear almost to eyes, about to tear out his eyes. Orochi let go of the scarlet-haired man's leg, raising his right fist behind his left side, after which he made a sweeping blow with great speed. The girl noticed this and dodged just in time, twisting and grabbing him by the ear, digging in with her claws and tearing it off, instantly causing a fountain of blood and causing a cry of pain. Does it hurt, bitch? So I'm not finished yet. The girl launched a double kick, throwing him away from herself and Naruto. Holding his face and the place where his ear once was, Orochi fell to one knee, wincing in pain. Missane at this time took Naruto in her arms, jerking back from the giant. They could not win this fight, the enemy was stronger, her partner seriously wounded and unable to provide her support. Even with her desire to fight, she was not sure how to cope. But she couldn't get away. In a matter of seconds, a giant appeared next to her with a raised fist, which almost immediately hit her in the stomach, causing a clot of blood to escape from her mouth, after which she made a dent and then fell to the ground, holding onto stomach. Orochi grabbed her by the hair, lifting her to the level of his eyes, looking at her with a stern gaze, while one eye was closed, since the pain from the missing ear did not go away. But the scarlet-haired man's knee prevented him from carrying out the planned reprisal, causing him to throw Amaha's hair and fall on his back. Naruto, in a jump, summons a sword into his hands, plunging it into Orochi's mouth. However, he had no more strength, and therefore Orochi clamped the blade with his teeth, grabbing Naruto by the face, then turning around and hitting the back of his head on the concrete. Wow, looks like I'm already at my limit too. Breathing heavily after a protracted battle, Orochi did not even suspect that by arriving here and destroying a group of annoying cockroaches, he would be able to find an enemy capable of giving a good fight. Removing his hand, he saw how the scarlet-haired man lay unconscious, and standing straight on his feet, he chuckled contentedly, looking towards Missane, who had already begun to rise, but with great difficulty. For such a fight, this is an acceptable price. Orochi thought, leaving the battlefield, leaving his opponents alone, hoping that in the future they would be able to show no worse results. Naruto. Missane, already in ordinary clothes, crawled up to the scarlet-haired one, when the giant was already out of sight, examining and assessing the wounds. Then she heard the phone ringing, coming out of nowhere next to her. Taking it carefully, Amaha accepted the challenge. Who is this? Huh, and you are stronger than you seemed before. Missane heard a child's voice commenting on their situation with joy. Who are you? Narrowing her eyes again, she asked the question, for which she again received a chuckle from the other side. Take it easy, my dear, you are lucky to have some life left. Laughter rang out again, which was already beginning to irritate the girl, and she was about to say something, but the scarlet-haired man's groan distracted her. Without turning off the phone, she took off her jacket, remaining only in a black bra, folding the jacket and putting it under the guy's head, wiping the blood from her face. The guy looks really bad. I'll be honest, I didn't expect him to stay alive. After all, Orochi-chan doesn't quite know how to restrain himself, but you surprised me, for which I praise him. Heh, well, you certainly put on a show. I've never seen so much house and devastation before. What do you want? Were you watching us? Missane herself understood that the question was stupid, given the manner and meaning of the words spoken by the one with whom she was now talking. Yes, I followed everything, how you arrived, how you left to find the signalman, and how Orochi-chan played with the little fox. Continued to mock into the phone, irritating Missane, but then the tone of the speaker changed to a more serious one. Today you are lucky, but I will warn you, in the future this will no longer be a game, so be prepared, because taking the place of the first is the main goal of the guy in your lap. The call was interrupted, and Missane, not knowing what to think about it, just looked at Naruto, who had calmed down a little, but it was clear that he was in great pain. Having dropped the challenge, a childish figure sitting on one of the port cranes continued to look at the result of the collision for some time. A cheerful smile crept onto his face, and laughter was threatening to escape from his lips. The game has begun, and you, my dears, will have to try very hard, said a boy, about 14 years old, wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt, white fingerless gloves and black shorts, white long socks and black shoes. Short, disheveled blonde hair that flowed in the sea wind with protruding cat ears, the sparkle of crimson eyes sparkled under the moonlight, and there was only an eternal grin, after which he disappeared, leaving no sign of his presence. Only a couple of days had passed since the return of Naruto and Missane, during which time there had been a commotion in the entire Yukai faction, which brought a lot of headaches for Yasaka, who was worried the most. As soon as she saw her son in such a state, she was miraculously able to restrain her power and not destroy everything with her flame. From the moment they returned, the mother dropped everything and spent all the time next to her son, holding his palm with tears and praying to the Supreme Kami that everything would be fine with Naruto. As soon as the news of the heir's condition reached Shinto, a group of seniors immediately appeared on the doorstep of the hospital. Amaterasu, full of bitterness, walked straight through the walls that extremely prevented her from passing, and as soon as she appeared near the scarlet-haired man's chamber, she immediately rushed to the guy who was lying unconscious, covered with simply terrible wounds. Naruto's condition was extremely serious, with many internal fractures, bleeding, extensive muscle tears and damage to the spine and brain. Kitsune have always been distinguished by strong regeneration compared to other types of yokai, but in the Ninetales it was many times stronger. However, such wounds even for them will be very difficult to heal and there is a high probability of remaining crippled. Amaterasu immediately began treating the guy, restoring his body, also not forgetting to examine his organs, which, as it turned out, were also in a deplorable state, more like a transition from normal to a state of porridge. It was truly a miracle that Naruto was able to keep himself from going to the Shinigami Gate. After walking for some more time, a tearful Kuno ran into the room, rushed, grabbed his hand and pressed him to her, while sobbing hot tears and begging for her brother to open his eyes. Together with Kuno, other gods entered the chamber. Susanoo, seeing his student, already wanted to recover and visit the one who did this to the guy, and he didn't care about the rule that was established for the gods about non-interference in the affairs of mortals, especially people, but from the righteous his revenge was stopped by Takamikazuchi, who also could not maintain his equanimity. The Shinigami just stood there with her eyes wide open, staring into Naruto's face, that even after being treated from Amaterasu, he was writhing in his sleep as if in agony, so a little later she also joined the sun goddess, healing his spiritual component, while finding strangeness. However, after this Naruto began to breathe more smoothly and with relief. Yasaka answer. Who did this to him? Susanoo could not resist, forcing everyone present to pay attention to the guy's mother. Tears continued to flow down her face. Yasaka nodded and began to tell her what Masain had told her about the informant who gave them the tip, about their arrival at their destination and the fact that their target had already been eliminated before them. Then she told about a person with strange abilities, which could be sacred equipment, and then about their battle, as a result of which they were defeated. Everyone present listened attentively to her story without interrupting. Susanoo gritted his teeth and clenched his hands. He was ready to explode in anger. Takamikazuchi frowned, but the way his hand sometimes reached for the handle spoke of his same anger. No less than his brother Shinigami was the only one whose emotions remained invisible. The goddess of death was more worried about the condition of her student, and since now he was relatively okay, she finally became calm. Amaterasu was also angry, but she couldn't think about it now, because even though she was able to cure Naruto, she was still very worried and afraid that due to brain damage, his mind would not be able to return to normal. Equipment that completely ignores damage from weapons, I've never heard of that. Amaterasu was the first to speak. As the supreme goddess of Shintoism, she carefully studied all the materials that were in any way connected with the creations of the Bible. There were many different sacred equipment, and their properties can truly be considered still unstudied. However, about the equipment that Yasaka was described by her as she heard it for the first time, and she was even overcome with doubt that this was even possible. Pfft, Biblical went completely crazy creating this. Susanoo snorted, remembering the Longinus class equipment that could kill even him. Be that as it may, we should give him credit for not finishing off the boy, otherwise we would have had to bury Naruto. For such words, the storm god was awarded an angry look from all the women, as well as a slap on the head from Takamikazuchi. Say ah. Kuno said, handing chopsticks to her brother, who grimaced with displeasure. From the moment the gods arrived, Naruto lay unconscious for another day, recovering from the phantom pains that pierced his body in pairs. Kuno, I can eat on my own, stop treating me like a small child. Naruto said angrily as Kuno pushed another load into his mouth, causing her to puff out her cheeks in displeasure at his words. I said enough. No, the doctor said that you shouldn't strain yourself until you are completely back to normal, so I, as your sister, have taken upon myself the task of taking care of you, so don't worry, otherwise, with your character, no one will love you. Kuno said, causing Naruto's eye to twitch. This annoying girl did not leave him at all, even for a couple of minutes, spending all the time next to him and dribbling on his big head that he was too reckless, wild, and generally an idiot for not deciding to retreat from an enemy superior in strength. Kuno herself was very happy with how her brother returned to reality and there were no special changes, well, except for irritation, which was quite considered the norm when it came to Naruto. Amaterasu allowed her to stay with her brother for a while, since she would not be able to think about studying, her loved one was feeling bad. Heh, why are you so opposed, Captain? A beautiful girl decided to take care of you, so in my opinion you should enjoy it. Masane grinned, eating an apple while looking at the show in front of her. Unlike her partner, she only received a broken arm and several ribs. Her armor was able to, so to speak, dispel most of the damage from the destructive attacks of that giant, but she still did not have complete protection. Shut up, Amaha, what do you want anyway? Naruto was not irritated by her presence or the care of his sister. Now the scarlet-haired man was very angry with himself for not coping, for failing the mission and almost dying, unable to overcome his opponents. Now he is forced to lie here with thoughts of failure. Honestly, I don't need anything from you, I just wanted to check on you, but I was still worried. Masane quickly responded, throwing the core in the trash and picking up another apple, causing her partner to roll his eyes. The first mission and immediate failure, not very good for my statistics. Omaha thought, guessing what the scarlet-haired one was thinking about, but she realized that they were definitely too tough for that opponent. She was lucky that the scarlet-haired one warned her about his peculiar defense, otherwise she would have simply tried to chop and would not have understood. Why didn't he even get a scratch? And in general, stop thinking about that big guy, it's not a big loss that we didn't cope. Ultimately, we still have room to grow. Pfft, and I hear these words from you? Thank you, I reassured you. Naruto replied sarcastically before Kunu's chopsticks flew into his mouth again. Enough already, I can eat normally on my own. No, you can't, even though you can wave your arms, your fingers are still limp. The girl was indignant, not hesitating to stand right next to his face, from which they both began to growl at each other. However, their small squabble was interrupted by the sound of a sliding door, to which everyone had already paid attention. Naruto furrowed his brows as a tall girl entered his room, dressed in a wide black kimono with inserts consisting of black feathers. Black bird wings were visible behind her back. Smooth faces with a sharp chin and golden eyes that expressed arrogance, short shoulder-length black hair with a red raven mask on the left side of the head. As soon as the girl entered, she immediately let out a laugh, as soon as she looked at the scarlet-haired man. Heh, as I thought, you look very pathetic, Naruto-sama. A fan consisting of black feathers immediately appeared in her hand, which she began to use for its intended purpose. In your opinion, this is what our future leader should look like, beaten, unable to cope even with some pathetic person? Did you say everything, Sarah? Naruto answered in a voice of complete irritation, forcing the girl to look at him from high and cover her mouth with a fan. All this glory about your genius and all that, I believe that these are just empty statements and the gods wasted their time teaching you. Her fame greatly hurt both Kunu and Masane, as she directly insulted the heir of the faction she herself is a part of. As I see it, you are incapable of performing even a simple task properly, and how do you plan to rule us in the future? Naruto was already starting to boil, which amused Sarah very much. And you don't need to look at me like that, because soon you will become a simple yokai when the council makes its final decision. What are you talking about? Did you feel the strength since I'm out of shape now? So I can put you down right now. Naruto began to emit a murderous aura. However, now he is not able to release so much. Since Kunu was here, Masane will be fine, she is already more or less accustomed to his aura. Now, while I'm here, the council is deciding whether you are worthy to continue to be called heir. Many people are talking about your failure. Here are several families, including my father, who consider it a shame that the heir failed the simple mission of a low-ranking cleaner. Sarah didn't care about all the aura that was sent to her. The scarlet-haired one is in no position to show his teeth, especially when her family is already close to once and for all removing the Kyuubi clan from the post of the ruling elite of Yukai. The gods will not interfere, because this does not concern them at all and they have no right to interfere. But don't be afraid, Naruto-sama, I will always gladly host you and your little sister. Masane could not contain her anger. As soon as she stood up to express everything to this one, she instantly almost kissed the floor from the feeling as if a building had been lowered on her and all the colors disappeared from her eyes, becoming black and white. As soon as Naruto stood out, around something ominous began to emanate from him. The soft blue color of the eyes disappeared, replaced by yellow pupils full of rage, boring into Sarah. No one, not Sarah, not Masane, not even Kuno, could take even a breath of air. Such a strong pressure now filled the entire ward, slowly increasing, causing the boards on the floor to crack and networks of large cracks began to form on the walls. All three were nailed to the floor, unable to even move, and Sarah already looked with fear into the eyes of the scarlet-haired man who was looking straight into her. What loud words from a chicken that could not prove her own importance to her kind, useless trash, how dare you look at me from high? Naruto's voice sounded like metal, piercing her brain like stakes. The scarlet-haired man's eyes flashed, his lips curled, showing how his teeth began to become fangs. Get out and remember, I will devour anyone who doubts my family. The pressure subsided, giving everyone the opportunity to move. Sarah stood up and glared at Naruto with complete contempt, which again began to release spiritual pressure, which forced her to leave the room. "Ov Fox, I will make you pay for the humiliation that you put me through. Your mother and this little bastard, I will make you watch as they are passed around in a circle." Sarah mentally seethed, opening the first window she came across and turning into a raven, flying out of the hospital. At this time, in Naruto's room, the girls were able to catch their breath, getting up from the floor. Masane could hardly stand up, as the pain returned, but after overcoming it, she was able to sit on a chair, leaning against the wall. Kuno was even heavier. She felt this for the first time, the anger of her brother. He was not directed at her, but she felt as if Naruto was angry with her, preparing to break her right there. She couldn't hold back her tears because of this feeling really hurt her. She always wanted to be near him, to become his support, someone who would always support and reassure her. She became scared, even scarier than when she was almost killed in childhood. She was always afraid of feeling his anger on herself, and now, she felt it, even if he was not angry with her. Kuno was shaking violently, hugging herself with her arms, but she stood up and abruptly threw herself at her brother's feet, asking for forgiveness for everything, but she didn't hear his voice. Instead she felt Naruto's warm palms lay on her cheeks, lifting her face and kissing her on the forehead, smiling softly. Then she could not stand it and pressed herself against his chest. Yasaka was sorting through documents in her office with a gloomy look. An unscheduled conversation with the council did not go very well, so much so that Yasaka was ready to commit genocide right there, reducing the number of several clans, among which only a few, such as Nakomata and Tanuki, continued to support her, while the others again began a discussion about her son, where only the head of the Tengu clan distinguished himself the most, zealously insisting that Naruto, as the heir and future leader of the yokai faction, had no right to lose to some person. How much effort it took her not to incinerate him for such words. According to him, the heir must be exceptional in everything, especially if the gods of Shinto took up his training, and that the future of yokai rests on his shoulders, completely forgetting that Naruto may be a genius, but still a child, capable of making mistakes and experiencing failures. Although what else could be expected from a yokai, in whose family all children were killed if they did not meet the standards of the family, and even then, they became almost slaves in the hands of the higher Tengu. The old man always wanted power, to win the post of head of the faction and bring his own order. For this purpose he even repeatedly made proposals to her, but when it turned out that she became pregnant, he switched to a new goal, her son, considering it lucky that he was not in blood with tied to her, which means she won't particularly care about his well-being. So he decided to marry his daughter to him when it turned out that Naruto was a genius. Yasaka knew about this and thought with disgust that how he even thought that she would simply keep Naruto near her as an indicator of her power or simply as a servant for Kuno, was disgusting. Judging by your behavior, everything didn't go well. Amaterasu was the first to say that she had already been watching her student and friend work for 10 minutes. Yasaka chuckled, putting the papers aside and looking at the sun goddess. Yes, that's right. Yesterday I spent the whole day listening to all the claims of these, about the fact that my son should do this and that and what he shouldn't. In general, I was even surprised that I managed to save face and not let my anger come out. Yasaka answered, turning her gaze to the photo of her and little Naruto with Kuno, where they were all smiling at the camera. As a mother, I couldn't accept the fact that my son was being slopped. However, as a leader, I had to behave according to my status, otherwise I could jeopardize my position as a leader, even though it was disgusting. Yes, you have always been like this, forced to wear masks in order to please everyone, but answer, is your loving mother one of these? Amaterasu narrowed her eyes at Yasaka, asking a question that made the golden Kyuubi twitch. No, as soon as you turn your tongue to speak as if Naruto and Kuno mean nothing to me. I truly love them, and if it were up to me, I would give up all this and just go with them. Yasaka jumped up from her seat, resting her hands on the table and almost growled at the goddess, to which Amaterasu only raised her hands as a sign of surrender. No Yasaka, I didn't mean to hint at anything. Only a real idiot would doubt your sincerity towards Naru and Kuno, so please don't get so worked up. Yasaka continued to look at her dissatisfied. Lady Amaterasu, how can I not be angry at what you just said? As a leader, should behave like a leader, thinking about my people. There I can be good-natured, understanding, and if necessary, I can become strict, otherwise and cruel. Only at home, with my family, I don't wear this mask of a leader. I'm real. I'm a mother who is ready to make any sacrifice for the sake of her children. Yasaka began to breathe quickly after all the words that she expressed emotions, but even so, she still looked at Amaterasu with her eyes, which acquired a red tint with vertical pupils. Amaterasu lowered her eyes, not daring to look into her friend's eyes. She herself realized that she had blurted out too much, and she was also once again surprised by the similarity between Naruto and Yasaka, as if they really were mother and son. Yasaka calmed down, returning her usual honey color to her eyes. In the end, what decision did you come to? After waiting until the golden Kyuubi had completely calmed down, Amaterasu decided to change the topic in order to avoid unnecessary awkwardness between them. At her question, Yasaka grimaced, remembering what happened a couple of days ago. They want Naruto to be deprived of the status of heir to the throne, although I set one condition for them. Yasaka answered in some mysterious voice, arousing the interest of the goddess. And which one? Amaterasu no longer liked that his friend was dragging her feet like this, creating intrigue. In response to her question, Yasaka just laughed into her palm, imagining what the sun goddess's facial expression would be like. So that they talk about this with Naruto, personally. As expected, the goddess opened her mouth in shock, imagining such a picture, from which a hysterical laugh escaped from her lips, after which she no longer hesitated to grab her stomach and began to laugh heartily, having already put to rest those death row prisoners who dared to talk to Naruto on this as the topic. You idiot, why did you arrange this? Masane was waiting for him near his room, expressing her dissatisfaction and not ashamed of the fact that she was rude to a member of the ruling family. Naruto just rolled his eyes as he walked over to his room, ignoring her tirade. Don't ignore me. What will I tell your mother that her son is a sadomasochist? She put me in charge of you, and you just get up and kill yourself. Shut up, should I call you nanny now? I'm fine, so just drop it. Naruto answered, looking at her with the same red eyes that almost immediately turned blue. Masane remembered this look. How then next to the giant he had the same look. She remembered it very clearly, especially when his eyes were literally burning with fire when he fought with that man. She fell silent, unable to answer anything, and simply silently indicated to the maids that they were free and followed Naruto. Masane followed him in, where she immediately gasped when she saw a white-haired girl on one of the chairs, reading a book with interest. Have Naruto-sama returned? Valley asked as Naruto walked past her and ruffled her hair. Naruto just smiled back at her before collapsing onto the bed with his face pressed into his pillow. What are you doing here? Masane still asked in surprise, since she didn't expect to see her here at all, especially after what she did when Naruto returned from a mission at the request of the God of Enlightenment and when Yasaka took on her, making her samurai. And Naruto-sama allowed me to be here. Valley answered with a slight stutter, after which she looked at the scarlet-haired one, who had already turned over on his back, then she began to read again. So I have a counter-question, what did you forget here? Masane's eye twitched. I'm keeping an eye on him so that he doesn't do anything wrong until he's fully recovered. Valley first looked at her, and then at Naruto, who pointedly showed his hands, and then at the girl. Why you can't cope, so you don't need to be here. Naruto just chuckled, looking at the girl arguing with his partner. In fact, she was his age, although outwardly and spiritually he was much older due to the strange peculiarities of his body and soul, plus communication with adults and constant training, which greatly affected his mental age. Valley was the child he should have been, carefree, curious and always sticking his nose where it was not needed, but fate played him differently. However, with Valley it is not so simple either. She was still intimidated, even when they had confirmed to her many times that nothing bad would be done to her, but he was very pleased that the girl had become calmer, although she still did not trust other adults. Vala sometimes stuttered, which Naruto associated with his father's bad attitude, which apparently showed care through intimidation and beatings. It was unexpected for Naruto that one day he found her in his room, sleeping in his bed. Then he simply did not bother her, allowing her to sleep, although after that she could already be said to be considered a resident of his room. No matter how many times he asked her to call him by name, she continued to call him respectfully, as if she was afraid of something or there was something else here that he could not understand. "How are you today, Vala-chan? Hasn't Kuno been bothering you?" Naruto grinned, remembering the first time his beloved little sister tried to get Valley out of his room, but it was to no avail. "And no, I hid, so your sister didn't touch me." Valley put the book away and pressed her knees to herself, still sitting on the sofa, her eyes sometimes looking intensely at Amaha. "Marvelous." Naruto was amused by her answer, but he also noticed her reaction to Masana, once again wondering how it was possible to do this to a child so that she would develop fear of other people. "Masane won't hurt you, you're as safe next to her as you are with me, you should trust others too." I don't need to, you are enough for me." Valley answered in a whisper, but Naruto and Masane heard her clearly. Masane could hardly contain her laughter at the girl's answer. Thoughts even popped into her head about a novel that she had once read out of boredom, considering that the girl's attitude towards her partner was an excellent premise for a romantic line, although it looked wrong, although that in the supernatural world can be considered correct. Masane did not yet have much understanding of the rules of the world to which she now belongs. Hearing the answer, Naruto sighed heavily, sitting up on the bed and looked at Valley again. Now Valley was relatively calm, but this was because he was nearby. And Masane did not show aggression towards her. Being alone, she reacted very inadequately to other inhabitants of the estate. Once he witnessed one of these cases when the Valley was almost screaming, trying to escape from the maid who had simply brought lunch. Naruto was very worried about this behavior, considering it something unnatural. Being an empath, he knew that her emotions were real. She felt fear towards the others, only next to him she was calm, only tensed up when there was something else besides them. "He's right, Valley, you can't continue to avoid people like that. I understand that he saved you, however, the world does not end with him alone and you need to get out of this shell." Albion's voice rang out in her head, supporting the scarlet-haired man's words. Valley pursed her lips, realizing that Albion and Naruto were right, but for her it was very difficult. Every time she was around other people, something inside her cracked and she panicked. She didn't experience this when she was around Naruto. On the contrary, something inside her was drawn to him, but she did not understand what exactly. "I don't need to, trust will lead to betrayal." She mentally answered the White Dragon Empress. "So you trust Naruto?" Valley felt Albion arch an eyebrow, taking her words against her. "This is someone else, and shut up, don't lecture me." She was seriously angry with her partner, causing the dragon to sigh heavily. "Uncouth cub," Albion said finally, falling into sleep. "Naya, I look like you're having a lot of fun here." A female voice was heard from the window. Everyone turned their gaze to how Meow was lying on the windowsill, basking in the rays of the sun. "It's always so noisy around you." "Meow." Naruto was prevented from finishing by a coin that flew into his forehead at great speed, causing him to fall on his back, clutching his head. "Oh, for what?" "Stupid, disobedient kitten, this means you are undergoing treatment, smashing your fists on a piece of divine steel instead of undergoing rehabilitation, Naya," said Meow, and her voice was threatening, which made Naruto shudder, but his tails fluttered, for which he was hit on the forehead again. "So that you don't dare bare your teeth at me." "Ouch, I didn't mean to." "She just took it and hit you, you evil one." Naruto stuck out his tongue in a childish manner, drawing giggles from the others in the room. "Tell me, you didn't just come to me, rather than first return to your mother?" Meow only tilted her head at this, but soon realized that the scarlet-haired one smells very well, and since she was not with Yasaka, naturally her scent was not on her. So the kitten has become a pervert, does it like the smell of its mother?" Naruto just turned away, hiding his red face from embarrassment. Masane just giggled somehow strangely. Vala just blinked her eyes, not understanding what was happening. After all, she is really still a child. "Okay, your weird hobbies can wait. I came to you to warn you, give up thoughts of finding him," Meow said, showing her golden eyes, one of which had a red pupil. Now Naruto was in a room that had been used for several centuries for meetings as significant persons for the Ukai faction, such as the elders who helped the leader resolve important issues, which would only bring benefits to the entire faction, also for the leaders of the Ukai clans, which also contribute his contribution to the development of the faction. However, right now Naruto was on one side of the table, while the heads of the clans were on the other side and looked at him. Among them were Hibi, Kappa, Inagami, Nikomata, Tanuki, Mujina, Tsuchigumo and Tengu. The leader of the Okami clan did not show up for the meeting, but his vote was automatically cast in favor of the heir. Some looked at Naruto with anticipation, while others looked at Naruto with outright hostility, to which the scarlet-haired man did not draw attention. Naruto didn't care about their attitude towards him, and didn't pay much attention to it. Well, since everyone is assembled, then I think we can start the meeting. The head of the Nikomata gave a voice, opening an elegant fan in front of her. Then she looked at the head of the Tengu clan. An elegant middle-aged woman, dressed in a richly decorated blue kimono, with long black hair with the same color cat ears and two tails that occasionally darted from side to side. The look of her yellow eyes reflected complete calm, also not paying attention to those around her. She was one of the few who sat on his side of the table, indicating full cooperation in Naruto's favor. Rinfo-san, you are the initiator of the meeting, so we are ready to start listening. The woman said and sat down in her place again. Thank you, Mayumi-san. The head of Tengu answered with some rudeness, getting up from his seat and resting his hands on the large round table. Rinfo was a very stately man, a pale face with bright, red eyes, about 30 years old, although in fact, like everyone present except Naruto, he had lived for centuries, serving the Ukai faction, as one of the military leaders of the army, also the founder of the so-called selection, where a strong warrior is the key to success in war, a weak one is suitable as a servant. Like all Tengu of the main branch, a raven mask was located on his black hair, symbolizing their strength. The more skillful the mask, the stronger its wearer. Representatives of the side branch are content with only wooden cast-offs, which they were not always able to obtain. He is dressed in a typical Tengu black kimono with gold accents, decorated with black raven feathers. Gentlemen, as you probably remember, in the recent council we had one topic, namely the result of the previous mission of Yasaka-sama's son, which was a failure. Having said this, he glanced at Naruto, who crossed his arms and looked into his eyes, without expressing any emotions on his face, which made Rinfo very angry. What can you say to this, Naruto-sama? What's the point? Naruto answered, which attracted the attention of absolutely everyone, who did not expect this. You yourself said that you have already discussed the result, which means that you all saw the mission report. Therefore, what is the point of repeating yourself? As for me, repeating the report would be very stressful. You can just get straight to the point. I don't want to delay this. I don't know about you, but I have a lot of urgent things to do. The scarlet-haired man's words made others whisper indignantly, talking about disrespect young Kitsune, as well as washing away the light chuckles from the heads of the clan supporting him. If you please, show respect to us, and I advise you not to explain and answer our questions. The head of the Hibi clan hissed, without ceasing to look into the blue eyes of the guy who just clicked his tongue, and then a slight smile appeared on his face. Ours, or will only the raven speak here? Resting his chin on his crossed fingers, Naruto looked at the others on the other side of the table with an unctuous voice. I was informed that my position as heir is in question, but I see that the others don't really want to get involved in this, acting more like mere decoration and making me feel imaginary superiority over me, and your words are just an illusion of your participation. That's how it is. I am no longer dealing only with the head of the Tengu clan. Naruto understood that he was rude to the heads of the clans, who were part of the council and in the future his main supporters, and that after his speech they were unlikely to remain so. I would like to listen to opinions about my person from others, rather than listening only to you, Rinfo-san. Or do they not have their own opinion or their own language? At his last words, Mayumi involuntarily meowed, trying to restrain the surging giggles. Besides her, there were others who were not inferior to the head of the Nikomata in mood, although they kept their emotions under control. However, this cannot be hidden from Naruto's empathy. In this case, you will have to listen to me, since others, already at the council, came to a decision similar to mine. The outcome of your past mission does not correspond to what was expected of you as a future leader. You were given knowledge, you were apprenticed to the Shinto gods. However, you were not able to live up to everything that was expected of you. Not only were you unable to eliminate a group of renegade devils, but you were also unable to defeat a human, albeit a strong one, but a human. You are a representative of one of the strongest families of Yukai. With your failure you have disgraced not only yourself, but also all the kitsune living in Kyoto. What can you say to this, Naruto-sama? Rinfo finished speaking, observing that his interlocutor became silent. The other heads froze in anticipation of the scarlet-haired one's answer. The arguments of the head of Tengu had weight, since the strength of the strongest in the family is a prestige for their entire species. The Nine Tails is not just a word, it is a strength that only a few of the units could achieve, and the Nine Tails is the highest the level that Kitsune can achieve, becoming a symbol for the entire clan. Previously, for 500 years, there was only one nine-tailed fox, which, with the help of its power, raised the Yukai faction to a level equal in status to the pantheons of gods, although it was a vassal of the Shinto faction, but still continued to hold on to the position of the side with which it stands be considered. Now there are two Kyubi in the world, one will have to replace the other when the time comes. When the news about Yasaka's pregnancy became public, everyone thought that her firstborn would become the only heir to the post of head. However, all expectations were in vain, since it was the scarlet-haired Kyubi who, because of his character, did not care about the laws and rules established by the first priests on the dawn of the faction, taking a dominant position, while destroying all the plans that were established before the birth of Kuno. Time passed and each chapter did not utter a word, already waiting for a minute for the guy's answer, who brightened up this time by tapping his fingers on the surface of the table, tapping out a simple melody, which made some people's eyes twitch. Well, I agree, defeat for a person is indeed a serious slap in the face both to my mother and to my family. I won't be surprised that if I meet another kitsune, besides my mother and sister, I'm unlikely to see the same respect as before. Naruto finally answered, causing Rinfo to smirk as the crimson-haired man admitted his failure. As Kyubi, by doing this you showed the weakness of not only your kind, disgracing every kitsune, but you also spat in the direction of our allies. Rinfo continued to explain that such an oversight would lead to similar consequences. Yes, I didn't give a about all the efforts of my teachers for wasting their precious time on someone like me. And my relatives will definitely not even want to hear about me, because I can say that I have disgraced all the kitsune in front of other clans. Naruto lazily began to wave his hand, while sarcasm can be clearly heard in his voice, attracting attention to himself. Do you know how my relatives and the gods of Shinto differ from you, while knowing everything that you know? Everyone frowned at this question from the scarlet-haired one, who no longer expressed the same childishness. I ask you to return to our topic. Rinfo's pressure did not allow the surge to finish, forcing him to press into the chair, like everyone else present. Knowing of limits. Naruto's words were cold, the pupils of his eyes flashed red, looking at the head of the Tengu clan, burning a hole in him. For me, you are no one to demand from me more than I can give. Yes, I recognize the fact that I lost to a common person, however, I am also not ashamed, but rather proud that I lost to such an opponent, but I would like to ask you, do you have this sense of proportion? Naruto didn't lie. Being a student of such personalities as Takamikazuchi and Susanoo, he adhered to their opinion that there was nothing shameful in defeating a strong or experienced person, although in his soul the scarlet-haired man longed to fight Orochi again, and he would wait in the wings. Insolent. A very tall man, dressed in a red kimono with patterns of spiders of various shapes and sizes. Black straight hair to the middle of his back, a pale face with 6 red eyes, took the floor. The head of the Tsuchigumo clan stood up from his seat, hitting the table with his fist, while a rustling sound could be heard from under his robe. Your words can be perceived as disrespect, hinting that we cannot cope with the owner of some sacred equipment. Don't forget that we have been in many battles and warriors. Well, then don't forget that I'm only 12, and I don't have that much experience, so is your decision about me fair? Smiling maliciously, Naruto stuck out his tongue, thereby showing that although he was mature in appearance, he was still a child. Stopping smiling, Naruto began to look sternly at them again. Although your arguments are correct, they cannot influence me so much. My relatives still support me, not considering it a shame that I lost to an opponent superior to me in strength. The gods of Sinta are of the same opinion, considering failure unworthy of special criticism, be it me or any ordinary Yukai. As I did then at the council, I am of the same opinion as then. The reason why you want to deprive Naruto-sama of his rights as an heir can be considered far-fetched," said an old man with a thick gray beard, dressed in a simple green kimono. His eyes were narrowed, as if closed, he had round animal ears on his head, and behind his back he had a broken tail that hung down. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the head of the Tanuki clan, who decided to give his word, taking into account that he only uttered a couple of words at the council. The purpose of the task was to eliminate a group of renegade devils, which I'm sure the boy would have been able to cope with. However, how could he have known that there would be such a strong enemy? He appeared suddenly and his strength was unknown. So what's wrong with Naruto? She decided to fight, even though she lost. Toki-san, inheritance rights are checked from birth, you must understand this like no one else. The heir must show himself from the very beginning, his knowledge, strength and ability to prove himself as a leader. The result of the mission was that Naruto-sama failed the mission by losing the battle, did not retreat when circumstances required it and put his partner in danger by going against an opponent where death was inevitable. Rinfo began to list all the points that, in his opinion, a true heir should have, and that, according to him, is in no way characteristic of Naruto. He failed the task, but at the same time the targets were eliminated, even if not by his hands. Mayumi said, covering her mouth with a fan. As for me, the mission is considered completed, and this is not an exam to follow all the rules, which in real combat there are none. He framed his partner, while suffering the most, and even being on the verge of death, he continued to cover his ally. Toki continued, rubbing his beard, as for me, this is the quality of a true leader, putting the life of a comrade above his own. Didn't back down when circumstances demanded it. Naruto grinned, looking with amusement at Tengu's contorted face, which the fox liked so much. According to you, I should just run away, admit defeat without fighting and also fail the mission? You have a very strange idea of the manifestation of intelligence, strength and leadership skills. The steel in Naruto's voice kept growing, removing the joyful expression on his face and becoming tough, impressing the others with his drastic change. You are too impudent to decide that you can demand anything from me, and especially from my mother, while talking about such things. My mother is soft and gentle, ruling the faction more with words, but she can also be terrible, although it doesn't come to that, so, you have forgotten what it means to be under harsh rule. The scarlet-haired man's words resonated in the minds of all listeners, amazed at how the guy could put pressure on everyone without resorting to his power, only with simple words. You know enough about me, and knowing for sure only a grain of my character, you are rather afraid of losing the freedom and liberties that my mother allowed you for many years. Especially you. Rinfo, the head of the Tengu clan, spit empty accusations in my direction, considering me a stupid boy who would so easily accept your words and proposal to renounce the right of inheritance, being upset due to failure, giving this right to you, as more experienced. The scarlet-haired one raised an eyebrow, addressing everyone, and mostly the head of the clan of Ravens, who have been very persistent in getting in his direction lately. As an heir, you are not behaving. The head of the Kappa clan began to speak, but quickly fell silent when the gaze of blue eyes fell on him. I'll tell you, boy. You are really too arrogant for having already decided to guess about the topic of government, considering that the majority in the council has already decided to deprive you of inheritance rights, so you just have to accept this as the decision of the entire faction, with some amendments. The head of Inagami, in view of his appearance, bared his teeth, looking at Naruto and with his last words hinting at the head of the Nikomata and Tanuki. However, it was after his words that everyone's feelings intensified, especially when Naruto's blue eyes finally took on a red tint with vertical icons, and the room began to feel a suffocating pressure that made the weaker heads of the clan forget how to breathe. But even the sight of their pale faces did not make the scarlet-haired man loosen his grip. Decided? His voice emitted an afterlife coldness, after which many could not even immediately notice how red sparks began to emanate from the fingers of the scarlet-haired man, from which some involuntarily shuddered. Who told you that it is you who decide what to do? Who gave you the right to decide who is worthy and not worthy to be the heir and rule the faction, or have you forgotten the main thing that every leader must have in order to prove his right? Silence fell, interrupted only by the heavy sighs of the older leaders, who were already aged and unable to withstand the pressure as before, while others simply could not say anything, unable to even gather their thoughts into a heap. Strength, the leader is, first of all, the main strength of any faction of the supernatural world. A weak leader is a weak faction, and a weak faction is the path to slavery or death. The pressure subsided, allowing the others to breathe normally and gather themselves, at which time Naruto stood up from his seat. They have great hopes for me, entrusting the future of Yukai to me, and I swore that no matter what happens, I am the heir, and in the future, the first ruler who will stand up for the protection of his people. This was decided not by my mother, not by the gods, but only by me, and your words are just empty words and wishful thinking, without realizing who you are saying this to, and who you are now setting up against yourself. I am still young, however, even now I am quite ready to go over the heads of those who doubted my mother's decision. This is what you want, but you will get it. The eyes began to shine with a bright scarlet light and the pupils narrowed to the thickness of a hair, while protruding fangs could already be seen from under his lips. Naruto's fist that was leaning on the table was covered in scarlet flames, emitting heat and a feeling of oppression in all directions. The council makes the necessary choice, however, the last and most significant word remains with the leader of all, and only the leader decides what will happen. Just think about what you're talking about. Throwing away all formalities, Rinfo jumped up from his seat and threw the folder on the table, attracting attention to himself. What kind of protection are we talking about if you are ready to spare even the one at whose hands several dozen innocent Yukai died? Moreover, you brought her here, to our territory, and talk nicely to this day, as if her crime was some kind of, it's nothing. You should punish or even execute the murderer, but no, this woman walks around calmly and spends her time while her relatives are still mourning those killed at her hands. What was said was true, but Naruto knew that Misane's real fault in this was not. Remembering what she was like in their first meeting and what she has become now, complete control of her actions, rather than the thoughtless manic attraction before, even though consciousness changes a little with the possible perception, however, the result is obvious. However, Naruto understood that it was useless to explain this to the elder, they had already driven it into their heads as the truth, not wanting to accept other words. The report says it all. You should have noticed this, since you know that Amaha Misane is now considered close to my mother. All that Naruto answered, hinting at their stupidity for not studying the report properly, or believing that he would forget about that day, because it was his first and very successful task. They probably believed that because of the success Naruto would simply forget. About her, I will say this, Misane is now my comrade, and I also swore to protect my comrade, like all Yukai in the faction, so if you want to blather something against her, then you will have to deal with me. After what was said, a dense thirst for blood began to emanate from him, showing that he was not joking at all and would do whatever was required. I confirm Naruto-sama's words, the woman could not control her actions due to her special power going out of control, and besides, she swore allegiance to Lady Yasaki, working for us in order to atone for her sins towards us. Mayumi smiled at Naruto, to which he only nodded in gratitude, after which he again looked at the opposing side of the council. Besides, I completely trust the choice of both the lady and her son. There should be no question of you trusting him at all. The head of the Kappa clan jumped up, pointing towards the head of the Nikomata. How can you trust him, considering that, despite his words, he did nothing to help you after the extermination of Nekashu, and the fact that he not only protects the murderer of our relatives, but also brought to himself the one for whom your numbers were reduced to the point of soon becoming completely extinct. There was a powerful roar, shaking the hall, when the table was completely covered with massive cracks after the scarlet-haired man's blow. However, on his face one could observe the strong shock of what he heard, that even Naruto himself did not really realize what he had just done, since what he heard worried him much more. One of his eyes was yellow, where the pupil was pulsating violently, as if in an impending seizure, while the air around it began to move in waves from his aura. What does it mean? Naruto asked, turning his head sharply towards the woman who had lowered her gaze. What is he talking about? With notes of anger, he asked another question, to which the head of Nikomata lowered her ears, after which she began a story about what happened to Nekashu in the underworld, about Yasaka's conversation with Satan Lucifer, as well as about the decision that was made in relation to the rest of the survivors. Naruto listened attentively, while not believing that his mother hid such a thing from him. He began to be filled with an anger he had never seen before, which made his insides burn. The devils allowed it, the Satans allowed it, and most importantly, my mother didn't tell me about it. Naruto thought, while emitting a frightening aura that scared absolutely everyone, and some even trembled, unable to restrain their emotions. I was in the dark about Nekashu until now, and I will definitely talk to my mother. I do not wish to continue this farce any longer. therefore, your demands are rejected, and if you have anything against, I do not mind organizing a meeting between you and my sword. Standing straight, Naruto finally looked at everyone in the hall, while everyone could see his left eye, which was a bright yellow color, after which he turned around and left the hall, thanking the heads of Nikomata and Tanuki for their support. Why? Making another swing of her sword, Misane, sweaty and tired, stopped her training that Naruto had set for her. This training was established with the goal of teaching her not to rely only on the power of the witch's blade, and that you need to have a few more aces up your sleeve so that the enemy does not understand your true nature. On the one hand, she was ready to agree with this, but on the other hand, she was very scared, since the training program was very biting, not allowing her to relax, especially considering that after the training she continued her training in theory, which was literally drummed into her, as Naruto sometimes rudely put it, stupid head. Naturally, no one would give her a real katana for training, since the first time she almost killed herself, so they gave her a classic bamboo sword, which was usually used in kendo. She has trained almost every day since becoming Samurai Yasaka, although not by choice, but who is she to complain? Even though Naruto didn't give much reason, she was afraid of him. If before she simply experienced only a slight inconvenience, since she essentially killed several yokai, then it was simply uncomfortable to be around, essentially under constant control, and if anything they could arrange for her, although during that mission she was able to conquer no trust, but after what happened in the hospital, she began to feel real animal fear. The aura that was directed at that bitch was frightening, pressing on her entire body, as if an entire building had fallen on your shoulders. Even though that aura was directed at the one whom Naruto identified as Sarah, she, along with his sister, suffered so much that it was scary to move. Now she was training alone, since her partner had his own affairs with the council, which, as Amaha was sure, would not do without a fuss, and the scarlet-haired one was unlikely to be in a favorable mood, so she would try not to be particularly interested in it. Tell me, is Yasaka-sama at home? Having completely completed the training, Amaha turned to the first maid she met, which she knew she should have been aware of. The maid was a little dissatisfied, however, she gave a positive answer, after which she hurriedly went about her business, which made Misane only blink her eyes in surprise. Always like this. Sighing heavily, the girl walked along the corridor towards her mistress's office, occasionally encountering servants with whom she had not developed a relationship since her first appearance here. Masana herself didn't care about their attitude and didn't really care, she was only glad that at least someone in her new environment was not acting distantly towards her. She wanted to urgently see Yasaka in order to get some information and, if possible, ask for a task where she could get distracted and get used to her new capabilities. Stop and don't move. A heavy voice rang out, from which she involuntarily froze, and as if obeying what was said, she did not move. Without turning her head, out of the corner of her eye she saw the familiar face of a fox sitting on the windowsill, and carefully boring into her with red eyes. Kurama, right? She asked, somehow remembering the name of the Shinigami that Naruto had once called upon in their first acquaintance. The little fox himself did not move and simply looked at her with a bored look, after which he turned his gaze in the direction where she had gone before. Why should I not move, and by the way, where is your master? In response to her last question, the little fox began to growl, although Misane didn't know why, he might have been offended, however, after that Kurama looked at her again. You're heading towards that fox right now, so it's better to forget. Amika raised an eyebrow at his words, not understanding what was said. Seriously, and for what reason? But be that as it may, I have no particular desire to play with you, baby. Before she had time to move away, she immediately received a blow to the back of the head with her tail, causing Misane to grab her head, looking indignantly at the little fox, who was imposingly waving his tail and grinning. Oh, I'll let you into the hat. The intention to fulfill her threat instantly disappeared, as she felt pressure, which both drew attention to. What is this? That's the reason I stopped you, Naruto is in a bad mood right now. Explained Kurama, whose tail fur began to stand on end. Hearing this, Misane only looked at him in surprise. Then in the direction where she felt the pressure. And now, if life is dear to you, you will build and wait. But that's where Yasaka-sama's office is. Kurama just nodded, to which Amaha could no longer stand still and was already running towards the office, while the stone on her bracelet began to shine with a bright red light. Answer me, why are you hidden this from me? The scarlet-haired guy shouted, placing his hands on the table, turning to the blonde sitting at the table, whose gaze was no longer the same as Naruto was used to seeing before, detached and demure. And most importantly, how long ago? Naruto, please calm down. Yasaka tried to calm down her son, who literally burst into her, being angry, and she already understood what was the reason for this. Almost a year had passed since the incident with Nekashu, and Yasaka understood that she could not hide this information from her son for long, although she hoped to stretch it out for at least a few more years, when she would be sure that he would not fall into a fit of anger and will rush to destroy the underground world. I'm sorry I hid this from you, but I had to do it to avoid your reaction like this. Yasaka's ears dropped a little. She was a very powerful and proud person, albeit a very soft one. However, right now she could not look into the eyes of her own child, whom, as she realized, she had made her very angry. To avoid? An entire race was practically wiped out from the face of the earth, and I am only learning about this now, and most importantly, from some leftist yokai, and not from you. Naruto's left eye began to twitch strongly from the surging feelings that he did not even notice that he began to emit strong spiritual pressure throughout the room, while his mother did not show any resistance to this, humbly accepting all his dissatisfaction. Didn't you teach me that as a future leader I should first of all think and care about my people? But how can I be what you wanted me to be if such things are hidden from me? Naruto did not let up, slamming his palm on the table, after which he began pacing around the room, while you could clearly hear the gnashing of his teeth, which had grown and become sharper. I understand, I should have told you earlier, in a calmer environment, however, and you understand me that you were not ready to accept it. While watching her son Yasaka, she also noticed changes in his behavior, that he became more aggressive than he was before. Not ready? So you don't trust me? Yasaka rose from the table and looked at him seriously, which forced the scarlet-haired man to take a break. Is that what you want to say? I know it sounds like I don't trust you, however, please understand that as a leader and as your mother, I did not want you to go back to being the same as you were back then. What was said made Naruto raise an eyebrow, not understanding what his mother said. The day of concluding an alliance with the angels. The realization struck Naruto, as could be seen in his eyes. However, this did not calm him down at all, since it was a betrayal that the person dearest to his heart was hiding such important things from him. Do you think I can't control myself? Naruto looked at his mother seriously, which was difficult, but she nodded to the question, making Naruto chuckle. That's really what you were afraid of. You were afraid that I would personally go deal with the Satans, right? Knowing you, this is more likely. That's why I wanted you to remain in the dark so that you wouldn't do anything stupid. Yasaka exhaled tiredly, watching her son's emotional background, which jumped sharply with the passage of time, without giving even a hint of calm. I just didn't want you to put such a burden on your shoulders so early. You are afraid? Naruto's question made the golden Kyuubi flinch, as she never expected this from her son. She was truly afraid to see again that wild beast as she had found him then. Look into my eyes. Yasaka could not do this. She wanted to look at him, however, in the depths of her soul, something opposed this, which she could not avoid. I see. That means you're afraid. Heh, I thought that I imagined it, but your reaction only confirmed my words. Gathering strength into a fist, Yasaka was able to raise her eyes to her son, while she bit her lip, finally looking into Naruto's eyes, which no longer had the usual soft blue color, instead they were yellow, while she felt like her son was with its hard to hold on so as not to break down. They were both empaths, and therefore could feel each other's emotions, so there was no point in even trying to hide behind a mask of a smile or calmness. No, not you, but what could have happened if you could not restrain yourself? Naruto just clenched his fists, accepting her answer as just an excuse for everything. He couldn't control himself? Did she mean by this that he was more of an animal that obeys only instincts? I didn't do it for anyone, but for you, for your own good. Naruto's gaze hardened at this and an ominous aura began to emanate from him, filling the entire room, causing cracks to appear along the floor, walls and ceiling. Yasaka saw something like a black mist begin to emanate from her son, while his eyes became brighter. She widened her eyes seeing that Naruto only looked into her eyes with even more fury, which made her forget how to breathe. She could withstand more pressure, however, the fact that it was emitted by her son affected her. In any other case, she would have long ago suppressed anyone who bared their teeth at her, but this was her son, against whom she could not raise a finger. Her maternal instinct did not allow her to even think about harming her child in any way, so she could only just stand and painfully accept all of Naruto's displeasure directed at her. For my good? The knuckles made a frightening crack and the tails reared up, striking the floor threateningly. Naruto let out a chuckle, after which he looked reproachfully at his mother, whose words each time made him furious, which became more and more difficult to control. What else have you hidden from me? Answer. Naruto instantly found himself in front of Yasaka, hovering over her, emitting spiritual pressure that would have caused any other Yukai to pass out long ago, and would have completely crushed the weak in spirit, but not Yasaka. As a leader and the strongest among Yukai, she could resist this, not particularly noticing any pressure on herself. Even her son, who had already surpassed many, rapidly, but not yet very close to her level, was not able to influence her. However, this was not hurt her, and Naruto's words pierced her like thousands of blades. I believed you when you said that everything was fine, but now I can't even remember where exactly you told the truth and where you lied. I came to terms with the fact that you calmly endured the attacks of the council, why you came home tired, and all those letters that you constantly burned. I also came to terms with the fact that you did not tell me about your father, but now my patience is over. Naruto. Yasaka turned sharply to her son, who was about to leave, but he, standing at the threshold, did not even turn in her direction. Please listen. Her voice broke, because she could no longer stoically endure her son's attacks, so she wanted to stop and explain herself properly, so as not to completely push him away from her. Shut up, don't do even worse than you already did. What are the chances that this time you won't lie to me? Yasaka froze, looking at Naruto's back with wide eyes. She wanted to stop him, however, he was right. She wanted to tell him the truth, however, she did not know whether he would accept her fame or consider it a lie. There were times when she was forced to lie to her children so as not to involve them in her problems, and when she received information about the extermination of Nicosia, she also wanted to hide it from her son, not wanting him to interfere or not do something that he would regret. Please don't go. The scarlet-haired man left the office, finally slamming the door and leaving Yasaka to look after him, and she didn't even notice how a single tear rolled down from her eye. Coming out into the corridor, Naruto only furiously grabbed his head. Running his hair through his fingers, which had become disheveled and dull due to stress from everything that had happened, the scarlet-haired man turned his gaze to the side, noticing the approaching Masane. "NR," she didn't have time to say before the scarlet-haired man's hand grabbed her shoulder and pushed her against the wall, quickly leaving. "Get out of my way." Now he didn't want to see anyone, wanting to be alone with his thoughts and reflect on everything that had happened in the last days. The girl herself only looked at his back in shock, unable to say anything, and she couldn't move to stop him again, because she was afraid to feel that frightening aura again, so she left the matter. In one of the many temples in Japan, dedicated to the moon goddess, who also ruled the night sky, the ebb and flow of the tides. Many years ago this place was one of the most visited and revered places by people. However, recently this place has been empty more and more until they completely forgot about it. But despite this, one girl who was the caretaker and the only priestess of this temple did not lose heart, feeling only a little resentment and guilt, for some reason. Being the last priestess from the ancient family of Fuji, who, according to legend, received her name in honor of the famous mountain of the land of the rising sun from the goddess Tsukimi herself, she certainly did not believe in it, as if the gods cared about some kind of family, but she was obliged to follow the old tradition. She sometimes wanted to see her parishioners again, who visited her once a week, interrupting her lonely everyday life, talking and sharing gossip with her. However, she did not want, and did not have the right to forcibly bring them to her. The feeling of loneliness gradually overcame her, that she could not find a place for herself, which made the girl sad. A girl of about 20 with straight black hair down to the middle of her back, woven into a tight braid, fair skin, brown eyes, soft face, dressed in the classic outfit of a Miko priestess, consisting of a white kimono with long sleeves, a red hakama tied with a thin black belt, around a slender waist. The girl sighed heavily again, sitting on the stairs at the entrance to the temple, again feeling bored. "Kami-sama, why isn't anyone coming?" With puffed-out cheeks in a childish manner, she began to be indignant, repeating the same words over and over again every week, at the same time. "Boring," she shouted, throwing her hands up to the sky. "Tsukimi-sama, please tell me what I'm doing wrong." But her pleas were not heard. Lowering her hands, she began to beat her head a little against one of the columns, sighing along the way. The girl's self-flagellation was interrupted by someone's hand grabbing her head, stopping her. Opening her eyes, she saw nothing, but she understood what had happened. "Lucy, at least tell me, maybe I'm doing something wrong? What do I do?" The girl groaned, turning her gaze towards the gate, where her friend was looking at her reproachfully. Lucy was a slender girl, about the same age as Fujiyama, of average height, with skin as fair as porcelain. Long pink hair down to the bottom of the back and red eyes that looked at everything with coldness and without showing any interest. She was wearing the same Miko outfit as the girl whose attention she had attracted. "Your behavior is very annoying. As a priestess of an ancient family, you must mind your manners," Lucy said monotonously, passing by the girl and going down the steps, where a broom flew from the side into her hands, after which, with slow strokes, she began to sweep the front yard of the temple from the leaves. "And what do you want to hear from me? As if I have anything to do with this," the girl answered coldly, causing the brunette to involuntarily shudder. "Cold as always," Fujiyama commented, puffing out her cheeks, for which she received an invisible slap on the forehead, causing her to throw her head back. "You bitch, you know how to ruin the mood. Stop being lazy and get on with your duties," Lucy said coldly, not distracted from her work, causing an indignant cry from the girl. "What other responsibilities?" At first furiously, but then lowering his gaze, full of sadness. "For a year now not a single soul has come to us, there are no spirits that I could expel, and how can I be a priestess?" Sighing heavily, the girl rested her chin on her hands, lazily looking into the distance. "My mood was ruined from the very beginning of the day, so I didn't even have the slightest desire to go somewhere. Now all she really wanted was to just be carefree and lazy, since the work that her relatives had assigned her to did was not there." Before becoming a priestess, Hina Fujiyama was a simple, carefree girl who, like other children, simply loved to play and have fun. However, everything changed when she turned 8 years old and their grandfather decided to visit them. After that, her peaceful and calm life turned into a constant routine in teaching her all the wisdom of the temple priestess, and what surprised her more was that her parents were not against it, but on the contrary, they only facilitated her quick move. For 4 years, day after day, she was subjected to attacks from her grandfather and other relatives, who persistently taught her from the rules of behavior to the correct and elegant gait, from cleaning to working in the temple, in general, in everything, in order to then leave her to take care of the old temple where the main visitors were mostly elderly people. Basically one routine that was repeated over and over again, which made her want to howl. What was sad was that they forgot about her, that her parents, that other relatives, and even her friends that she had made before never visited her, which made her feel sad and thought that she was simply abandoned, like unnecessary rag. However, in all these 8 years that she was a priestess, only a few good moments happened, which made her life not like a black and white movie. Hina smiled, looking at the back of the pink-haired girl, which brightened up her loneliness, but still remained a big mystery to her. Her thoughts were interrupted by a light blow to the head with a stick, from which she screamed, looking at Lucy who was standing in front of her, after which she sharply put the broom into her hands, with her other hand she pointed towards the yard, where there was even more work. "No!" Fujiyama abruptly jumped out of her place and wanted to run away, but her body was chained in place, unable to move in any way, since her whole body was instantly connected by something invisible, from which she could only twitch and squirm, like a fish thrown out to land. "Don't want. You don't seem to be a child, but you behave like one, and you're not ashamed. I still can't believe how you managed without me all these years." Putting her palm to her forehead, the pink-haired girl sadly asked a rhetorical question, looking at the brunette, who looked at her as if she were a spirit that needed to be expelled or imprisoned under 10 seals. "Don't look at me like that. If you don't like being here, then why don't you just leave it?" Having freed herself from the shackles, Hina was at first indignant, but then sadly lowered her gaze, lifting up the right sleeve of her kimono. A bracelet hung loosely on her left wrist, more like a gold chain with numerous hieroglyphs carved on them. Lucy frowned at her, not understanding her friend's gesture. "I can't. As a priestess I took lunch. When I became a priestess, I took an oath at the temple of Amaterasu, and therefore I cannot abandon my duties." For the first time in all her time, she told someone about the burden that she was carrying, and honestly, This made it even harder for her to remember all this. TCH, so you're like a bird in a cage? Hina nodded at this, causing the pink-haired girl to have a gloomy expression on her face. Some kind of nonsense, in this case, is your fate to just rot here? The brunette also nodded to this question, but then she raised her head, looking at her friend with a smile. Yes, that is right. However, I have you, so I definitely won't die from loneliness. Spreading her arms in order to embrace Lucy, but she was stopped by the girl's palm. Who sighed heavily, thinking about how careless she could be under such and such circumstances. But I don't lose heart. Someone promised to help me with my problem. She continued in a mysterious voice, causing the pink-haired girl to raise an eyebrow. That sounds stupid. To such an answer, Hina began to please the puffer fish out of indignation. Get busy with work, and then you won't be bored. Lucy began to leave, leaving Fujiyama alone with a broom in her hands, while she herself went to the other side of the temple. And don't you dare shirk, lazy one. Who would say, you left me alone, you'll probably lie down somewhere and that's it, and leave all the work to me. Hina muttered under her breath, watching her friend go. Moving to the backyard, Lucy began cleaning, along the way noticing what needed to be fixed and what could be changed for greater convenience. Having decided to continue sweeping, she did not notice the presence of an unknown guest who was standing almost close to her. Don't you think this is somehow funny? A cheerful child's voice brought her out of her thoughts, forcing her to jump away from the unknown. The gaze focused on the figure of the guest, a boy of about 14 with short, disheveled blonde hair, from which 2 cat ears protruded, crimson eyes and an eternal grin. Dressed in a yellow short-sleeved shirt, white fingerless gloves and black shorts, white long socks and black shoes. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He didn't have time to finish, when something invisible penetrated past him, tearing off his head and turning it into a pile of bloody scraps, dropping the rest of his body onto the recently swept grass. The girl breathed deeply and nervously, placing one hand on her head, while her gaze gave off a sense of madness, which quickly disappeared, leaving only coldness on her face. And now what I can do? She asked a question, looking at her work, not understanding what to do now. I can get rid of the body, but what to do with the blood? We can't expect rain for a long time. We can take water from the well, but it's in front of the temple where Hina is. It will be very strange if I take so much water. The girl thought out loud, looking around at the same time to make sure that there were no witnesses to her mistake. You don't need to take me anywhere, I'll just say something and leave right away. You're too nervous. Lucy widened her eyes, sharply turning her attention to the boy who stood unharmed, as if she had not blown his head off a couple of minutes ago. She looked sharply at the ground, where she could not find not only a corpse, but even people. There was no blood, which made her mind race in panic. May I continue? The boy asked, tilting his head with the same smile, holding his hands behind his back. Who are you? She asked, remaining on guard and preparing to repeat her recent action in case of danger. What was strange was the boy's behavior, which changed to even more cheerful and carefree. Oh my God, calm down my dear. What we still needed was for the uninitiated to hear us. By uninitiated, he meant Hink, as she understood. However, she didn't care much. Now she was interested in the boy in front of her. You see, I came here to offer you something. What? She asked in bewilderment, which made her lose concentration and pay for it. Blinking once she did not see the boy, but then she heard him giggle behind her. You see, I need you to do something. The girl frowned, looking the boy in the eyes, but then she again put on a cold expression. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, but I'm not doing this anymore, so leave this place, otherwise I'll help you. A cold gaze pierced the boy's body, who continued to simply watch with fun, not worrying about the girl's possible future actions. Is it true? But that didn't stop you from killing me. The boy's smile showed the irony of his words. It's funny that the one who has been bathing in blood since childhood decided to throw away her nature and help some priestess. The words caused anger on the pink-haired girl's face, which made the boy happy. It's up to me to decide. I'm disappearing back to where I came from and didn't show up. With every word, she literally tried to restrain herself so as not to tear the said guest into a billion pieces and turn her into a bloody puddle. I'm not going to participate in what you all consider a game. I'm afraid that's the problem. Slowly approaching her, the boy scratched the back of his head with some guilt. You have no choice. The girl frowned even more, as she no longer liked where this conversation was beginning to lead. What do you want? Resigned, Lucy saw how the previously guilty-looking boy blossomed like a dandelion, with his arms outstretched and a sickly satisfied face. That's a different conversation. I wouldn't want such talent to sit in some old temple. He began his monologue, but quickly stopped. Sorry, I got carried away. I need you to check on someone. This is where the story ends.